members of Parliament, support staff, radio listeners, TV viewers, all following this meeting via social media, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the continuation of public meeting number 20. Today, Friday, June the 20th, 2025. At this time, I want to give a special welcome to the member of the Council of Ministers and her support staff, namely Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, Ms. Melissa Gums. And as I mentioned, her support staff here with us. We have established a quorum of 10 members. I invite you to stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. I have received notice of absence from the member MP Veronica Jansen-Webster. Members of Parliament, are there any other notifications at this time? I see MP Irian wishing to make a notification.
Chair, good morning, afternoon all. Notice of lateness for MP York. Thank
you, MP Irian. And just again for the records, if you can also have it sent in writing by email as is customary. Thank you, MP Irian. I also see MP Otley requesting the floor. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just notice of lateness for my colleague, MP La Cruz.
Noted, MP Otley, and the same request to you as well, that it also be sent in writing. MP Lewis, I give you the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, to the Minister, to my colleagues here in the Tribune, to my colleagues here in Parliament. Madam Chair, I just would like to reiterate something. Let's remember all our colleagues in the civil service. I have received many calls, especially today, with a lot of them feeling very down with what is going on within the government when it comes to their placements. And this is not only for justice, but across the board. And I think we should always remember them, as they are the ones that do the work, and we are the ones that just fronts it. The ministers does it, and we as representatives of Parliament across the board, that we continue to assist our colleagues, our civil servants, to the best of our ability. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. Members of Parliament, without any further notifications, thanking you for those that have been made, we go over to the agenda point for this public meeting. We are at agenda point number 2 of this public meeting, and that is the draft national ordinance establishing the budget for country Sint Maarten for the year 2025. Landsverordening, begroting 2025. I just want to make a couple of notes regarding this meeting, which started on June 19th, and when we closed agenda point number 1 and started with agenda point number 2, we received a presentation, an introduction and a presentation, and members started to pose their questions to the ministers. And just again, briefly, we do have the possibility for interruptions, which should always be very brief, without additional questions. They should attempt to seek clarification, challenge assertions, and contribute any additional information. We went over the reasons why we are here following the approval of the budget 2025 by Parliament in January, and that's why we are here again debating a budget 2025. So I leave that part of it for the records, but I do want to mention that the Central Committee meetings for this public meeting, so in advance of this public meeting, were held on June 9th, 10th, and 11th. Following those discussions, a final report was made up, and we also received the nota naar aanleiding van het verslag from government, making the entire package that was necessary for this public meeting completed, and thus we could have started with the meeting yesterday. As I mentioned, we were at the point of the members asking their questions when we closed off last night at about 10 p.m. And so at this particular time, I am going to adjourn just for 5 minutes. Meeting adjourned.
Good afternoon and welcome back to this meeting number 20, handling the draft budget 2025. I hereby give the floor to MP Westcott Williams. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and a good afternoon to you. A good afternoon to our support staff. A special good afternoon, which I extended already, to the Minister of ECYS and her support staff, and a very special good afternoon to my colleagues here in the hall today. Madam Chair Lady, I thought it was somewhat in jest yesterday, so I did not respond to the comment made by a colleague, but I got several questions from the public on the comment made. So let me clarify, not clarify really, but state in no uncertain terms that I have never indicated to my colleague MP that I did not want to be at the groundbreaking for the marketplace. If the MP meant to say that he changed the picture which he showed because he thought my face expressed that, then I would say to that I am not easily read. So sometimes I'm walking around smiling, but the blood is churning, and sometimes I walk around with a very serious face, and I'm as happy as a lark. So I just want, that's for the general public and those who said to me, but how could you have said you did not want to be at the marketplace? No, I never said that. It really would not even make sense to have stated that, because why would I state that and be there? If I did not want to be there, I just would not have been there. But Madam Chair, so clearing that and getting that out of the way, I was torn between the decision to speak or not to speak. And it had to do with the fact that I replayed my statements during the budget debate in January, and I saw and listened to the many questions that I asked, the comments that I made, the concerns that I expressed, and realized that we are still dealing with many of those concerns today. I realized that I stated back in January at the time that I did not envy this Council of Ministers, and I did not envy any minister because of the difficult task that this government has before it. A task to be executed in these changing times, changed and changing times. Oftentimes you hear reference to the past, and depending on who it comes from, the wrongs of the past, which there are, would be associated with the Democratic Party, but the many goods of the past, you don't hear the DP mentioned by those who want to sell a particular narrative. The times that the many policies which governments since have maintained, so the times of the DP legacy, was one of full employment, was one of persons being able to construct their homes on long lease land of government because of that employment. Times when we didn't have to make choices about who we can give a scholarship because the economy, the development, and the growth of the country was of such a nature. I don't want to call it a trickle-down economy, but it definitely was a supply-side economy. So the Democratic Party, while yes, focusing on business growth, did that because there was this supply-side economy. The whole economy was flourishing. People were working, could build their homes, go away and study and come back and get jobs. Today, what we see is that times are closing in on us. And times have been closing in on us for several years already. And what we don't hear of the past is that the trust fund was a saving grace for many governments. And it kind of postponed the inevitable choices that we will have to make. At the time of the trust fund, the Democratic Party demonstrated pragmatism. Pragmatism in terms of we were not the ones who decided to enter into a whole constitutional discussion with the Dutch government and putting the trust fund at risk. Others did that, but we maintained to the ridicule of some because realizing that that was so necessary given the changing times that we were living in. In 2012, we started, which is a necessary precondition for any country. We started a national development plan, but we had to turn away from it, make it a vision, go back to a plan, then make it a type of a visionary plan, for the simple reason that there was no way we could have filled in how we would carry out these many things that needed to be done. So the plan is still somewhere there, sometimes being worked on and sometimes not. So I have a message, first of all, for the Council of Ministers, and in particular, for the ministers of the Democratic Party. Don't be intimidated, and don't be silenced to admit the changing times and changing winds, and admitting that this government has to adjust our sails and that we will continue to do so. Of course you're going to hear. Of course you've heard it. But you are there now. And that's also true. You are there now. But you didn't get there easily. Because we just can't skip over the year 2024. We are expected to just jump over it and decide who is there now in government. They want us to just jump over the fact that the biggest blow to our economy was the silent government change in 2022, when we didn't know what to do with our economic ministry. One of the biggest blows, one of the biggest setbacks for this government, for the country, was 2024. But we shouldn't talk about it. No, we should say we don't know how we got here. We're here where we are, but we don't know how we got here. Well, 2024 played a very, very big role in what we are facing today. So no, we're not going to just jump over those facts. We need business to drive the social programs that we have to provide. We have to deal with the fact that today, our population is aging. Our population's health is deteriorating, to say the least. This government, is faced with unprecedented global issues, and I could go on and on. So, we have to move from an open and free economy to steering the economy, because the times are changing. Whether you come from MP to minister or from minister to MP, fact is the roles change and you sometimes have to make compromises, but you must always have the backbone to stand up for the things that you really believe in. As I said before, I don't envy any minister. I support them all wholeheartedly because I understand what they're up against. But ministers, you have to bite some bullets, and you need to step out of the proverbial boxes. I honestly don't see any other way. And that is why my comments on this budget in particular and questions are going to be limited. My support of motions is going to be limited. A couple of days ago, we were contacted by a committee established by the government of St. Maarten because they have been asked to respond to the report of the Council of State on 70 years of the Charter. St. Maarten needs to, when I say bite the bullet, be prepared to say that we don't want any semantical comments to 70 years of the Charter. We want to know whether the Council of State is prepared to defend the position of these islands within the Dutch Kingdom and what it takes to defend us. Not to give our comments again. How many times have I not given my comments, my sentiments, my feeling about the Charter of the Dutch Kingdom? But if we really want to review 70 years, we need a Council of State to speak on behalf of the countries over here, and that the way that we are going is not helping our development. As I mentioned, I replayed my address during the January 25 budget debate, asking for this, asking for that. So today I will be asking about progress on the issues that I have been talking about, not this year, not last year budget, but for most of the budget since I've been here in Parliament. And now, how could I not address the issue of the dividend tax? Because, and I know some argue and say, but this isn't about taxes, this is about the budget. Well, the budget is about being able to pay for what you want to do for the people. And the biggest way of paying for what you want to do for the people is through taxes. I want to be the devil's advocate. And this ain't the devil's advocate stating. First, I want to state that dividend is already taxed. Let's establish that. Now, I want to rephrase that. You should, right now, everybody should pay tax on dividend as an income. What this law that apparently is on the books does is put an obligation on the company that declares dividend. And there's a big difference there, whether it is withheld from the dividend to be paid to someone, or the person is obliged, as it is now, to pay dividend as part of their income. And the question would be, why that change? Why that change going back to even before 10-10-10? The devil's advocate that I wanted to be was to state the following. A dividend or a similar tax could be a steering instrument. You could give exemptions based on business activities that you want to promote. However, and I want this to be clear, there is no way in today's changed economic climate that a law from before 10-10-10, I guess it's like 25 years ago, can be just dusted off and implemented. When we look at and mention Bonaire and dividend tax or whatever have you, in Bonaire's case, it's not the kind of dividend tax law that this old law is proposing. It is just how the Netherlands did it and actually created a separate opbrengstbelasting is what applies, which include dividends, by the way, is what is in place on Bonaire today. When I mentioned that this government needs to get the opportunity to kind of step away from some of the things that are there, that are in place, and try to do some non-proverbial things. If I look at tax reform that has come to Parliament, we have received as Parliament let me put it this way. It's from the parliamentary year 22-23. We received proposals for 8 tax measures. In 2021, that was following the COVID pandemic, we received an economic recovery plan that sought for a transition from profit tax to transaction tax. In 2020, let me take 2021 again. We received a proposal for tax reform, which was reviewed by the Fiscal Affairs Department of the IMF, called Reforming the Tax System of St. Martin. We received tax reform proposals here in Parliament going back as far as 2015, 2016. We look at something like the turnover tax, proposals to amend the turnover tax law. Why? Because the turnover tax too dates back to a time when the economics overall were different, and definitely on St. Martin. So I believe that what we need right now is an adjustment to what we have now, a route, so in progress, to an indirect tax system. We need to make the current taxes easily adjustable to our economic goals. A differentiated tax system, like they do in the Netherlands. They use the different taxes and the tax law to steer economic development. Reduce this one, carry that one up a little, postpone the implementation of this. This is the kind of flexibility that this government needs. The tax breaks and reductions, etc., for investments should be for what we want and what we can do. I have understood that there might be a motion regarding the dividend tax law to bring it to Parliament. I haven't read a motion, but if that is the case, I am not in favor of bringing that old Antillean-originated dividend law to Parliament. The state of that law right now is that it can be put into effect. No. If we want to talk about dividend tax, let's talk about it as the overall income, but not that law. No, don't even bring it here to Parliament for discussion. It is just not practical. We will be discussing something developed more than, I guess, 20 years ago under totally different circumstances. Hence, the start of my brief discourse here this afternoon. The times have completely changed. So no, don't bring that here. What I would want that motion, if there is such a motion, to say, for once and for all, decide on what the framework of tax reform is and bring it to Parliament. Madam Chair Lady, talking about bringing matters to Parliament and laws, I want to speak because I asked for a meeting with respect to the TWO. And I have a question for the Minister of Finance regarding the latest report. I haven't seen any other one from the TWO. And the TWO states that in 2024, so this report is the one from the 1st of September 24 to the 31st of March 25. And it says that there was, in 2024, a position paper, tax review agenda, adopted by Minister and presented to Parliament. Which paper is that, and with what taxes? That's my question. I want to know overall, because I am becoming concerned about the TWO and its work and its priorities and the fact that we're now being told that they can't take on many more, if anything at all, because their time is running out. And so I want to know, what are the priorities established by the government for TWO at this time? That's my question. What are those priorities? Because when I asked for the meeting in Parliament with the TWO and government ministers about the TWO, I was told that a meeting was to take place with the government to reestablish their priorities. What are these priorities? I want to ask from the Minister of General Affairs the matter of the Integrity Chamber. But before I do that, I want to go back to the TWO, asking how did we get here? And what is mentioned for tax reform in the TWO was something that was pushed down our throats because St. Maarten dilly-dallied around the country package. And what we got at the time was actually what was negotiated for Aruba and Curacao, because we, being totally not pragmatic at the time, decided to put up a fight on the wrong front. So I want to know what those priorities are. I want to know the progress of matters pertaining or carried out under the umbrella of the TWO. I would like to know about the evaluation to take place, that should have taken place already, of the Integrity Chamber on St. Maarten. I would like to know if the government has instituted the task force, as I was told by the Prime Minister in response to a question. I was told that that would have been established. Is it established and up and running? I want to talk about the matter of the BTP proposal regarding energy. What is government's intention in terms of going forward now that this proposal has been sent to GEBE? Are we to sit back and await the response from the company, or are we going to try and move with the response in a feasible way of GEBE? What would we say? Where would we say we stand with alternative energy plans, proposals, or projects? There was I heard, and coincidentally, a colleague of mine earlier referred to the civil service. And some time ago, when questions were asked, a while ago, about the civil service, we were told, which has happened, that a survey would take place amongst the civil servants. What has been the results? Now, we know what the results are, but what has been done with the results of that survey? And based on a request posed by a colleague of mine, on the basis of something that he heard at a conference, the members of Parliament were privy to a letter from the Ombudsman in 2016 to then MP Marlin, PM Marlin, rather. And it gave so many issues that civil servants indicated they were facing at the time. Was anything done with those conclusions by the Ombudsman, if the government could even at all find that out, trace that back? I have spoken and said it on numerous occasions, and it just reinforces what I started out to say. You know, we could come here, we could come with little motions to change the budget here or there. The government could try to do little things here and there. But if we don't somehow together are able to come up with some new type of a financing model, we're not going to make it much further, financially speaking. That's a fact. I want to ask, in that context as well, what is the status of the CapEx spending, the projects in particular, for which approval has been given and which could probably be rolled out once this budget is approved? Is there any way we can work urgently on the necessary budgetary amendments to improve the budgetary system? So again, I want to make it clear. This issue about just looking at a dividend tax, for example, is not sufficient for us to deal with tax reform. We need to see the complete picture, and on those proposals that I mentioned are here by Parliament, there's several more, and we need to take all tax reform plans into consideration and see what else we can add to them. We have heard things like overflight fees. Is that something feasible? Is my question to the Minister of Finance. The financial transaction tax, is that something feasible? While it has been knocked down by, amongst others, the IMF, are their arguments valid or not? I think since I have been in government, and that's just to tell you how long that is, this matter of a driver's license for visitors have come up. And again, we are hearing it. Is something like that possible, or is this the same? You know, we keep hearing the same thing, but not that something can happen. But what is something that we can look into is there any potential growth for our offshore sector, like there was back in the time of the Democratic Party? There was a vibrant offshore sector and fees collected for that sector. As I mentioned, I would like to see reform, urgent reform, to the turnover tax legislation we have now to adjust to the things that the government feels need to happen. Are the exemptions granted for the turnover tax? Can it be ascertained whether these are even considered? Are they applied for? Exemptions on matters such as fuel. These are exempted areas in the turnover tax. Are these considered, checked, vetted, is my question. To the VROMI Minister, I need to emphasize the need for this ministry to make use of the available, for the lack of a better word, technical assistance that can be had, specifically from the MER, the MER Association, and the VNG International. I would like to know from the Ministry of VROMI if any progress has been made with the presentation that has been made to Parliament and government by the Nature Foundation. And then I would like to know if the minister is willing to consider having someone who's capable to do so develop for at least one district on St. Martin, in St. Martin, a so-called smart city concept as a pilot. Of course, I would opt for that to be Coal Bay, not because I live there, but because some of the things that are necessary for a smart city concept would be a mixed district, so business and residents, In order for this concept to work, of course, we would have to empower the community council. We would have to work collaborative with businesses, community police, and the like. I just would like a rough idea from the minister if he thinks that's at all possible or worth considering, and if we can look at the money to have that commissioned. With respect to VSA, I'm going to stay on the topic of vaping and wanting to know if we're making any progress with respect to attacking the problem. The cannabis white paper that was promised, I don't remember getting it. Could we receive it? And then the issue of our health and the STEPS result. Not really surprising, nevertheless alarming. So my question to the minister would be, now with those results and an NCD policy, what now? Where do we start to tackle what is now right before us in terms of the health of this community? I received an answer from the minister regarding my proposal for a 1 meal a day for citizens, for senior citizens. And while I got a response in terms of collaboration with the Freegan Foundation, I want to know some more specifics about the workings of that program with Freegan Foundation. I remind the Minister of VSA of my request for labor statistics, which according to me I have not received. I go over to the Minister of TIAT, and I want to know if the minister can give us any update on the announced guarantee funding by the Dutch government for small and medium business on St. Martin. Is there any follow-up to that? Were there any financial institutions on St. Martin interested in being one of the financing institutions for that program? Did the Dutch government follow up with that, is my question. Also to the Minister of TIAT, can the plans for Philipsburg beautification, can those be shared with Parliament, or better yet, have a discussion with Parliament on those plans? In the context of doing things differently given the changing social circumstances, not social, global circumstances,
MP Westcott Williams, we will adjourn for 4 minutes due to a quorum issue.
Thank you.
Apologies for the interruption.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
MP Westcott, welcome back from this short adjournment. MP Westcott, you have the floor.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair Lady. And actually, I was finishing up my comments to the ministries, and I was at the Ministry of ECYS and asking the minister, where are we with the University of St. Martin? You know, in terms of, have they submitted any plans to government? Is there any vision for the university going forward? And I asked this, Madam Chair Lady, to the minister on the basis of my earlier discussion with the minister about providing opportunities for our students with all that is going on, especially in the United States of America. The minister has responded pertaining to that matter and some of the efforts that are now being undertaken in that respect. But I believe that we must be able to somehow get the university to take on a new vision in the context of providing education for as many students as possible, what that would take, in what areas would we like these studies to be, etc., etc. So my question is, where does the government currently stand with the USM? Are there any discussions ongoing? Are there any budgetary discussions ongoing? What and where is the government and the ministry in particular where that is concerned? So, Madam Chair Lady, I want to mention again the matter one of tax reform. I implore, and I know once I don't even have to implore, I can just ask, and I am sure the minister and the ministers will try to comply as much as possible. But this matter of tax reform, we need to understand, one, what for the reform can we still get out of TWO? So in addition to the specific questions that I asked, that's one thing. And can the minister now, given all of those position papers and proposals that I mentioned, can the minister bring something to Parliament to get the support of Parliament on the tax matters going forward, so that she has the level of comfort that what she's working on has the support of at least a majority and her majority here in Parliament, that the work can then be done. In that context, I am specifically asking for a review of the turnover tax legislation in terms of the exemptions, etc., etc. I also want to make it very clear that I believe the current dividend tax law belongs in the listing that some of these same papers here at Parliament have suggested of repealing. And don't let us use energy on discussing something that is totally out of this time and these times. I also want to implore the government to continue with that. If it's already in work, continue with this task force where the ministers can have the discussion, an in-depth discussion amongst themselves, and where necessary, bring in some experts on the matter about how we can deal with the financial position of this country without killing business, without killing the consumers, without killing the people in general, just by focusing on one, compliance in these times, knowing the deficiencies that we currently have at the tax inspectorate. So, Madam Chair Lady, I look forward to the responses to these questions. I encourage the ministers, if there are any motions, to provide their feedback on these motions, because I am not going to spend too much time defending my position on motions, but I would be clear about them here. Are the motions to accomplish something that the government is reluctant to do? One is the question. Is it realistic, or are we not able to verbalize why we can't go along with an otherwise cute sounding motion? So I would really like to know, because I think that we have passed the stage of just coming here and putting motions forward without making sure and ensuring along with the government that there could be some effect. There could be some effect of these motions to be carried by the government. So, Madam Chair, I look forward to the responses, and especially an update on the matters that I have asked, and I await the next opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams, for your questions and comments. And before I move on to the Minister of ECYS, Ms. Melissa Gums, for her to answer her questions, I want to reiterate or go over the order of ministers that will be here today. And the order will be Ministry of Education, Ministry of TEAT, Ministry of VSA, Ministry of General Affairs, Ministry of RAMI, Ministry of Justice, and Ministry of Finance. Here we have the minister with her team, and with that, I pass the floor over to Minister Gums.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Lady, and good afternoon to the Griffier members of Parliament, those joining us online and in Tribune. I'm here this afternoon with my support staff, Secretary General Shamina Paul Richardson, my Chief of Staff, Suzette Moses Burton, and our Controller, Mr. Omar Williams. And I'll dive right into the answers to questions posed by Member of Parliament Omar Otley. Question 1, what is the plan? The MP mentioned an issue with St. Dominic, and what is the plan to address such issue? Madam Chair, Lady, through you, the situation at St. Dominic High School is one that the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport is deeply concerned about, and I myself as Minister am concerned about, not only as a policymaker, but also personally as an alumnus of the school. The recent wave of teacher resignations has understandably raised questions about governance, oversight, and most importantly, the impact on students. However, it is important to clarify that St. Dominic, like any other subsidized or semi-private school, operates independently of the ministry. While these schools receive public funding, the ministry currently has no authority over their day-to-day operations or staffing decisions. This includes matters such as teacher recruitment and retention. That said, I have acknowledged that this lack of government oversight, particularly when public funds are involved, is no longer sustainable. It is time for a broader conversation and structural reform. It stands to reason that those who provide public funding should have a corresponding role in ensuring accountability, the wie betaalt bepaalt concept. It is for this reason that the ministry is taking the requisite legislative steps towards more comprehensive oversight. In the third quarter of 2025, the ministry aims to present the Education Supervision Ordinance, which will enhance oversight of all schools receiving public funds, including those in the subsidized system. This law will set clearer conditions tied to accountability, academic performance, and non-discrimination, while still respecting the operational autonomy of school boards. Although the current legal framework limits the ministry's ability to intervene directly in the St. Dominic matter, I've emphasized the need for school boards to reflect, for parents to engage, and for institutional renewal, including regular rotation or renewal of board members to promote transparency and continuity. Ultimately, the ministry's priority is the students, who suffer most when instability disrupts their education. This is why reforms are being pursued to ensure that all students, regardless of the type of school they attend, are protected by a system that is accountable, equitable, and stable. Question 2, what is the security plan for our children? As outlined during last week's Central Committee meeting and referenced on page 214 of the final report of that meeting, the current security framework includes 1 security officer assigned to each public elementary school and 2 officers at the St. Maarten Vocational Training School. However, the ministry acknowledges that security personnel alone cannot address the broader challenges of school safety. The Division of Public Education maintains that violence in school is a symptom of broader societal issues, and as such, solutions
Minister Gums, you can finish your sentence.
Solutions need to be comprehensive, preventive, and community-driven.
Thank you, Minister Gums. With that, I note that MP Omar Otley has an interruption. MP Otley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to the Honorable Minister of Education, your support staff. Madam Chair, through you, the Minister, when I spoke of the security of our kids, I meant their future, not necessarily the security. But I wanted to say that from your first answer is what I was missing from you. Now I see that you actually came forth with a plan, and that is what I want to see from this minister. I know that the minister has potential, but to me it was lacking. So from the first answer that you give showed that you're headed in the right direction, and you kind of answered the second question as the security of our future by your first answer. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Omar Otley, for the clarification.
So don't answer anything else?
No.
Just a comment, Terry note. Minister Gums, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and thank you to MP Otley for the comment and interruption. To continue with the response further on the security, in terms of literal security, this means combining visible security measures with psychosocial support, conflict resolution programming, parental engagement, and targeted youth services. The ministry is in the process of reviewing and enhancing its current approach through an integrated school safety strategy. Once a draft of this expanded plan is developed, inclusive of costing and cross-sector collaboration, it will be presented for further discussion and support. In addition to the personnel-based measures, the ministry has also introduced technology-driven enhancements with the recent installation and testing of school bus security cameras, complete with audio and real-time GPS. This initiative should not only deter misconduct, but also provides actionable data for promptly addressing incidents. Question 3, the answer for whether there were plans to build more schools or that schools are not at capacity. If this answer suffices, then something is wrong, as the country is overpopulated, so there should be no way that we are on the limit. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, current data actually indicates a total of 3,642 students enrolled in primary education. This figure, of course, excludes private institutions such as Learning Unlimited, CIA, the Sint Maarten Montessori, and Clay Montessori schools, Ocean View Academy, and others. Public schools remain under-enrolled compared to subsidized schools. For example, Oranje School has 196 students, and Leonel Connor School has 168 students, whereas similarly sized subsidized schools, notably the Seventh-day Adventist and Asha Stevens Hillside Christian Campus, enrolled 297 and 388 students respectively. During the 2024-2025 academic year, none of the public schools reached full capacity, continuing a trend observed over the past 5 years. While our island may feel overpopulated, there is currently no data to support the need to construct new school facilities. Classroom capacity under the laws governing foundation-based education, in an attempt to reduce class size from approximately 32 students previously, Cycle 1 has a capacity of minimum 24 and a maximum of 26 students, and Cycle 2 has a capacity of a minimum of 26 students and a maximum of 28 students. When we look at classroom sizes across public schools, for example, the largest class has 26 students, and there are many classes with under 15 students. To ensure, however, that the ministry remains responsive, I can advise Division Inspectorate to continue to monitor enrollment trends across all school types and compare the data with emerging population figures. Should the current trend shift and suggest overcrowding, the ministry remains ready to consider new facilities. For now, however, the emphasis remains on optimizing current capacity, enhancing educational quality, and ensuring equitable access for all children. Question 4. It was previously asked how many students in public schools were born here and are undocumented. The answer is still being awaited. As mentioned on pages 216 to 217 of the final report at the Central Committee meeting submitted to Parliament on June 18th, I can confirm the following preliminary data regarding the number of students currently registered as undocumented in the public school system. At the Martin Luther King Junior Primary School, 60 students. At the Leonel Connor School, 44 students. At Ruby La Bega, 44 students. At the Sint Maarten Vocational Training School, 36 students. At Marie Genevieve de Weaver, 128 students. At Oranje School, 43 students. And at Prince Willem Alexander, 14 students, for a total of 369. It should be noted, Madam Chair Lady, that children classified as undocumented in a school's register may not in fact be legally undocumented, meaning unregistered at the civil registry. In many cases, schools use the term undocumented administratively to indicate that a parent has not submitted the child's census registration form, despite repeated requests. This internal classification, while practical for record keeping, does not always reflect the child's actual legal status. It is also important to distinguish between undocumented and stateless, which cannot be used interchangeably. Statelessness refers to the legal condition of a child who is not recognized as a national by any state, often because their birth was not registered in their parents' country of origin and they do not qualify for Dutch nationality. Though both conditions may affect access to services, they carry different legal implications. Under Article 7 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, the CRC, to which Sint Maarten is bound through the Kingdom of the Netherlands, every child has the right to be registered immediately after birth, to have a name, and to acquire a nationality. Article 28 further reinforces the right to education for every child without discrimination. In keeping with these principles, the Ministry remains committed to ensuring that no child is denied access to education based on documentation status, and continues to work with relevant departments to resolve administrative and legal gaps affecting children's rights and inclusion. The education system on Sint Maarten provides ample opportunities for all residents to engage in primary and secondary education. The system also provides avenues for students interested in pursuing higher education degrees or their equivalents by continuing their education in the Caribbean Advanced Proficiency Examination, CAPE, and International Baccalaureate Programs, IB, offered by 2 secondary schools, or by continuing their undergraduate education at the University of Sint Maarten. Excuse me. Moving on to questions from MP La Cruz. Question 1, how can we as a nation expect to thrive in the future when we continue to neglect education of our children today? And question 2, MP calls for a significant increase in funding for schools, competitive salaries for teachers, and a clear national plan to ensure that all our children, no matter the school they attend, have access to quality education. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, to MP La Cruz, the state of affairs within the education sector has my full attention as Minister of Education. The 2025 budget includes several initiatives geared towards reforms in policy, funding, enhancing the teaching profession and the career trajectory of education professionals, and enhancing the system within which education is delivered. The Ministry is in the process of reviewing foundation-based education. Primary education is the basis upon which success in secondary and higher education is built. Therefore, efforts are ongoing to assess the strengths and weaknesses of the current system, with an eye on introducing changes that will enhance the quality of primary education and the transition to secondary education. The Ministry is also in the process of drafting key regulations to enhance access, quantity, and quality of programs delivered in higher education, with the ambition of increasing the proportion of degree holders in the workforce in Sint Maarten. We're also currently preparing to start a review of the function book for education and the compensation of education professionals. This includes, among others, an evaluation of the competitiveness of the compensation packages, which is being done with the support of the TWO. The call for an increase in funding is heard. A comprehensive review of the lump sum calculation model for the funding of education is currently underway. The first phase of this review is an assessment for improvement to the calculation model based on indexation and actualization of the parameters and line items applied for the calculation. This is done in collaboration with the subsidized school boards who have provided valuable information. The final report on this assessment is expected in Q3 of this year. However, with a call for increase in funding, there must also be full compliance when it pertains to the financial reporting by school boards to motivate and substantiate an increase in funding. As this is currently not the case, the SOAB has been contracted to perform a financial audit on those boards that are currently not in compliance. In addition, the Ministry is in the process of establishing the Law for Education Supervision, which will establish a transparent framework for assessing, reporting on, and introducing measures to enhance the quality of education across all educational institutions. Although I recognize, Madam Chair, that there is much to do to continue to ensure that all of our students are prepared to contribute to the highest degree within our communities, we must also not lose sight of the incredible talent that is nurtured within our education system and continues to emerge and contribute to the continued development within our current means. Question 3. What are the plans for special needs children? In the US, the MP has seen people with Down syndrome functioning in society. What are we doing with our patients with Down syndrome? The ministry fully shares the concern raised regarding the support and inclusion of children with special needs, including those with Down syndrome. Following the formal approval of the special needs education policy in December 2023, the ministry is now moving forward with its implementation. This includes updating legislation, training teachers in inclusive practices, upgrading school infrastructure, introducing assistive technologies, and implementing individualized educational plans, IEPs. We're also developing a transparent funding mechanism to ensure schools can meet the specific needs of students requiring additional support. The ministry recognizes that for children with Down syndrome, inclusion must go beyond academic instruction to prepare them for full participation in society. To this end, implementation of the policy will be aligned with broader efforts, particularly in collaboration with the Ministry of VSA, to ensure that educational support connects with life skills development, community integration, and where possible, pathways to employment. Facilities such as the Sister Basilia Center, which currently provides care and guided living for individuals with disabilities, including persons with Down syndrome, are important partners in this wider ecosystem of support. The ministry is committed to strengthening coordination across sectors to ensure that no child with special needs is left behind, academically or socially. Question 5, considering the recent developments in the USA and elsewhere that threaten the future of some of our students, what specific plans does the minister have to alleviate local panic among students and their families? And question 6, given the current situation, what contingency plans are in place to support study financing recipients? As stated during last week's Central Committee meeting, and additionally reflected on pages 215 and 218 of the final report of that meeting, immigration matters are the competency of any sovereign nation. At that time, the ministry had received word from the United States Consulate in Curacao that visa appointments were not being accepted, and the minister reached out to the consulate to identify if we could get additional clarity. Since then, the consulate indicated their intention to accommodate all student visa applications for fall 2025, and on June 18, 2025, the State Department announced that it would resume scheduling visa appointments. On Thursday, June 12, Division Study Financing organized an information session to provide new study financing recipients for the USA and their parents with an update on the recent developments and alternatives, such as starting fall 2025 semester online instead of in person, deferring enrollment for 1 year, or changing their place of study. During this session, representatives from 2 schools, namely Florida State University, Panama, and Seneca Polytechnic, Canada, provided the audience with information about studying in Panama and Canada. Additionally, I have advised students and parents alike to remain up to date with the decisions coming out of the current United States administration. St. Martin's, and in truth, any country's influence on immigration policies of another nation is very limited. Students who wish to change their place of study are being accommodated and assisted via Student Support Services Division, SSSD, and Division Study Financing. Some students have decided to take a gap year to better assess and evaluate their options. And finally, existing study financing recipients who were negatively impacted by the Florida Board of Governors for Universities' decision to cancel the Latin American Caribbean Scholarship Program will receive an out-of-state tuition allowance to cover the increased tuition costs for the duration of their study. Question 7. Earlier this year, we spoke of MOUs. The minister mentioned that existing MOUs and the intention to sign new ones. Can you provide an update on how many new MOUs have been signed? And will it be finalized in time for new students to benefit at the start of the upcoming semester? MP additionally asked, what are the opportunities in Canada, the Dominican Republic, and other islands in the Caribbean? Through you, Madam Chair, negotiating new MOUs with international universities is often complex and time-consuming process that requires careful legal, academic, and financial alignment. Despite limited human resources, however, the ministry has made measurable progress. For Monroe University in New York, the value has increased of the St. Maarten Government Scholarship from $2,500 to $4,000 per semester, significantly expanding the benefit to students. The partnership with FSU Panama has been re-established so that St. Martin students can study for approximately $6,800 per semester for tuition and housing. Under the 2+2 program, students who earn 60 credits with a 3.0 GPA or higher will receive in-state tuition at FSU Tallahassee. 2 new draft MOUs are currently being vetted respectively for the University of Bridgeport in Connecticut and the William Patterson University in New Jersey. and discussions are currently ongoing with the following schools in Canada: Seneca Polytechnic, which are in an advanced stage; St. Mary University, also in an advanced stage; Sheridan College, Southern Alberta Nova Scotia Community College, the Institute of Technology, George Brown, Mohawk College, Niagara College, and Nova Scotia Community College. The negotiations to renew the old MOU with Johnson & Wales University of Rhode Island are also in an advanced stage. Due to the upcoming summer vacation period, the fact that fall semester application deadlines have actually passed, and the multiple approval steps required on both ends, including on the part of the government of St. Maarten, it is difficult to confirm whether any agreements will be finalized in time for the fall 2025 semester. Nonetheless, the trajectory remains positive for spring 2026. Regarding the Dominican Republic, several universities recently hosted information sessions on St. Maarten in partnership with the Milton Peters College based on their existing MOU with SVOBA, SVOBA. While attendance and engagement were modest, the ministry remains open to supporting these opportunities as interest evolves. Finally, in collaboration with the University of St. Maarten and potentially the American University of the Caribbean, we are exploring the transformation of the General Liberal Arts Associate program to a General Transfer Associate's degree. This would allow students to complete foundational studies locally and then seamlessly transfer abroad to complete their bachelor's degree under the so-called 2+2 model. These actions form part of the ministry's broader effort to diversify pathways, expand affordability, and create accessible international opportunities for our students. Question 9. A reevaluation of study priorities. Is there any consideration being given to reevaluate or establish a new priority list? If so, what steps are being taken in this direction? The MP also asked for an answer from the Minister of ECYS, but also the Minister of VSA. As stated during Central Committee and elucidated further on page 257 of the final report, the Ministry is in the process of establishing the Council for Labour and Education and facilitates the introduction of new validated programs based on advice from the Foundation, responsible for the delivery of advanced vocational education programs through its collaborations within the field. The Ministry is also engaged on the four-country platform, Wielande Overleg, with the review to validate the labour market analysis conducted by Impact Consulting under the auspices of USM, further contributing to its evidence-based approach to aligning education with labour market demands. However, pending the approval of the ministerial regulation to establish this council over the summer months, it is my intention to convene several sessions between the Department of Education, the Department of Labour, the Division of Study Financing, as well as representatives from key sectors in our economic market to begin a review of what specifically the market needs and then to facilitate an overhaul of the study financing priority list with the information obtained. I note that this may mean the removal of certain studies from the priority list or the establishment of quota limits, while others are prioritized and added. This is simply a reality to navigate within our limited study financing resources. A key focus of the Strategic Education Alliance, the C initiative, carried out throughout the Dutch Caribbean, was labour market analysis research conducted by the 3 universities in Aruba, Curaçao, and St. Maarten. The subsequent step involved the 3 education ministries conducting a roundtable conference, allowing universities to present the findings of the labour market analysis report to stakeholders, and to discuss proposals for aligning education with the labour market. In St. Maarten, this event is scheduled for the 3rd quarter in 2025. After the plans are completed, representatives from the government, the private sector, labour unions, schools, and other important groups will be invited. That said, I would like to highlight that the current study financing priority list was developed based on labour market research conducted by a contracted consultant in 2023. As part of that study, all relevant stakeholders were engaged through focus group consultations to ensure a broad and informed perspective. For July 2025, the preliminary meeting I mentioned earlier has been scheduled at my initiative with the Division of Labour Affairs, and they will be in attendance. And as I mentioned as well, various economic sectors have been informed that they will be invited to future meetings to discuss their specific needs. And by economic sectors, I mean maritime, aviation, healthcare, etc. It is important to note, Madam Chair Lady, that if the priority list were to focus exclusively on the current labour market demands of St. Maarten, opportunities for graduates of HAVO, VWO, CXC, CAPE, and IB programs to pursue further studies would be significantly limited, and this would also be detrimental to our ability to economically diversify from the one pillar of tourism. The core issue lies not solely in labour market demand, but in the willingness of employers to invest in training and hiring local talent for critical roles. Too often, candidates are excluded based on lack of experience or arbitrary requirements that do not align with our local context or workforce development goals. Question 10. De MP La Cruz asked if I was aware of the document De Verplichtingen van de Student na het voorbrengen van de studie, a document signed by everyone that receives a scholarship, and it says on point 3, your responsibility after you finish studying. The MP asks if this is being implemented and if we have a new plan or policy being put in place. The Honourable MP is referring to Article 5 of the Landstudietoelageregeling, which outlines the obligations of study financial recipients upon completion of their studies. While this legislation was originally enacted in 1967, it remains the legal basis for administering study financing post-10-10-10 and is still actively applied. Under this provision, students who do not return to Sint Maarten after completing their studies are required to repay the full amount received. Those who do return benefit from a 40% discount, and an additional 20% forgiveness is applied after 3 years of confirmed residence on the island. Furthermore, the government's instroom-beleid entry policy allows civil servants to receive up to 50% repayment support of their study debt, encouraging return and reintegration into the local workforce. That being said, there are some challenges to the internal processes that actually execute these policies, and that is something that I will be collaborating with the Minister of General Affairs to resolve. It cannot be that students return to work for government or anywhere, and it takes more than 6 months to process their discount requests and/or forgiveness percentages. In alignment with national efforts to attract skilled professionals back to the island, including the Prime Minister's diaspora engagement, the Ministry is finalizing a new study financing framework. The new Landsverordening and Ministerial Decree containing general measures, LBHAM, will provide a modernized legal and operational structure to strengthen enforcement, clarify obligations, and align with labor market needs and projections. These reforms are expected to go into effect shortly. The MP, question 11, which was more of a statement, but I will answer it regardless. The MP said that he would like to see innovation, ideas that he knows are going to take the country forward, the plans that are somewhere being worked on. And through you, Madam Chair Lady, as stated during the Central Committee, and on pages 214 to 215 of the final report, the Ministry of ECYS is currently busy with several key education reforms. These include the review of foundation-based education to strengthen the foundation of all students leaving the primary education cycle, the implementation of inclusive special needs education, the introduction of strategies to improve the delivery of the Dutch language, the introduction of standardized assessments throughout the education cycle to better track student progress, provide required remediation, and develop required policy, the introduction of strategies for the enhancement of the teaching profession, the review of the funding of education to ensure that all school types are adequately funded, and the introduction of reforms in higher education with the planned implementation of the higher education law and related delegated legislation. Additionally, several initiatives related to youth are ongoing, including the development and institutionalization of a comprehensive youth mainstreaming strategy and action plan designed to embed youth priorities into national policymaking and align youth initiatives. The creation of structured youth-led empowerment, opportunities for youth to engage meaningfully in community development, policymaking, and social change initiatives. Embedding meaningful youth participation initiatives within the core operations of government, ensuring that young voices are consistently represented. And the development and execution of a comprehensive youth advocacy strategy. Furthermore, when I took office last November, I discussed plans to implement STEAM in education, which I shared in the CC last week. In line with those plans, I have also proposed the introduction of a national artificial intelligence education policy. However, for the ministry to draft this policy, research must first be executed to gather the required data. As per the third quarter, the ministry will introduce the NAIEP project to our stakeholders, namely schools, students, parents, and other parties to gather all relevant data that will lead towards the policy being drafted and established to guide schools on the use of artificial intelligence. The introduction of the Caribbean Educational Foundation Year, CAFI, is scheduled to commence as well for the fall season at the University of Sint Maarten, which is a key part of the Strategic Education Alliance. The CAFE program was developed to provide students from Sint Maarten, Saba, and Sint Eustatius a solid foundation and preparation for a successful continuation to further education and the labour market. And in celebration of International Literacy Day 2025, the Ministry of ECYS is launching the first annual Dame Ruby Butte National Short Story Contest, a new initiative aimed at promoting literacy, creativity, and cultural pride among youth aged 12 to 14. Centered on the theme Guardians of the Great Salt Pond, the contest encourages environmental awareness and imaginative storytelling. Running from August 1st to 21st, with winners announced on September 8th, prizes include savings accounts, educational tech tools, and publication of the winning stories. And schools, families, and youth organizations are encouraged to support participation, with full details available on MECI's platforms. And this is in line with my priority being set as literacy and numeracy for this term. Moving on to questions from MP Roseberg. MP asked, is there something currently in the pipeline for breakfast programs within schools for the vulnerable children on Sint Maarten? The issue of school-based nutrition support, particularly for our most vulnerable students, Madam Chair Lady, through you to the MP, is one that has long required a sustainable system-wide approach. While I acknowledge and commend previous efforts, including short-term programs and pilot initiatives, a more structured long-term solution is needed. Currently, the Division of Public Education has a small budget allocation of 58,550 guilders for school feeding. This program has, over the years, been supplemented through generous donations from various Rotary clubs on Sint Maarten. In 2022, the program received support from the Nirankari Mission, and a pilot breakfast initiative was also carried out in collaboration between the Ministries of ECYS and VSR. These efforts have provided valuable stopgaps, but are not sufficient to ensure consistent access to nutrition for all students who need it. As part of the Ministry's broader vision to establish a reliable, long-term school feeding program, I have initiated discussions with the Collectivité of Saint Maarten to explore a cross-border collaboration. My cabinet, together with an inspector from the Ministry of VSR, conducted an on-site tour of the Cuisine Centrale, a centralized kitchen on the northern side that currently provides school meals at scale and meets the necessary operational and nutritional standards. We are now in the process of drafting a memorandum of understanding and identifying the budgetary, legal, and logistical requirements for such a structured partnership. The goal is to create a mechanism through which meals can be prepared and delivered to schools on the Dutch side, beginning with the most vulnerable and eventually expanding in a phased and sustainable manner. While formalizing such an agreement requires a significant investment of time due to the administrative processes involved in cross-border cooperation, I want to underscore that the Ministry is committed to moving beyond fragmented or donation-based efforts. Too often we see serious issues such as meal programs and school supply drives relegated to 6-month or 1-year programs, never to emerge again. And it is my honest belief that the time for that has come and gone. Nutrition must be embedded as a core element of our education and child development strategy. This initiative reflects not just compassion, but policy intent. The foundation is being laid not for temporary relief, but for a resilient, equitable system that gives every child a fair start to every school day. And the reality is, because a structural approach has never been taken, it will take time to lay that foundation now. That being said, I'm very cognizant and appreciative of the initiatives that already exist in the community, especially through our NGO sector, as someone who has in the past contributed and assisted with that sector in their mission to ensure that no child goes to school hungry. Moving on to questions from MP Waver. MP applauds the topic of special needs being spoken on the floor of Parliament, but asked how many special needs schools and foundations are receiving subsidy, how many requests are pending, and what is the status of those requests. The issue of support for special needs schools and guided living programs is indeed an important one. At present, the only special education school structurally funded by government is the Prince Willem Alexander School, which falls under the Division of Public Education. Outside of that, no independent special needs schools or foundations currently receive structural subsidies through the ministry. That said, government support for persons with special needs extends beyond education alone. This is the Basilia Center under the White and Yellow Cross Care Foundation, provides guided living and day programs for persons with physical and mental disabilities, and receives funding through the Ministry of VSR. Similarly, the Mental Health Foundation is actively developing a guided living facility for individuals with chronic psychiatric conditions who cannot live independently. These programs serve as critical components of the care ecosystem and underscore the need for a coordinated cross-ministerial approach. Within the education sector, several foundations have formally submitted subsidy requests, including the 721 Kids Foundation, which serves over 50 children with special needs. Their application was submitted in late 2023 and remains under review, pending the outcome of the inspection report from the Division Inspectorate of MECIS. In December 2023, the Council of Ministers approved the Special Needs Education Policy, which affirms the right of every child with special needs to quality education. This policy now provides the framework for including special needs education within the national system, both structurally and financially. To that end, the Ministry is reviewing how to streamline the subsidy application process and is working to strengthen coordination with the Ministry of VSA, given the overlapping responsibilities in education, care, and social development. While not all applications have yet been approved, the necessary policy is in place, and the Ministry remains committed to ensuring that the vital work being done by special needs organizations is supported in a manner that is sustainable, accountable, and inclusive. Question 2. During the CC meetings, the topic of hair discrimination was mentioned. Can we get an overview of what is expected, what will be in the policy before school starts, so parents know what is in the school year policy? The amendment, through you, Madam Chair Lady, to MP Waiver, to the draft ordinance on education supervision that will be presented to Parliament in the upcoming quarter of the year mandates that school boards in both primary and secondary education establish a school regulation policy, including rules on behavior, dress codes, and hair. However, no school, whether public or subsidized, will be allowed to exclude students or prohibit access to education and educational activities based on the length, style, or texture of a student's hair. And Madam Chair Lady, through you to the MP, it is important that school boards, managers, and teachers understand that our neighbors in Anguilla and St. Kitts and Nevis, as well as Barbados, have already taken these steps to eradicate discrimination towards, in particular, Black and brown students, discrimination that stems from colonial practices. I want to also note that requiring the same hair treatment to white and Asian students is no less discriminatory and does not erase the colonial background of these unfair practices. In a meeting I have planned with school boards next week, they will be provided with a guideline that is rooted in what our regional neighbors have already undertaken when addressing these matters, as well as in compliance with the inalienable rights of children to access education without discrimination. Question 3. The bus drivers and safety of our students, that seem to be a big concern as well. What is being done to monitor driving behavior? MP referred to a situation where a bus driver was seen overtaking vehicles and other buses on its way to bringing students to school in South Ward. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, the Ministry of ECYS has recently taken significant steps to address precisely this type of situation. In March of this year, the Ministry launched the installation and testing phase of a state-of-the-art fleet management system for all school buses, an occasion I am proud to have been able to introduce during my tenure as Minister. This system is scheduled for full implementation in the upcoming school year. It directly responds to the members' concerns, as it includes onboard cameras with audio recording, which allow for continuous monitoring of behavior inside the bus, including the behavior of drivers, students, and others. Real-time GPS tracking, which provides up-to-the-minute data on each bus's location and route, making it possible to detect unsafe driving practices, such as speeding or unauthorized route changes. Data logs and video footage, which can be used to investigate incidents, including traffic violations or altercations, and allow the Ministry to take appropriate action. This system is about accountability at every level, students, parents, and drivers. It will not only enhance student safety, but also improve transparency and disciplinary actions when incidents occur. To the member's point about the incident in South Ward, under the new system, such behavior will be verifiable with timestamp footage and GPS data, and corrective measures could be taken swiftly and with evidence in hand. This is a major investment in the well-being of our children, and while the system is still in its early rollout phase, it reflects the Ministry's firm commitment to safer, smarter, and more accountable school transportation. Moving on to questions from MP Peterson. Question 1, MP inquired about other funding options, especially looking at sports. Are there any other ideas from the Ministry for this? The Ministry continues to explore multiple avenues to secure additional funding for the development of sports and culture in St. Maarten. In the area of sports, we have engaged SOAB and a legislative lawyer to continue to develop the legislation for the 1 cent per litre fuel levy initiative. Once enacted, this measure will generate funds specifically earmarked for sports development on the island. In addition, both the National Sports Institute, NSI, and the St. Martin Sports Federation, SMSF, have actively pursued funding opportunities from agencies outside of St. Maarten. These efforts aim to support the implementation of community-based and social sports programs. In the area of culture, the Department of Culture has maintained close contact with the Rijkscultuurfondsen to raise awareness among local cultural stakeholders about funding opportunities available through the Netherlands. 2 years ago, the Rijkscultuurfondsen consolidated their offerings into a single website, improving accessibility for cultural practitioners. The department has since organized local information sessions with representatives from the various funds and promoted these opportunities through its annual Culture Creative Industries Forum and regular stakeholder engagements. The department is currently closely involved in the development of new funding schemes being designed by the individual funding agencies within the Rijkscultuurfondsen, which include letteren funds for literacy, film funds, funds for cultuurparticipatie, cultuurfonds Caribbean, funds for the Podium Kunsten, Mondriaan funds. In addition to these existing and ongoing efforts, the ministry is also exploring regional models that could help diversify and stabilize funding streams in St. Maarten. These include creating a national sports and culture lottery fund similar to Aruba's Fundación Loto pa Deporte. A portion of national lottery proceeds could be allocated to sports and culture development. Establishing a sports and culture subsidy foundation that could also be modeled after Aruba's SSA, an entity that could serve as a centralized, transparent funding body for federations and organizations. Creating a ministerial reserve for special requests, a flexible reserve that could be designated to address urgent or one-off needs such as travel or equipment. And improving coordination between funding bodies. Regular coordination among funding entities, such as bi-weekly meetings, could streamline decision-making and avoid duplication. By combining local legislative initiatives, external partnerships, and proven regional models, the ministry aims to build a sustainable, inclusive, and accountable framework for funding sports and culture in St. Maarten. Madam Chair Lady, with your indulgence, could I have a 5-minute, because I have an answer for MP Westcott. I just want to ensure that we are complete with it, since we just got the question today, so 5-minute adjournment, if possible.
Absolutely, Minister Gums. We will take a 5-minute adjournment. Welcome back after this brief adjournment. I pass the floor to Minister. You may continue with the answering of your questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, for the brief adjournment. The final question is from MP Westcott Williams regarding the University of St. Maarten. The MP asks if they've submitted any plans to government. Is there any vision for the university going forward? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, to MP Westcott, there are several ongoing programs that USM is offering in collaboration with the ministry. In particular, programs to further professionalize the teaching profession. The Ministry of ECYS is in consultation with USM regarding the drafting of regulations related to establishing parameters for funding and the maximum height of tuition costs. The objective of the latter is to ensure that tuition costs do not serve as a barrier for participation in higher education and to increase the proportion of university degree holders within our labor force. In addition, initial discussions have been held with the university regarding the expansion of accredited educational programs and the possible development of an associate's degree in science program during the 2025-2026 academic year. In the coming weeks, the draft national decree regarding requirements for accreditation will also be consulted upon with USM. These efforts are geared towards enhancing the quality of programs, increasing access and participation in higher education, and increasing the variety of programs offered and enhancing sustainability. During a meeting with the board and management of USM at the start of my term, a request was made for USM to provide an updated strategic plan as well as their revenue generation plans. As I do believe, as I stated in the meeting where Parliament approved the higher education ordinance, that it is critical that USM, as well as other subsidized institutions in education on the island, begin to look at their own revenue generation initiatives to ensure that they do not solely rely on public funding. And with that, Madam Chair Lady, I've come to the end of my answers for round one, and I await any clarifications.
Thank you, Minister Gums, for the answers to your questions from round one. I look to the floor and I look to the floor to see if there are any members of Parliament with clarification, and I see that MP Duran is the first. MP Duran, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon, colleagues, Honorable Minister, support staff, and a special good afternoon to the people of St. Maarten. Madam Chair, I would just like some clarity through you to the Minister with regards to a question that I posed in the Central Committee regarding the whole BOP program. How much is the actual budget? Because I saw some discrepancies. I also requested clarification, but I would like to know if the Minister can just get some clarification on 2025, what is the budget for the BOP, the Business Outreach Program? Thanks.
Thank you, MP Duran. We are verifying whether or not that question was asked during the first round for BOP. So if, while we look at that, I will pass the floor on to MP Roseberg for clarification.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Blessed afternoon to the Minister of Education, Youth and Sport and her support staff. Blessed afternoon to also my honorable colleagues, and a blessed afternoon to the public viewing and listening online. My clarification question is as follows in regards to the breakfast program. Thank you for explaining what currently is being done, and also that there will be a memorandum of understanding with the French side, because I do believe that indeed no child should go to school hungry. The question that wasn't answered, so it's not really a clarification, but I'm using my clarification for it. In what timeline? I didn't get the timeline. So I would like to receive the timeline in which this will be established, because I do agree that often it is being discussed that it will be structured. It has been mentioned a lot of times, and then there are pilot programs which I believe in, but at a certain moment we should have something structured in place. So therefore, I would like to know the timeline for this structure to be in place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. I see that MP Waverd has requested the floor for clarifications. MP Waverd, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Griffier, Honorable Minister, support staff, honorable colleagues, those listening and viewing. via whichever media. Thank you, Minister, for your answers to the questions. Just a clarification on the situation with the bus incident. Are you saying that the ministry can now already look into that incident? And also for future reference, could you also maybe clarify, through you, Madam Chair, a phone number or contact information in case civilians see incidents with school buses that they can report these incidents to, if that's possible, to share that information? Yeah, a hotline number or anything. And also, when it comes to the special needs, I'm happy to hear that there's one organization that's currently in review. If it could also be clarified that it won't just be looked at as a regular school asking for subsidy, but seeing the need and urgency within the society, that will also be taken up as a consideration to grant this organization or foundation, in this case, the subsidy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Waverd. I see that MP Roseberg has another clarification, Minister. And after MP Roseberg, we are going to take a 5-minute adjournment just to wait until the verification for the first clarification asked. MP Roseberg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I forgot to ask this clarification in regards to the hair legislation. It was clear what will be in the legislation, but my question was more, I don't know if it was answered. If it was, then you can disregard it through you, Madam Chair Minister. This upcoming school year, what will be in place for the students that are still facing the hair discrimination in school, or if that can be clarified, if it wasn't clarified as yet.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. With that, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Meeting adjourned. Welcome back to the clarification round with Minister ECYS, Minister Gums. And after taking that brief break, we did verify that as stated by MP Duran, the question was posed during the Central Committee meeting, and the MP has subsequently been able to get clarification on that point. So I will pass the floor over to Minister Gums to answer the clarification questions by MP Roseberg and MP Waver. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. MP Roseberg asked for a timeline, clarification on a timeline regarding the breakfast program. And through you to the MP, the collaboration with the collectivité for a structured approach to a school feeding program is in its nascent stage. And as previously stated, such an agreement requires a significant investment of time due to the administrative processes involved in cross-border cooperation. So it's too premature right now to indicate a definitive timeline for the introduction of the program. However, it should be noted in the interim, as previously mentioned, that the Ministry, through the Division of Public Education, has a budget allocated to support students in need of breakfast. There are also efforts from the private sector to support such programs, as well as in subsidized schools. And MP Roseberg asked as well for the upcoming school year regarding the hair legislation, what would be in place. In my response to MP Waver's question, I indicated in a meeting I have planned with school boards next week, they will be provided with a guideline that is rooted in what our regional neighbors have undertaken when addressing these matters, as well as in compliance with the unalienable rights of children to access education without discrimination, guaranteed in Article 28 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. So following that meeting, school boards will understand what, first of all, they should be implementing, and secondly, what will be in the legislation that is coming in Q3 2025. And MP Waver's clarifications were about a contact information, how to, like a hotline. Incidents related to busing can be reported actually to the TEAT Ministry. We do not currently have a hotline, but we'll take this up as a consideration for the upcoming academic year. And will the urgent need for special needs education be taken into account with funding requests for special needs education? All factors related to the delivery of education in accordance with the established regulations and identified needs are taken into account for all requests for structural funding. And that was all the clarifications I had, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Melissa Gums, for answering that clarification round. I would like to take an adjournment for 1 minute while we allow the Minister of TEAT to come in to answer her questions. Okay, I see that I'm being signaled, and we will take a 5-minute adjournment while we switch and wait for the Minister of TEAT, Grisha Helga Martin, to come in. Meeting hereby adjourned. Welcome back to this public meeting number 20 for the handling of the budget 2025. We are now welcoming the Minister of TEAT, who's our second minister coming today to answer the questions from the first round. Minister, welcome to you and your team. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to the Secretary General. Good afternoon to the honorable members of Parliament and to those listening and viewing online. I will start one time with the questions posed by MP Otley, which was one question pertaining to the marketplace. The design changes has caused delays, and is the hold up the Ministry of VRAMI, or is it not? A clear date of marketplace needs to be provided. The delay stemmed from the Department of VRAMI of New Works technical team requesting additional soil and structural studies as they were exploring the feasibility of the multi-story design to better utilize the government-owned space. While this was a well-intentioned effort to maximize long-term value, it did not cause a pause in the project's timeline. It did cause a pause in the project's timeline. One to which we relied on the ministry's expertise to move forward and ensure its success. Following the studies, it was concluded that a multi-level structure was not practical for this location. As a result, we lost precious time, and now the original plans are being adjusted accordingly. My ministry is actively coordinating the next steps to finalize these revisions so that the construction can commence without further delay. It's a commitment we're following through with step by step in partnership and co-financers, and most importantly, with our vendors. Next, we move to questions posed by MP La Cruz, 2 questions. What specific measures will your ministry take to fast-track the adoption of LNG and renewables? And this transition should be part of our national energy strategy, yet the current budget does little of no support for it. If we are to avoid further environmental damage and reduce our long-term energy costs, we need immediate, the MP says we need immediate investment in LNG infrastructure, and a clear timeline for the implementation. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I fully agree that the time for action is now, and I welcome the opportunity to clarify the government's position on ongoing work on our energy transition. Let me begin by stating that we recognize the urgent need to diversify our energy mix to reduce costs, improve efficiency, and secure long-term sustainability. It should also be noted and explicitly stated that LNG is also a fossil fuel, which means that it has limits just like the present ULG or diesel, which unlike alternative energy sources such as solar or wind energy. Therefore, the path forward must be guided by a realistic understanding of St. Martin's unique economic, geographic, and infrastructural constraints. So on the matter of LNG, LNG is indeed a cleaner alternative to traditional fossil fuel, and it has proven benefits in large industrial economies. However, extensive feasibility assessments, both internally and through regional consultation, have shown that LNG may not be the most cost-effective or practical fit for a small island state like St. Martin at this time. And here's why. Scale of infrastructure. The capital investment required to build the necessary import storage and the regasification infrastructure for LNG is significant and requires a scale that we do not currently possess. Phillipsburg and surrounding areas lack the deep water facility and land space needed for safe LNG operations without major disruptions to cost. Market volatility and dependence. LNG is still a fossil fuel, and the price volatility of LNG on global markets, especially during geopolitical tension, means we risk replacing one type of fuel dependency with another at the mercy of external suppliers and shipping logistics. And lastly, cruise industry trends. While some cruise lines are adopting LNG, The industry is far from fully transitioned. Many vessels are hybrid systems, many vessels use hybrid systems or are exploring alternative fuels such as methanol and hydrogen. As such, reconfiguring our port to bunkering operational for LNG would be premature and potentially misaligned with evolving industry standards. Next question, the final question posed by MP La Cruz. Do supermarkets that sell cooked foods have all permits to do so? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I can say I cannot tell the MP if all supermarkets that sell cooked foods have a license to do so, simply because I do not know which supermarkets actually sell cooked foods. However, I can inform the MP that of the total number of licenses issued to supermarkets, 11 include sale of cooked foods. Next questions posed by MP Varen Kotai. MP Kotai posed about 11 questions. The MP would like to bring to the attention of a persistent issue that continues to affect country Sint Maarten's digital visibility and international accessibility. Many international websites, according to the MP, still do not list Sint Maarten in their country drop-down menus, while countries such as Aruba, Curacao, and the CARICOM members are properly included. Sint Maarten is either omitted entirely or incorrectly listed as the Netherlands Antilles, and an entity that has ceased to exist for us since 2010. Some websites may reflect Dutch Caribbean, but this too is inconsistent and far from standardized. Additionally, our country code, according to the MP, +721, is still not recognized or accepted on numerous global platforms. These discrepancies weaken our digital presence and hinder our access to the online services, and from basic registration forms to payment systems and communication platform. MP requests that the Ministry of TIAT engage the relevant authorities, including BTP, and any applicable regional and international partners to actively pursue corrections on behalf of the country of Sint Maarten, ensuring that our country is accurately and consistently represented on online is essential to economic development, international engagement, and national identity. Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, Lady MP, for raising this important, persistent issue regarding Sint Maarten's digital visibility and international accessibility. We fully recognize that this omission, that the omission or misrepresentation of Sint Maarten's international website, whether through the continued listing of Netherlands Antilles or the insistent use of Dutch Caribbean, or the absence of the area code 1721 negatively impacts our global presence and access to essential digital service, and this matter directly touches, for sure, our national identity, economic potential, and ease of doing business. Please be informed that the Bureau Telecommunication, BTP, has formally engaged the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, requesting the distribution of circulars to global entities notifying them of Sint Maarten's correct status and availability of the +1721 dialing code. However, it is important to note that the actual updating of the database and the drop-down menu lies with the individual companies or platforms. Unfortunately, we do not have justifications over these private and international jurisdiction. We do not have jurisdiction over these private and international systems. The reason why Sint Maarten is not always reflected in some of these countries and these drop-down lists is as follows. Websites are not always up to date and still using country drop-down lists from before 2010. New websites are making use of free sources to HTML country drop-down lists for their websites, and these unofficial free lists are widely available on the web and often not up to date. As a relatively new country, Sint Maarten is often missing these free versions. It happens that companies don't see the direct need to make changes to their website if there are if there are no major changes, or if their changes do not involve big countries. Also, it is likely that not all businesses around the globe are up to date regarding ISO standards and aware of certain changes. and not all companies are willing to use paid version for their website. So according to the latest figures, there are now close to 1.5 billion websites in the world. It's impossible to reach out to them or controlling the country information or whether the country information is correctly reflected. So there are several reasons why St. Maarten continues to be overlooked as well. Outdated system, unofficial country lists, low perceived priority, limited awareness of iOS standards, and preference for free tools. So while these challenges exist, we will continue to work closely with BTP and explore engagement with regional bodies, international partners, and ICT stakeholders to push for more consistent recognition of St. Maarten online, and public awareness, diplomatic nudging, and strategic partnerships will also play a role in improving this situation over time. Second question posed by MP Kotai: what is the realistic approach of initiating a driver's license fee to all foreigners as done in Anguilla? With respect to the matter of implementing a driver's license fee for foreigners similar to what is done in Anguilla, I must respectfully defer the question to the Ministry of Justice, which I did. While the Ministry of TIA, through the Inspectorate, is responsible for administrating the theoretical and practical components of the driver's license examination, the authority for establishing and amending or enforcing policies and regulations related to licenses, including fees or conditions, falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice. That said, we do welcome this initiative as a potential new revenue stream for the country, and the Ministry of TIA intends to engage in further discussions with the Ministry of Justice to explore the feasibility and implementation of such a measure in a manner that is fair, lawful, and beneficial to the economy. Third question, the MP would like the Minister to remind the public how the Ministry's priorities, guided by the R4 strategy, are tied directly to generating long-term economic growth and not just short-term visibility. As part of the R4, this ministry seems to be investing in systems, not just slogans. MP wants to know, MP Kotai would like to know what the plans are in the budget to digitize a simplified business process for local entrepreneurs, especially young people who are entering new industries like content creation. The answer to that is that the R4 strategy, which is based on trying to reshape, reform, rebuild, and restructure, which is not just a phrase, it is how we're changing the way this ministry operates. We're focused on long-term improvement, not short-term improvement. We've started updating outdated systems like licensing, streaming internal processes, and making sure tourism, economic affairs, and transport are working together, not in silos. It's about building something that lasts, something that makes doing business easier and the government more accountable. So R4 is about structure, not slogans, and the results will speak for themselves. So supporting local entrepreneurs, especially young people exploring digital industries like content creation, is part of the ministry's diversification strategy via the orange economy. In this budget, we're not just investing in digital tools, we're rethinking how we manage the entire licensing process. The reality is, the current backlog has outgrown patchwork solutions, and that's why we're exploring a dedicated operational sprint, possibly even a short temporary service pause, focused slowly on clearing the backlog with a specialized team. The goal is to reset the system and not delay it further. And at this time, we'll be rolling out a renewed informational campaign so applicants better understand the requirements, the timeline, and what to expect. So this isn't about making excuses, it's about fixing a system once and for all so that new and existing entrepreneurs aren't held back by old inefficiencies. Fourth question, can the minister share examples of collaboration with other ministries or sectors that will start to bear fruit in 2025? The TIAD ministry tasked with stimulating growth and attracting investment through advancing tourism and economic activity. The TIAT ministry tasks with stimulating growth and attracting investment through advancing tourism and economic activity, but something is completely wrong with how this sentence is structured, but I'll have to read on it a little bit. Okay, so our vision is our vision is to execute. Yeah, you notice it's a little off, right? Okay, good. Okay, so our vision is the execution that requires the collaboration effort of multiple ministries, sectors, and partners. That has been the defining part of this past year, and it will continue to be the foundation on how we move forward. Over the past year, we've worked closely with the Ministry of Finance, VROMI, and ECIS to bring initiatives to life, whether it's aligning budgetary support, addressing infrastructure needs, or ensuring skills development and community involvement. The Ministry of TIAT is consistently played a team role to get things done. So through the Landsverordening program and the country packages and the partnership with credits, we've launched our agri-loans program, which brings real resources and support to local agricultural farmers, fishermen, and entrepreneurship. Our effort in public-private collaboration has also grown. Examples include our partnership with Koiman during Carnival on the Strip and the multi-stakeholder cooperation that brought the 2024 Christmas parade to life. Regionally, we've strengthened our cooperations with counterparts on the French side to align efforts in both tourism and agriculture, and our continued involvement with the DC Alpha within the kingdom, and also reinforces the role in regional development with Sint Maarten proudly set to host the next conference here in 2026. This is not by accident. It is a deliberate part of the R4 effect, reshape, reform, rebuild, restructure. And because while it's easy to talk about changes, real changes takes coordination, discipline, and shared responsibility. And no matter what comes my way as minister, I will continue to lean on collaboration because that's the only way to turn good ideas into real lasting impacts. Next question. In the media appearance, the minister has consistently stressed the importance of data-driven planning. The MP requests to explain how data is now being used to determine policy direction in various industries. In tourism, for example, we rely heavily on the tourism exit survey to determine whether visitors are coming from and how much they are spending and what activities they engage in and how satisfied they are with the experience. So this information is used to shape marketing strategies, improve quality of service, and to look at the possible investments or improvements in key areas such as airport amenities and transport options. So price data assists in tracking the cost of living, developing consumer protection initiatives, and identifying opportunities for local production, especially agriculture. So data arising from research, reviews or quick scans in, for instance, agriculture, livestock, and fisheries sector are continuously utilized and serve as a credible source of information to develop, for instance, projects, proposals, and policies. But data also supports the explanation process and the motivation of activities surrounding the primary sector. Can the minister explain how this budget positions the ministry to move from operational firefighting to long-term transformation? Through you, Madam Chair, Lady, the reality is that this ministry has spent years putting out fires, reacting to problems, managing backlog, and operating in survival mode. But by using this budget efficiently and effectively, it will allow us to shift from firefighting to forward planning, and that shift is fully aligned in the R4 effect. Through the R4 strategy, again, reshape, reform, rebuild, and restructure, we're not just fixing issues, we're reshaping outdated systems like licenses, reforming internal processes to be more efficient, and rebuilding public trust through consistency and transparency. This budget supports those goals by making room for digital upgrades, operational cleanup, and more strategic planning. It's not just about running as ministry, it's about transforming it, and we're moving with intention. We're moving with intention, and it's exactly what the R4 effect is designed to do. Next question, would the minister agree that many of the criticism regarding the Marketplace project conveniently ignored interministerial nature of the initiative, and instead of unfairly assigned blame to just TIAT, despite it being one of the few ministries actually communicating with the vendors? Yes, through you, Madam Chair Lady, I do agree, and I will state this again for the record. Much of the criticism around the market project has been overlooked, the fact that this is an interministerial effort. And while TIAT has remained consistently engaged with the vendors and contractors while exploring relief measures, the full extension of this project also relies on new works, which is under the VROMI Ministry cooperation due to their expertise. So as minister, I've taken personal accountability and worked closely with both cabinets to explore real solution, and even where legal or structural limitation exists. The reality is that this isn't just a TIAT issue, it's a shared responsibility, and while it's easy to assign blame, I remain focused on getting it right for the vendors, and will continue working on all stakeholders to bring the project to a reasonable and successful completion. My final question, I think, no, not final, there's more. Can the minister, the 8th question, can the minister confirm whether there are any legal provision that compels her to violate contractual confidentiality to satisfy the repeated political questions? And if not, why is the narrative being pushed to the public? Can I respond and then, no? Madam,
Thank you, Minister Grisha Helga Martin. I see that we have MP Utley with an interruption. So that was perfect timing, MP.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I've asked the question to the Honorable Minister of TIAT about responsibility or reason for the hold-up at the marketplace. And the Minister of TIAT, being a team player, have ran around throwing anyone under the bus. And I finally got what I thought I've been interpreting. So the minister stated that she will take responsibility. And also mentioned that new works involvement. So, Minister, with that being said, is it to be understood that the holdup is from VROMI, new works? I need that to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Utley. Minister?
Yes, thank you. That is clear. That is within the Department New Works, that's under VROMI. That's where the pause happened. Yes. So maybe I should repeat the question again. So can the minister confirm whether there is any legal provision that compels her to violate contractual confidentiality to satisfy repeated political questions? And if not, why is the narrative being pushed to the public? With all the political noise surrounding documents and requests, it is important to remind the Parliament that while there are currently no formal guidelines in place, there are best practices. The general principle remains internal. The general principle remains internal documents that support the minister's decisions are to be handled with care. At the end of the day, it is the minister who is held accountable for those decisions, and the civil servants are safeguarded in this regard. The ministry adheres to existing norms and where applicable legal framework that guides the responsible handling of information, especially where agreements, procurement matters, or third-party confidentiality are involved. So while I fully support transparency, that transparency must be balanced with responsibility and respect for the process. The recent developments have shown that even among our own ranks, information has been at times disclosed in ways that contradicts the advice received and existing norms. This undermines the integrity of government operation. So as minister, I remain focused on delivery, not distraction. My role is to execute the mandate of the ministry's responsibility, not to engage in a race to disclose information without due consideration of the implications. Where information can be shared responsibly, I'll do so without hesitation, but always guided by legal principles and sound judgment. There also appears to be a broader need to establish a clear and formal protocol governing the exchange of the information between government and parliament. And this matter is currently being addressed, and with the task assigned to the Secretariat of Parliament and the Secretariat of the Council of Ministers. So the ministry will continue to prioritize effective governance over public noise, and that is not avoidance, it is accountability and discipline. What has been the ministry's approach to balancing public consultation with decisive actions, especially on high-traffic projects like the marketplace and the license reform? The ministry has taken a deliberate and responsible approach in balancing public consultation with timely, effective action. On highly visibility projects such as the marketplace and the license reforms, we understand that public engagement is essential, particularly when these initiatives touch the daily lives of many. That said, we remain cautious not to fall into reactionary policy making. Our role is not to respond impulsively to every post, headline, or comment that surfaces, especially in a fast-moving digital environment. Instead, we aim to distinguish between momentary noise and meaningful feedback. We listen, we observe trends, and where appropriate, we initiate deep consultation. However, our actions are grounded in a data legal obligation and structural dialogue with the key stakeholders. We recognize the importance of the public sentiment, but we also weigh that against practical consideration, including financial realities, legal frameworks, and institutional capacity, and the need to prioritize. And while we may not be able to address every issue simultaneously, our approach ensures that when we act, we do so with clarity, integrity, and long-term impact in mind. And in short, we don't react, we respond. And our responses are guided by what is real and what is needed and what is sustainable for the country's progress. One before last, with all the political noise surrounding documents and processes, can the minister clarify what she legally is allowed to do and why the ministry remains focused on what matters delivery and not distraction? I appreciate the opportunity through you, Madam Chair Lady, to provide clarity on this matter amidst the ongoing political noise surrounding the document process, and it is important to reiterate that while there may not be formalized guidelines in every case, there are also established best practices. Internal document, particularly the advices provided by civil servants to the ministers, are intended to support sound decision-making. These are internal working documents that must be treated with an appropriate level of confidentiality to ensure the civil servants can provide candid professional input without fear of public misrepresentation. This protection is essential to maintaining the integrity of the public service, and ultimately, the minister remains fully accountable to the decisions taken. That said, I also firmly believe that when public funds are involved, the public has a right to transparency, and our duty is to strike that balance, protecting the professionalism and impartiality of the civil servants while ensuring the people we serve are kept informed in a responsible and accurate manner. This ministry abides by existing norms and, where applicable, legal frameworks that governs the handling of information, especially in cases involving agreements. Especially in cases involving agreements, procurement, or third-party confidentiality. We cannot and should not disclose information in a way that could compromise those processes in the public trust. So unfortunately, Recent instances have shown that information has been selectively disclosed, sometimes without full context or to contradict the proper procedure, but this undermines not just the ministry, but also the overall integrity of our governance. As minister, I remain focused on delivering not distraction, but I'm committed to responsible governance and not reactionary politics. So with that, I go to the final question. For those who claim nothing has been done, can the minister give 3 facts or figures that the public should know and know about, and what has been achieved and what is coming next? And for those who claim nothing, For those who claim nothing has been done, through you, Madam Chair Lady, I welcome the opportunity to provide the facts that reflects both the work and already underway and the directions heading forward. So the first one, that we're heading in. The first one is the ministry has prioritized economic diversification, beginning with revitalization of Phillipsburg, and through the Phillipsburg Beautification Master Plan, we've initiated targeted actions to bring life back into our capital, not just for tourism, but to also stimulate local commerce, support small businesses, and reignite our national pride. The goal is to return Phillipsburg to its rightful place as the shopping mecca of the Caribbean. Several phases of this plan are already in motion, and including infrastructure assessment, vendor coordination, and beautification works. Second, we've taken a bold step towards food security and sustainable development by giving agriculture renewed attention. The Train the Trainer hydroponics program, launched in Q1 of 2025, is now preparing a core group of local experts. Additionally, dedicated funding program supporting credits and the country packages is slated to roll out next month, enabling entrepreneurs and backyard farming to access microloans, training, and technical support. Third, we're making real investment in improving the ease of doing business. This includes the ongoing digitization of licenses and permitting processes and streamlining the service delivery and regulating reforms aimed at attracting and retaining long-term investors. These are structural shifts that take time, but are essential for a more efficient, transparent economic environment. That said, there is still work to be done. While key frameworks have been set, we must now push harder on execution, from breaking ground on capital projects to ensuring that funds reach farmers and small businesses. We also recognize the need to improve communication, ensuring that the public is consistently informed on timelines, milestones, and outcomes. And this is the essence, again, of the R4 effect. It is important, it's not just activity for the sake of movement. It's about building the right foundation now so that by 2026, we're not catching up, we're leading. Progress is happening, and deliberately, strategically, and with a long view in mind. Next, I move on to questions posed by MP Duran. During the Central Committee meeting, the process of the marketplace was discussed, and the MP mentioned that the design change will call for a whole new bidding process, which was confirmed by the Minister of Economy in Parliament. And if the Minister does not believe so, can an advice be requested from the Legal Affairs Department through the PM on whether one of the bill of quantities or the scope of works change is an entirely new bidding process required? The answer to that question is when there are adjustments that affect the bill of quantities of the scope of works, standard procedure is to carefully review all procurement protocols. In this instance, we have done so already, and in consultation with contractual advisors, being the technical team of New Works, and based on their advices, and this constitutes a change order covered under the FEDIC Yellow Book, and retendering was not required, which governs this contract. Third question, Soul Beach. It was stated that nothing improper about the financial process for Soul Beach it was stated that nothing improper about there was nothing improper about the financial process of Soul Beach. yet it is not included in the 2025 budget. What is the Minister's of Finance stance on the statement that there was nothing improper about the way the financial process of the Soul Beach? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, allow me to clarify that the financial process for Soul Beach was executed in the 2024 budgetary cycle, and as such, it is not reflected in the 2025 budget, the budget that we're discussing today. Not because of anything improper, but solely due to timing of the allocation, and this will be addressed in the annual account of the budget 2024. Next, mention was made in the Parliament about non-disclosure agreement, and based on this, the Minister stated that she could not commend too much on Soul Beach as if it was as it was ongoing process, and the MP requested to receive the NDA, and it was mentioned that there was no mention of an NDA, rather a statement of confidentiality. What is the difference between an NDA and a statement of confidentiality? And then can you provide me with the statement of confidentiality and the advices leading to the entire Soul Beach process, which the MP believes is a public document that could be shared since these are public funds. As I previously stated, amidst the political noise surrounding requests for internal document, it is important to emphasize that while formal codified guidelines for documents sharing may still be difficult, be in development, ministries across government adhere to long-standing best practices. These practices are designed to ensure that the internal advisory process, which supports ministerial decision-making, remains protected and deliberate and responsible.
Minister, I was waiting until the end of a sentence or what sounded like the end of one, because I have a member of Parliament, Duran, that has an interruption. Minister, MP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Maybe you're speaking in the future. Good afternoon, one and all. Madam Chair Lady, I clearly asked for legal advice regarding the public tendering process. With all due respect, I did not request to hear what the FIDIC book says. I know what the FIDIC book says, so I asked for a legal advice. Secondly, Madam Chair, I'm not going to stand here and tolerate constant disrespect with the reference political noise when we as members of Parliament are allowed to ask questions. I think that I could remember very keenly I had to provide a lot of documents that were requested when I was Minister to now Minister, former NP. So, Madam Chair, through you, the answer that it's political noise to request confidential advice, I don't know if that would be tolerated by you as a chair. So I'd like to get some clarity on that, and we'll also like the legal advice as requested. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Duran. Minister Helga Martin, I will give you the floor to answer the questions from the interruption of MP Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I'll just continue answering this question and hopefully it'll bring clarity. So with regards to the reference in Parliament to a non-disclosure NDA, allow me to clarify. No NDA exists in this matter, nor did I refer to one. What was mentioned is a statement of confidentiality, and this is there's a distinct difference between the two. So an NDA is a formal legal contract, often with enforceable legal terms and penalties, typically signed by two or more parties to protect specific confidentiality information. A statement of confidentiality, on the other hand, sets the expectation, often within the framework of standard communications or negotiations, that contain that certain commercially sensitive or third-party information is to be treated discreetly. It ensures that the integrity of the process and protects both the government and the external stakeholders from premature disclosure and reputational harm. So as for the request to receive the statement of confidentiality or the internal advices document related to the Soul Beach process, while I respect the call for transparency, particularly in these instances where public funds are involved, especially there, I must also underscore that not all internal documents are automatically public. The ministry also follows the guidelines of the Secretariat of Council of Ministers and adheres to the professional norms that protects the confidentiality of internal deliberation, especially where matters of procurement, partnership, and contractual negotiations are concerned. And yes, the use of public funds requires accountability, and I embrace that fully. However, accountability must be exercised responsibly, not recklessly. Selectively releasing the internal documents, particularly in the absence of full context, risks in misinterpretation, undermines the institutional integrity, and may unfairly expose civil servants whose role is to advise objectively without fear of political fallout. Where I am legally and ethically able to share information, I have done so and will continue to do so, but I will not compromise process or principles simply for the sake of public optics. My focus remains on governing, delivering, and upholding the credibility of the institution I represent. Finally, I reiterate that the Secretariat of Parliament and the Secretariat of Ministers, of Council of Ministers, are currently working on formal protocols to guide the sharing of documents between Parliament and government. This was acknowledged by the Chair Lady of Parliament and is a critical step towards ensuring clarity, consistency, and protection for all involved moving forward. This is not avoidance. Again, I reiterate, this is governance done right, and I remain committed to that standard.
Minister, that is quite a long answer, and I asked the Member of Parliament Duran to wait there because the clarification, I allowed the Minister to end her sentence, which meant that there may have been a little bit of confusion as to what your interruption was for, MP Duran, and the interruption was regarding the legal advice on the vendors market as opposed to Soul Beach, and I wanted to make sure that that was clear in your understanding of the interruption by MP Duran. So MP Duran, I will allow this to be the same interruption to clarify what you wanted an answer on from the minister regarding the legal advice on the vendor market. Thank you, MP Duran. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Indeed, with regards to having to retender once the scope of works and the bill of quantities changes, I requested a legal advice, and I heard the response through you, Madam Chair, from the minister that it is not required to do so. So I would like a yes, that and way legal advice. That was my request during the first round. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would not like to hear what the opinion is of New Works or the minister or the ministry. I would like a legal advice to indicate what would constitute a change of a bidding during a change of scope of works. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Duran. Minister, is that clearer?
That's something that we can maybe ask the legal department to provide us, and maybe I could bring it after and submit it to Parliament after that advice is received.
It needs to.
But I would have to formally request that and then share it with Parliament after. That's not a problem.
Thank you, Minister.
Yes? Share the content of it, yes. The final question posed by MP Duran, Soul Beach article of December 22, 2024, the expectation will attract 4,000 persons, and then the numbers keep going, dropping. Then he asked for air arrivals from the figures from May 2025 from airport flight arrivals to determine the visitors from Soul Beach. An email was received from the airport last week and gave preliminary figures in April, in which they also let us know that the arrival figures for May 25th, 2025 were not ready as yet and are still missing, they're still missing data. So once we receive these numbers, we will share this information with Parliament. Then there's actually one more question. The MP asked to list price product with different sizes, all types of lists versus new lists, if we are open to revisiting the max price list and the brand specific to size. So the list of the maximum prices, which is more commonly referred to the basket of goods, was increased from 12 to 72 items in 2023. And though we continue to utilize this system, that was established to prevent the prices of basic goods increasing uncontrollably. And the current system is indeed due for a review to be able to determine the effectiveness of the system and possibly explore different or other systems that takes potential loopholes of the current system into consideration. Next, we go on to one question posed by MP Roseberg. I'm going to take a break.
So there's a lot of side conversation happening there, especially related to the interruption round. And we're going to take a 5-minute break so we can handle this off air and then come back. Meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. Minister, welcome back. Minister, You have the floor. Sorry for the interruption, and then I will just remind the members of parliament that when we're doing side conversations, to be cognizant of the fact that sometimes as we get loud, it's a little bit distracting as the ministers are presenting or even when our colleague MPs are talking. So please bear that in mind. And Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Next, we will move over to a question posed by MP Roseberg. And the question is that, did the minister had recent conversation with, for example, the airport or other government-owned companies of entities to have local artists? It can be from drummers. How do we present our local talents on our island? And what's the best way, and other than the airport, for example, and other entities where people from abroad will also see it, and to have the local sports talent swimmers, and also from cricketers, but also artists from soca or other genres, like how Anguilla does it. So has the ministry thought of that, or is the ministry spoken to any other stakeholders in regards to that? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, yes, the St. Maarten Tourism Bureau is actively collaborating with various stakeholders, including the Department of Sports and Cultural Agencies, Cultural Department, to highlight and integrate our local talent across the multiple platforms, including working with locations such as the airport and port. This effort is part of a broader strategy to ensure that our destination and branding reflects the heart and soul of our people. And we are in the process of finalizing a formal destination ambassador program that will feature a diverse group of St. Maarten's talent, including artists, athletes such as Casey Carty, musicians, content creators, and community leaders. We mentioned Casey Carty because that's one of the first one that we're working on right now. These individuals will be integrated into our marketing campaign and will serve as a spokesman for the destination, but both locally and abroad. A number of outstanding individuals have already been identified, and we continue to build meaningful partnerships that provide them with greater visibility and engagement opportunities. Next, we move over to MP Lewis, and MP Lewis had no questions. And then I move over to questions, 11 questions posed by MP La Vega. Soul Beach, and specifically the word exploitation. MP has an issue with the word. The MP gives the definitions of the word. MP gives the definition of the word, and when one says that an entity is exploiting or has attempted to exploit a local business, that is borderline slander, and that is an opinion that is doing extreme harm to their reputation because of an opinion. The MP also considers that this is part of doing business, which also includes the right of the business owner to take his business somewhere else. And then the MP gives elucidation, making references to the use of the public funds to boost the economic St. Maarten, the economy of St. Maarten, as well as the lack of contribution. He's referring to, I think, MP Duran's statement of the French side, where the event was ultimately hosted, and the MP inquires if it's not the function of TIAT to stimulate the economy, and is it not the ministry's job to pursue and secure new revenue generating? That's another team phrase that has been used quite often in the past years. Through you, Madam Chair Lady. Well, yes. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I appreciate the opportunity yet again to clarify what, quite frankly, should already been understood by everyone engaging in this discussion seriously. Let's begin with some basics. So in the event and entertainment industry, a promoter is not just a hobbyist or a party planner. A promoter is the one who secures the artist, books flights, manages production, markets the event internationally, builds brand partnership, and attracts thousands of visitors, all while striking up substantial financial risk. That promoter then enters into negotiations, and yes, negotiations with local vendors, venues, and partners to activate the event across multiple locations. That's the model everywhere, from New Orleans to Nice to St. Maarten. Now let's address Soul Beach specifically. It is not a single event in a single location. It is a multi-day, multi-tiered festival composed of ticketed concert, paid after parties, comedy nights, and also free events like the beach parties, all taking place across various venues involving a mix of private partners, entertainers, hotels, restaurants, and yes, at times, public infrastructure. To suggest that this is exploitation because a promoter seeks to negotiate a revenue share after bringing thousands of people to your business's front door is frankly a distortion of how this industry works. No business was ever forced to participate. If the terms don't align, the business owner has every right, as one MP put it, to take their business elsewhere. That's not exploitation, that's capitalism, and that's literally the definition of doing business. Now, since the word exploitation was thrown around, let me say this plainly. Accusing a promoter of attempting to exploit local businesses without proof is not only careless, it is borderline on defamatory, especially when it's based on a misunderstanding of an event's economics or worse, personal perception passed off as fact. Words matter, and in this case, the word exploitation does real harm to the reputation that are tied to the international partnership and visitors and investments. On that matter, public funds, yes, public funds was used on the Dutch side, and that decision was made with the express purpose of stimulating economic activity, which is, in case anyone forgot, precisely what the Ministry of Tiet is mandated to do. What we cannot and will not do is micromanage a commercial decision or private business or dictate how every dollar is spent once the event is operational. And let's not pretend that we were not aware that some of the events took place on the French side. That's public knowledge. Why? Because the negotiations did not result in a feasible agreement, and when that happens, as any promoter will tell you, they move on to the next available and willing ready host. That is the nature of business, and if we want to play on the world stage, we need to understand the rules of the game. So to the MP's question, isn't it the job of the minister to pursue and secure revenue-generating opportunity? The answer is yes. That is exactly what this ministry did. We engaged, we facilitated, and we supported what could have been a significant, what has been, not could have been, a significant economic boost, and still was, and even partially despite the noise. In the news of the recent allegation that subsidy recipients must be exclusive non-profit organization, the MP is asking, in previous subsidy decision, particularly over the last 5 years, were there instances which a profit, envy, that for profit, envy or BV received subsidies? And if so, can the ministry confirm that these decisions were also subject to legal review by the Department of Legal Affairs to ensure that they were in compliance with the National Subsidy Ordinance? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, let me be absolutely clear on this point. In the past years, there have been at least 5 instances in which profit-based entities such as BVs and NVs received subsidies and were not subject to steps as a financial controller from the department such as FEB. And in some cases, these decisions lacked an MBA or a LBA. Unlike Soul Beach, received no input from the Department of Legal Affairs, but received no input from the Department of Legal Affairs, but approved by the Council of Ministers. No, that's not correct, but it did receive input. In fact, many of the very same members who now claim that Soul Beach process was handled illegally previously supported and even now will advocate for subsidies to profit-based companies. It appears that for some, an action is only deemed improper if it does not benefit certain close circles. Moreover, there were also several instances where sponsorship was granted simply based on a request or an invoice without legal basis. Since taking office, my focus has purposely shifted on marketing expenditures away from spending on purely traditional local activities toward a strategic focus on bringing more visitors to the shore. Our goal is to extend the high season by attracting quality international visitors who, by staying longer, not only increases occupancy rates as reflected in the positive figures reported by SHGA and even by Airbnb hosts, it also increases high level of spending across the board. This is the direct contributor to the increase we've seen in the government's revenues, and in the first quarter alone, our efforts have already yielded a noticeable rise in exceeding revenue streams. While many members of parliament use the buzz term new revenue generating measures, which is to some extent is important, what is more important to note is that when we do our job well, and we automatically see the results. So our approach is aligned with the purpose of these measures to generate substantial results on investments that benefit our economy, whether it is through supporting events like Soul Beach or enhancing development of the Sint Maarten Carnival. Our focus remains on creating an environment where economic benefits circulate widely, extending beyond any narrow groups. This is the rationale behind our subsidy decision, consistent with legal compliance and in service of making our island a more vibrant, competitive destination all year long. In other words, putting Sint Maarten on the map, especially in this day and age when everything goes viral and the free exposure we can capitalize on with social media from our visitors that now help market Sint Maarten through their social media platform and experiences. Next question. How are the ministry's priorities guided by the R4 strategy tied into generating long-term economic growth, not just short-term feasibility? In comparison with previous years, the process of applying for a license is undergoing a transformation as the Department of Economic Licenses, DEL, moves toward a more digitalized system. This initiative is part of a government's broader efforts to streamline public services and improve overall efficiency in licensing process and issuance. The digitization of the license application process will allow clients to apply for all types of economic licenses online, eliminating the need for in-person submission. This shift only enhances customer convenience, but also fosters greater transparency, accountability, and efficiency in the handling of the application. To support this transformation, updates to the current legislation framework and policies are also being undertaken to ensure that new digital procedures are legally sound and aligned with the needs of the business community and public administration. Ultimately, the initiative will allow government to process licenses application more efficiently and reduce administrative delays and ensure that revenue related to economic licenses is collected in a timely and structured manner, contributing to positivity to the country's public coffers. Next, the fourth question. Much noise has been made about licenses, but little acknowledgement of structural backlog that dates back years. Can the minister walk us through how the ministry has started to untangle the mess, the rubbish, and how to propose investments in 2025 will be modernized in this entire process? The structural backlog of the license department is tied to a number of factors, ranging, among others, from human resource capacity to system resource capacity. And we have started conducting a full backlog inventory and aim to have 90 to 100% of that backlog cleared by the end of July 2025. Due to structural staffing capacity within the Department of Economic Licenses, we will hire 3 to 4 temporary workers to assist the department while we continue to streamline the work process and digital platform in our efforts towards structural improvement of licensing process. Next question, can the minister elaborate on what the public can expect from now on when applying for economic licenses in the coming months in comparison to previous years? Within short, we will launch an informational campaign, and what the public can expect in the coming months is noticeable improvement, a shift towards more structured, more responsive, and more transparent licensing process, especially compared to previous years. There won't be any overnight fixes, but We are committed to measurable progress and laying the foundation for a long-term modernization of entire license administration and application process. Next, the MP has taken notice of the ministry's push to diversify tourism through cultural and community-based experiences. Can the minister explain how the ministry is using the 2025 budget to create a more meaningful visitor engagement beyond just hotel and cruise calls? In 2025, St. Maarten is strategically expanding its tourism offering to move beyond traditional sun and sea travel. Through a focused approach on product development, community engagement, and destination branding, the island is actively crafting a more diverse, inclusive, and resilient tourism sector. A key pillar of this diversification is the development of a niche tourism segment, initiative targeting culinary tourism, culinary and heritage storytelling, wellness travel, ecotourism, sports tourism, and also design something very important, agritourism, are all designed to attract a broader visitor base while highlighting the unique identity of St. Maarten. These new experiences are being curated not just for leisure travel, but also the niche markets seeking authentic and immersive connections with local culture. This strategy is ensuring that local entrepreneurs, artists, historians, cultural leaders, are integrated into the tourism programming. By facilitating community-based tourism, such as guided tours, food tasting, and traditional crafts, the destination is spreading a tourism economic benefit across neighborhoods and encouraging meaningful interactions between residents and visitors. Supporting these efforts is a robust content development program that prioritizes local creative talent. Photographers, videographers, influencers, and storytelling are being contracted to build a rich destination media library, enhancing the island's brand through original homegrown material. These efforts not only promote authenticity, but also support an intellectual property, IP, tourism model, where St. Maarten's owns and benefits from its creative assets. Together, these actions are repositioning St. Maarten as a multifaceted destination, one that offers rich experiences, empowers its community, and invests in long-term brand value. Can the minister explain how data is being used to determine policy? For tourism, data is at the core of St. Maarten's tourism policy development in 2025 and beyond. By collecting and analyzing a range of tourism-related metrics, we are moving towards more evidence-based, performance-driven decision-making. The aim is clear: to increase tourism receipts, enhance visitor experience, and ensure the long-term sustainability of the industry. Information will be granted from multiple sources, including the ED card platform, visitor exit surveys, airline and cruise statistics, event attendance data, accommodation performance, and the digital engagement analytics. This data allows us to understand visitor demographics, spending behavior, length of stay, interest, and travel motivation. Through careful analysis, this data informs policy that identifies and prioritizes high-value markets, shape marketing campaigns to align with travel, and also shape marketing campaigns to align travel preferences. So guide investment in niche products like culinary wellness and heritage tourism, and improve airlift strategies by targeting underdeserved or high-performing routes, and strengthen public-private partnership in the area that yield the great economic return. The redevelopment of the marketplace falls under the Ministry of Rami. Can the minister clarify what is TIA's role and what has your ministry done to ensure vendors are kept in the loop in cases where final decisions are outside of your control? What are you putting in place to make sure that everybody knows what is going on, and more importantly, where to find the correct information? Because in today's world of media, there's a lot of misinformation, and misinformation spreads way fast than truth. The redevelopment of the Phillipsburg Marketplace remains a TIA-led project, and our ministries has maintained full responsibility for coordinating with vendors and project partnership and supporting ministries, including VRAMI. those technical expertise, whose technical expertise has been key in advising on the structural aspects of the design. So the recent delays stemmed from technical recommendation of the Department of New Works to ensure the feasibility of a multi-story structure. While the intention was to maximize long-term use of the space, the shift required soil and structural studies, which unfortunately extended the timeline. Once those studies concluded that a multi-level design was not practical, we reverted to adjusting the original plans. I've met with the vendors personally in the past. Most recently, we have launched a dedicated WhatsApp channel to give vendors direct updates, clarifying misinformation should it arise, and ensure that what they hear comes from the ministry and not from the speculation. In a time where misinformation spreads faster than facts, we've made it a priority to communicate more clearly, frequently, and directly. And as mentioned before, this is about more than construction. It's about rebuilding trust, restoring the livelihoods, and delivering on the commitment to the people who depend on that space. So yes, while some decisions fall outside of our immediate control, our responsibility remains clear to lead, to inform, and to deliver, and we are doing just that step by step. Can the minister share our one initiative that the ministry is piloting or preparing for 2025 that reflects our long-term thinking from the Ministry of TIAD? Yes, one of the key long-term initiatives the ministry is advancing in 2025 is the groundwork established to two critical independent agencies, the Agriculture, Livestock, Fishery Agency and the Sint Maarten Tourism Authority Agency. Both agencies represent the shift from reactive government to structured sector-driven development. Agriculture has long been overlooked, and tourism needs consistent professional management beyond political terms. So establishing these agencies is relevant work that must be done now to ensure proper budgetary planning and long-term sustainability in the years to come. Another initiative that the ministry is preparing to roll out in 2025 that reflects long-term thinking is the reform of outdated processes and procedures, starting with business license applications by transitioning a fully digitized platform where we're not just improving how the licenses are issued, we're embracing a modern approach to public service that values efficiency, transparency, and ease of access. That is what long-term thinking looks like, and we're not just managing what exists, we're building what's needed to truly move these sectors and the country forward. Would Minister say that her approach in the tourism this year reflects a shift from single counting heads to measuring impact? If so, is that philosophy shaping how the country is being marketed abroad? There has been a deliberate shift in our approach from simply counting visitor arrivals to measuring the real impact of tourism on the local economy. But this also arose due to the need to truly maximize our marketing funds. We're now looking at spending patterns, community engagement, and sectoral linkages to better understand how tourism contributes to the national development. This shift is directly influencing how we market Sint Maarten abroad, and we're moving away from generic campaigns and instead focusing on targeted, value-driven promotion that attract the kind of visitor who contributes more meaningfully to the economy. It is not just about the volume, it's about our value. So our recent effort with specific promotional videos for groups and hosting for a local content creator is in collaboration with the hospitality sector gave us the opportunity to increase our arrival numbers as mentioned prior. Last question from MP De Wever. There has been MP La Vega, sorry. There has been an unfortunate trend of politicizing every public project, even when good faith consultations are being taken place. How is the ministry navigating public expectation while still advancing national priorities and that require time and planning? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, the MP is absolutely right. There has been an unfortunate trend of politicizing public projects, even when consultations are taking place in good faith and planning is done responsibly. While public interest is important, the ministry must remain focused on the work, not the noise. And our approach has been to manage public expectations through consistent communication. We've been intentional about sharing updates through articles and official statements, highlighting meetings held, partnerships being explored, and milestones achieved. This helps keep the public informed while allowing us to stay focused on implementation. The reality is that the national priorities take time, and especially when they involve multiple stakeholders or structural reform. My responsibility is not to react to every criticism, but to ensure that the work moves forward with integrity, strategy, and purpose. So public pressure may shift daily, but the long-term goals remain the same, and that's where our energy is focused. Next, I move on to two questions posed by MP Waver. Bus driver and safety of the students. What is being done to ensure safety of the students and overtaking vehicles? What is being done to monitor them? The Ministry of TR, through the Inspectorate of Economic and Transport Affairs, holds a regulatory responsibility for inspection, licenses, and compliance oversight of the school buses. These include ensuring that all school buses meet safety standards and operators are properly licensed and insured.
Minister, my apologies for the interruption, but we no longer have quorum.
Okay.
You may proceed, Minister.
Thank you. This includes ensuring that all school buses meet safety standards and operators are properly licensed and insured. With respect to the safety of students on the bus, this falls under the responsibility of the Ministry, the ECIS, Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports Department, and they have launched a fleet tracking system that can monitor, I think the Minister mentioned that earlier, to monitor the driving behavior of the school buses, where unsafe driving behaviors like speeding can be monitored and quickly addressed in collaboration with KPSM from the public order standpoints. Second question and final question posed by Waver, MP Waver. Agriculture and food security are big concerns within the island, correct? And the Minister spoke about the ALF agency, which is coming within short. What can the Minister outline, and what is the currently being done while we await the agency to come? The primary sector, agriculture, livestock, and fishery, has long been underdeveloped, and while meaningful work is underway, far more is required before the ministry can judge the sector satisfactory. A framework policy now guides development, and the future establishment of the dedicated agency is expected to execute by key activities and advise on sector matters. Recent progress includes the hydroponics train-the-trainer program in the 9 schools, producing 25 trainers alongside several ongoing research projects. 2 additional initiatives from E6, the country package, are also ready. A microfinancing scheme with credits offering 2% loans to 10 farmers and 10 fishermen. And the training here will be available for 75, and the training also here will be available for 75 persons, and an agricultural research project targeting 4 critical areas. That research project covers a web-based portal for communication and registration of well water quality studies to secure quality water, and a farm-to-supermarket pilot project that will focus on placing local produce on stores' shelves and gauge consumer, supermarkets, farmers, and responses, and the provision of supplies, fertilizer, soil, fencing, matting, and water tanks to selected farmers while tracking their progress to accurate growth. And the ministry has also broadened its network, signing an MOU to join the Dutch Caribbean Agriculture, Livestock and Fishery, the DC Alpha, and collaborating with partners such as Wageningen University, the World Horti Center, St. Kitts Agriculture Ministry, the LLV offices across the kingdom, and the Netherlands Ministry of Agriculture. This ministry has also conducted a review of local chicken farming initiatives and is finalizing safety guidelines, while a parallel assessment of the fishery sector continues so that ministry can better support the local farmers. Oh, water. Next, we move on to about 4 questions posed by MP Peterson. The casino, how far are we in the executing of the casino policy 2011? Mainly the condition put in the policy that says that the locals are only allowed to visit casinos and maximum amount of 4 times a month. Have all casinos been contacted and have they been aware of the enforcement of said policy? And enforcement would have to be required that all casinos to work together to avoid the people pass by different casinos that belong to different companies. The stakeholder consultation were held with the Ministry of the Casino by the majority of the casinos by Sint Maarten Gaming Authority Work Group in February 2024 as part of the work being done on regulatory reform of the gaming sector under Country Package H2. The feedback by the operators were consensus amongst casino operators present for the implementation of entry control, preventing access by minors and self-excluded individuals, collaborating on a centralized self-exclusion register. And to accomplish this, the casino operators supports entry restrictions via centralized self-exclusive database managed by the Gaming Authority, uniform standards of ID verification across venues, and government technical assistance or phased rollout for implementation. So these recommendations are being incorporated as much as possible in the draft ordinance on games of chance and the subsequent national decrees, and provide a way and the subsequent national decrees, and provide a way forward to implement enhancement and improved responsible gaming on the island. Second question, can the minister also provide an update on the legal position of the casino controllers in the matter, because they would be key in enforcing the policy? With respect to the question on the legal position of the casino controllers, I can confirm that their current role is to establish a Landsverordening, hazard spelen, and further detailed in the relevant national decree. As part of the broader reform under the Country Package Measure H2, the SMGA work group, on behalf of my person, is reviewing and strengthening the institutional framework for gambling institutional oversight. And this includes ensuring that in the future, technology will become the main means of monitoring visitation to casinos by locals, and not having casino controller physically be present at the doors of the casinos. Third question, Soul Beach, can Parliament be... Yes, I know I'm absolutely right. Third question, Soul Beach, can Parliament be provided with the report that the Soul Beach company has to deliver to the Ministry for Articles 17 of the subsidy as soon as it reaches government? The law states that within 3 months, a report should be given to the government in which all expenses and numbers are noted by the company, and through this report, it should be visible to see exactly where their every dollar of the subsidy went. To date, the ministry has yet to receive the final report required under Article 17 of the subsidy, and once submitted, it will be shared with the relevant bodies, including the SAD, for assessment and transparency. As mentioned during the Central Committee meeting, the promoter did provide a preliminary report indicating that over $500,000 was spent directly in Sint Maarten, covering the production, technical services, staffing and security, local marketing and advertising, venue rental and decor, ground transportation, hotel accommodation, ancillary events, merchandising and concession, professional services, taxes and permits, figures still to be finalized as well. The fourth question posed by MP Peterson, have there been any other subsidies or incidentals or structural given out to non-Sint Maarten entities that the minister is aware of? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, this is being looked at into the ministry, as I don't really have that information. Oh. That's it? Oh, okay. So next I moved on to questions from MP York. The five questions. Marketplace, in the emails from January 2025, Vrami reached out, asked for said advices because they suspected something was wrong from the deliverers. What is the new plan? MP is hearing, and at the end of June there would be some movement. Also heard that Vrami and TIAT are exploring, trying to see if the project can be moved under the existing building permit to have it executed. Based on which grounds would this be approved? Our immediate plan is to receive the final adjustments to the drawings, which we expect to receive any day now. I was actually told today. And subsequently have been submitted to the permits department for revaluation. While we have noted discussions about exploring the possibility of executing the project under the existing building project permit, any such approach will depend entirely on the final design and all applicable technical and regulatory requirements. Second question, Soul Beach. In response to the letter from the Ministry of TIAT, it was mentioned that the appropriate authorities would the minister be so kind to explain who's the appropriate authorities, and so how did the conversation go, and if there's a conversation between 100 something or 1,000 from concessions, can this be in advance for if there was a conversation? Because if 100 something, 1,000 from concession can be used in advance for Soul Beach, why can't it be used in advance for other things that the country needs? And my issue is Soul Beach. Soul Beach was a strategic investment, and by supporting events like Soul Beach, we're actively stimulating economic activity that leads to increased visitor numbers, occupancy rates, and higher overall spending. This generates additional revenues that ultimately enrich the national coffers, as well as we have seen in Q1, and helps finance a broad range of public services and social programs. It is important to emphasize that the use of these funds is entirely consistent with the mandate of TIAT. Our role is to stimulate the economy, which in turn creates the fiscal space needed to meet the diverse needs of our community. The decision to allocate funds in this way is based on the opportunity to generate higher returns that benefit Sint Maarten, not just a circle. Third question posed by MP York, can the minister explain the number of other festivities as it pertains to cost per day, festivals as it pertains to cost per day and per visitors, or an amount of visitors that particularly event can produce in an island? As mentioned during the Central Committee meeting, the tourism exit survey takes place 4 times a year based on available budget, March, June, September, and December. Only from the tourism exit survey will I be able to know if visitors came specifically for instance, Walichi. One was never done specifically for this festival. The promoter has submitted a report. However, these numbers has not been verified, and therefore I cannot explain the cost per day per visitor as per the MP's request. However, most recently, November 2024, the ministry concluded an economic impact study on yachting and the maritime sector, which also focused on Heineken Regatta. The outcome of the study revealed the following. The Sint Maarten Heineken Regatta event attracted 453 international crew, also along with approximately 250 international volunteers and staff, and about 1,400 Chase the Race international visitors. The average length of stay for the crew and the volunteers was 12 to 7 days, respectively, and average daily spending ranged from $149 to $192 per day. And the study was found The study found that though temporary, the engagement generated approximately 72 jobs. Fourth question, what can the minister explain and can the minister explain how did the conversation go with Harbor, with the airport? Were they urged to ask to sponsor Soul Beach? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I would like to clarify, as I find myself constantly having to do this, as some members of Parliament has been repeatedly claiming that what I have done or have said, and sometimes it's totally untrue. So I did not urge or direct the harbor or the airport to offer sponsorship. My role was strictly limited to facilitating the introductions between relevant parties by exchanging contact information. I did not even participate in any of the discussions and the negotiation concerning the sponsorship arrangement. Next question, where did those numbers from Soul Beach come from? Did they come from event organizers or did they come from a vetted third party or anything of the sort? The figures referred to in my high-level presentation, Soul Beach, was provided through the preliminary discussion from the event organizer and supplemented by general performance data received from local stakeholders within the hospitality sector. Next, I move on to 8 questions posed by MP Artwell Arian. What is the Minister of TIAT stance on the dividend withholding tax, seeing her press release on micro, small businesses and entrepreneurship, and how our current tax system does not do them justice? As it relates to the proposed dividend withholding tax, I believe it is essential that we carefully assess the broader economic impact on all sectors, particularly on our micro, small, and medium enterprises, which form the backbone of our local economy. While the tax may be intended to target large distributed profits primarily from larger entities, we must ensure that it does not create an unintended ripple effect that could discourage reinvestment or strain the already limited capital of the MSMEs that they rely on to grow and sustain themselves. So similarly, we also need to ascertain and be cautious and what and how this measure will or could impact local and foreign direct investment on Sint Maarten. So this is why I support a thorough data-driven impact assessment and open dialogue with the business community, especially the MSMEs, before final implementation. So any fiscal policy must be balanced with our need to stimulate entrepreneurship, job creation, economic resilience, and of course, economic foreign direct investment. Second question, do you believe that the dividend withholding tax currently positively benefits or affects micro, small, and medium enterprises, or does it not affect them? Because the Minister of Finance said local businesses will not be affected. Can the Minister of TIAT confirm based on her knowledge, that the dividend withholding tax does not affect the MSMEs, or that are NVs and BVs? As mentioned in my prior answer, and let me reiterate it and be clear, while the tax may be intended to target distributed profits primarily for larger entities, we must ensure that it does not create an unintended ripple effect that could discourage reinvestment or strain to the already limited capital MSMEs that they rely on to grow and sustain themselves. And that is why a data-driven impact assessment, like I mentioned before, is an open dialogue with the business community, especially the MSMEs, before final implementation is necessary. The third question, the MP would like to know if we in Parliament will if the Parliament will have a say and a meeting will be held with Parliament, not just on Parliament building, but also regarding what our vision for the beautification Phillipsburg is. We fully recognize the answer to that question, that Parliament's input is important to shaping the vision of our town. While discussions on the Parliament building are ongoing, we will also hold dedicated sessions to review the new building, and the master plan is being made based on the extensive community and stakeholder feedback, and we will ensure that every enhancement is aligned with our collective vision. Rest assured, Parliament will have ample opportunities to also lend a voice. Fourth question, the MP would like to confirm if the Minister and BTP finalize that agreement arrangement with Starlink, thought you said something, sorry. We saw nothing in the media, and persons still have concerns if it's legal or not, and can it be confirmed if the minister signed off? Is there any decree, and can we see the decree, and what document, and can we get to show the minister, the MP is asking for the official document, and I think earlier this afternoon, the copy of that decree has been submitted to Parliament. Then the next question, for the question regarding the payment to the police officers from Aruba and Curacao for Soul Beach, an approximate figure was given, and that is what was it an interministerial decision? So what would that mean? That every minister got money together and then carried it over to the Ministry of Justice? So which ministry and which line item? It is an interministerial advice between the Ministry of TIAT and the Ministry of Justice. No budget was transferred from one to the other. The ministry covered the cost directly from its own budget on the budget post 8240-43516-80024, under product development. This advice was intended to cover the per diem and travel expenses for 14 officers, and it totaled $18,454 US. Can we get even the first 2 pages of that document or advice? Redact whatever sensitive information you don't want to put in, but also leave the figures. As stated in my earlier responses, while I remain committed to transparency, I'm equally committed to protecting the integrity of the decision-making process. The suggestion that we can simply redact and release sections of internal advices may sound reasonable in theory, but in practice, it risks moving critical context and politicizing fragments of information. That's not responsible governance. And this is exactly why there's an ongoing effort between the Secretariat of Parliament and the Secretariat of the Council of Ministers to establish clear protocols on how this information should be shared. Until this is finalized, I will continue to be guided by sound judgment. What decree is needed for this? The MP does not see what the amount given. As I stated previously in the Central Committee meeting, no decree was needed for that. And then the next question, multiple different answers has been given for the payment of the port with the concession fees. It was learned today that the port gave an additional of $175,000 for Soul Beach, and can I get confirmation if the port gave the additional $175,000 for Soul Beach, and where is it in the budget? It is not reflected there, and that would mean that the budget is off by at the very least $175,000. And the MP checked and saw that there was nothing in budget 2024, and where in the budget are we seeing the extra income from port of $175,000? Because that would then show that the budget is off by off the concession and is already accounted for. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I wish to clarify that the matter regarding the alleged additional $175,000 from the port, Soul Beach was funded through the settlement of outstanding concession fees owed by the port, a mechanism that that has been explained repeatedly in previous meetings, and the $175,000 is not an extra payment, as it was part of a contribution from government. Next, I move on to questions. MP De Weaver, who had no questions, and MP Myers had no questions. And then I move on to the final MP, who had about 2 questions, MP Sarah Westcott Williams, who's asking about a guarantee scheme for the MSMEs, and is there any update on that? At this moment, we can say, through you, Madam Chair Lady, that these envelopes are not for public sector, but rather for private sector. And if the private sector wishes, any information about said instruments can be found online via the following link, which is www.rvo www.nl/subsidies-financiering. So, so subsidies written in, so subsidies dash financiering written in Dutch /BMKB. But I'll show it on social media platforms because it's a little long. And final question of the day, posed by MP Sarah Westcott: can the plan for Phillipsburg beautification be shared with Parliament? At this time, there is no formal plan for the beautification project that can be shared. However, the process is actively underway, and once the draft proposal from the consultant is received, and the ministry fully intend to present it to Parliament, and we look forward to sharing the findings and engaging in a constructive dialogue to incorporate the input of this honorable body as we move the project forward. With that, Madam Chair Lady, I've come to the end of my answers in round one, and I look forward to any clarifications the members of Parliament may have.
Thank you, Minister Grisha Helga Martin, for your answers to questions from the first round of this public meeting. I look to the members of Parliament to see if there are any members with clarifications. I see none. Oops, sorry, my apologies. That was snuck in there on my screen. MP Arian, you have the floor for clarifications.
Good evening, all. Good evening, Minister and your support staff. Minister, thank you for the answers so far. Minister, you mentioned, actually you repeated my questions regarding Starlink and basically repeated everything I asked. And you also mentioned that the decree was sent to Parliament earlier today, but you didn't answer the questions. I asked like if it's signed, if it's official, if it's approved, and none of my questions were actually answered. You just repeated all my questions. So can you, through you, Madam Chair, I just would like the Minister to actually answer the questions, because I know the decree was sent, but I don't know what that means. In addition to that, the answer to, I guess, MP Duran and myself regarding the Soul Beach payment, you mentioned that Soul Beach will show up in annual accounts of 2024, and the payment happened in 2024. But I think my question, and I know you lumped the answers kind of together, but my question and MP Duran's question was different. So based on your answer, so my question is the legal basis for the payment. You're saying it was done in 2024, but you also stated, through you, Madam Chair, that in your answers that Soul Beach was an additional, so it was money owed to us by the port. That would mean, if you're saying it was paid in 2024, it had no legal basis. That's maybe you talk about misappropriations or so forth. I don't know who said that, but I said the legal basis for it. To use funds, it has to be budgeted. So even the port sends money over to you. One time, the Netherlands sent me money. It was officially on our account on the bank, but it could not be used because the legal basis to use the money was the budget. So I'm asking again, what was the legal basis to be able to use the money that was sent from the port in 2024 what made you touch that money? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member of Parliament Arian. I see that there are no other clarifications, so I will pass the floor. MP Duran, you have the floor for clarifications.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. And I don't know if to thank the Minister for the responses, but I would like to thank you for the ones that I did receive. However, it still leaves a lot to be desired with respect to the whole scenario with the confidentiality clause. Madam Chair, I think that we've explored all options, so I think I would now have to shift to you as the chair. How is it possible that advice cannot be provided even if it's through the confidential route? Can we then determine that the answers will remain unanswered and then the round will not be closed off? Because I know that that is needed for the final report and all those type of things. So through you, Madam Chair, to you, Madam Chair, how are we going to get the responses to the questions posed with regards to the advice for Soul Beach? There's also another way to get government documents, because the actual Chair of Parliament, MP Westcott Williams, alluded to the Landsverordening openbaarheid van bestuur. So you're telling me now I have to come out of my parliamentary oversight role, go into citizen jurendi mode, send a lobverzoek to the minister can then refuse, and then I take it to court and win? I don't really think we need to go through all of that, Madam Chair. And I believe, based on what the minister has mentioned, that nothing wrong or the process was followed correctly, that can simply be provided in terms of the advice used to execute these payments. We've never discussed or had any issue with the process. Oh, okay, go ahead.
MP Duran, I see that MP Westcott Williams has asked for an interruption. MP Westcott, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, just to explain the reference to my comment, just that it is clear that my comment was not suggesting that a member of parliament makes use of the law on the openness of government. What I was referring to is that very limited exceptions under that law for the citizen could be something that in the government, who I believe should always answer a request to keep matters confidential with the reason why. And there are reasons why a citizen cannot receive information from the government, but the exceptions to not receiving are very limited, and I have advised or suggested to the government that they take those exceptions into consideration when explaining. So I don't know if my colleague MP Duran felt that with that I suggested that MPs kind of close it off in here and go through the law, but no, that was not my suggestion. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. MP Duran, you may continue. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. And just to clarify, no, that is not what I assume. The lobverzoek is very clear. I've dealt with numerous lobverzoeken, so indeed that's a road that a citizen would use. But that's why I gave the example of me having to come out of my supervisory role as a representative of the people to ask the minister for information. I believe if there's nothing to hide, that can simply be provided. So again, through you, Madam Chair, in this clarification, I would like to know, is it a hard no that we would not be provided with the documentations in terms of the advice and the whole advisory process used? I heard the minister allude to the fact that this could politically hamper civil servants. Madam Chair, I don't intend to use or misuse any information received. I think that as a member of parliament, we deserve the answers, and I believe the people have the right to know. And lastly, Madam Chair, based on my clarifications, for me, how I interpret this response to the whole marketplace and the change of the process and so forth, New Works is being blamed now for having to reevaluate and do their zorgvuldigheid, their due diligence, which they have to do, in essence, if you have to test ground and do things if plans change. But if the plans didn't change, we would have been constructing the marketplace now. So again, I just want to reiterate that a plan was made, a plan was done, we signed it off. Minister, my advice to you, please just take the old building permit and start the project for the vendors. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Duran. And before I proceed to the other MP for clarifications, I just wanted to make sure that your clarification was clearly understood and requested to the minister, where it's regarding the vendor market request for documents. Is that correct? So, Minister, just to reiterate then for the record, the clarification from MP Duran is regarding both the vendor market as well as Soul Beach, because it was part of our interruption before, so I want to make sure that everyone is on the same page with our clarification or an understanding of the request for further information on that. I pass the floor to MP York. Sorry, MP Arian, you have the floor.
Yeah, no. Thank you again. Just for clarity again, looking back to the answers from earlier in the year budget, just clarity, where all the minister mentioned the payments of Soul Beach were done in 2024. Earlier in the year, it stated that some payments were done in 2024 and some were to were done in this year. So just for clarity, were all the payments made in 2024 for Solar Beach, or was it staggered in any way? Thank you.
Thank you, MP Arian. MP York, you've requested, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to you. Good evening to the Griffier, Minister and her support staff, honorable colleagues, and the viewing public. Minister, I just have two questions. You mentioned through you, Madam Chair, that there are some tweaks, for lack of a better word, some tweaks being done to the design for the marketplace. Are those tweaks to the initial design, tweaks to the second design? And if it's to the second design, can the Minister disclose, Madam Chair, vaguely, that we could have some understanding what kind of tweaks are being made to the new design, if that's the case? All right, so just what kind of tweaks are to be expected with the new design that are being done now? Secondly, and lastly, the Minister I took note of a couple things that were said during the Minister's contribution. The Minister referenced political noise, reactionary politics, governance done right. I would like to know under which category does a simple requesting of documents fall? That's all I would like to know. Whether or not they're confidential or not, just in general, under which category does requesting documents fall? And that will be all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York. MP Westcott Williams, you have the floor.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair Lady, and through you, my thanks to the Minister for the responses, and particularly I want to get a further clarification from the Minister on her answer through you with respect to this guarantee fund for small and medium enterprises as proposed by the Netherlands. And no, through you, Madam Chair Lady, I was not under the impression that it is for public funds, but rather or for public projects. But rather my question had to do if the government sees a role in any which way to kind of stimulate that exists. And I did hear the Minister refer to when she was reading the website, said that she might, she could put it on social media because of the length of it. And I was wondering and hoping that there could be a little more than just putting it on the website, but maybe a plug, maybe finding out if financial institutions, because the money is to be made available through financial institutions. I just don't want, for maybe some technicality, the impression to be created that we don't want or we can't use the money. If we cannot, then it should be clear why. So my suggestion to the Minister, based on her answer of providing at least the website that persons can get more information, that the Minister could not elaborate, but expand a little on that and kind of promote the project, find out if financial institutions are reacting, and maybe if not, then why? Is it that it is not really as favorable as the Netherlands would want to make it seem? That kind of thing. Again, I would hate to have it said, well, X amount of millions of guilders is available, but St. Martin, again, did not seek to make use of it. So although I know it has nothing to do with government, but if government can maybe give it a plug, find out if things are moving. That's in essence my request in response to the answer by the Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. We have about 15 minutes before we are supposed to be breaking for dinner originally, but for now, I am going to take a 10-minute break to allow you sufficient time to come back and MP didn't press the button. I'll give MP Labega the floor, and then I will adjourn the meeting after MP Labega finished speaking to give you a 10-minute break to compile all of the answers to the clarification questions. Minister Helga Martin, and then you'll return before we break for supper. Thank you so much. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, thank you for your indulgence. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to give a suggestion to the Honorable Minister of TIAT. Given that every question you give pertaining to the marketplace come with more questions, especially to the new tweaks and the designs and all these things, maybe the good minister can create a WhatsApp chat group, and we could involve all the members of Parliament, all stakeholders involved. This way, every time you want to create another tweak, change the paint color, decide where you're going to move the toilet or the stalls, that we can all be updated, and then we don't have to understand or ask about little tweaks and nicks and nats and that kind of thing. Just a suggestion. Doesn't have to be taken, but just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Labega. I'm going to adjourn for 10 minutes. Meeting adjourned for 10 minutes. Welcome back to this public meeting 20 with the Minister of TEAT answering the questions posed during the clarification round. And as mentioned earlier on, after the minister finishes her clarification answers, we will break for dinner. When that time comes, I will give a notice of how long it would be and until what time. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I will start with the clarification questions posed by MP Artwell Arian. MP Artwell Arian mentioned and repeated a question regarding that I wasn't clear on the answers from the questions he posed regarding Starlink and their agreement. Yes, BTP finalized the agreement with Starlink and as the designated regulatory body, and based on the decree that you receive, MP, it is considered legal, and BTP, as based on what is written there, is the one that signed on our behalf. The answer to the question of where Soul Beach will appear in the annual accounts of 2024, the MP is asking what is the legal basis for the payment. The initial payment was made in 2024, which was the balance being paid earlier, and the balance was paid earlier in 2025, but all of it came from 2024, which with a budgetary approval being made for all expenditures in 2024. The legal basis for this, again, we will revert again to the subsidy ordinance, which is the incidental subsidy. Were all payments made in 2024 for Soul Beach, or was it a staggering in some way? I think I mentioned that before, that the most was paid in 2024. The initial payment was paid in 2024, and a balance, I think, was paid in, was paid in 2025. But again, all of it came from the 2024 budget. Then I think MP Duran wanted more clarity as to why the advices is not shared. I don't know, through you, Madam Chair, how clear I can be. I think I clearly explained explicitly 2-3 times why I will not be sharing advices. But what I can say, for example, the first and final time I've shared, and I'm saying final based on what I was told not to do after I did it. The first and final time I shared an advice in this floor of Parliament, one of the MPs specifically pointed out on a decision of one of the civil servants, and that's an issue, and that I want to protect the civil servants from that, and that's one of the sole reasons I will not be sharing the advice with Parliament. So yes, I will. The answer is no, based on that alone, to protect the civil servants. That's the main reason I will not be sharing that, because civil servants also had their input in that, and I will now protect the civil servant. But if any other questions the MP have, anything that is not clear, the MP could maybe perhaps ask in the second round, and I'll be happy to respond. Then MP York said I mentioned that there are some tweaks being done to the marketplace, and in the first design, second design, what kind of tweaks? The tweaks are being made in the first design, and the tweak was to ensure that there is a better airflow throughout the space for the vendors. When we say minor, that also includes taking aesthetic changes in account. And these are in cooperation with the changes that Royal Caribbean Group also requested. Remember, they too are part of this, and they are also giving their input on that, and we have to also keep their input in mind when making these changes. This is based on Royal's requests. And then under the category does requesting, under which category does requesting documents fall? Okay, so that I mentioned it also earlier, I think more than one or two times, I think between the Secretariat of Parliament and the Secretariat of the Council of Ministers, that is going to be finally clearly stipulated how this will go moving forward. So I will await the outcome of that. And then finally, the last two are MP Westcott Williams, the guarantee small for the small and medium enterprise. Does government see a role to stimulate that it exists, and hoping that there could be more than just putting it on social media? Yes, the government does see the importance of the guarantee scheme, especially with the NRPB and the trust fund coming to an end in this regard. So as we do not yet know the specifics of this project, we will have to further explore the possibilities with the Prime Minister and Ministry of AZ accordingly to see how best we can assist in the private sector with accessing these funds. So once we know more, we will share the approach with the Member of Parliament Academy and hopefully share it more publicly as well. And then I think MP Labega made a suggestion to making tweaks and making a WhatsApp group. Your suggestion, MP, has been noticed. I'm sorry? And just suggesting to making the tweaks that to create a WhatsApp group with the Member of Parliament, stakeholders, etc., so it can be informed with the tweaks acquired. MP, through you, Madam Chair Lady, your suggestion has been noted. MP, however, I will not proceed with the suggestion. Respectively, updates will be given to the relevant stakeholders accordingly as the project progresses. And then there's a clarification on my regard through MP Peterson's question that I wanted to just clarify for the record. The correction, I mentioned that the stakeholder consultation with the casinos took place in February 2024 when it was actually February 2025. And that's it for clarification, Madam Chair Lady, and I look forward to any questions, additional questions the members of Parliament will have in the second round.
Thank you very much, Minister Helga Martin. And I look at the time here now where we will adjourn for 30 minutes for supper until 6:51. And just as a recap, the next minister after our break will be Minister Avea Sabrok. Meeting adjourned until 6:51 p.m. Welcome back to Public Meeting 20 for the 2025 budget. The following minister to answer questions from the first round of this public meeting is Minister of VSA, Minister Brug. Minister, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Blessings, people of St. Maarten, members of Parliament, support staff, people in the Tribune, those following the Parliament meeting via the different media. First of all, I'd like to thank the members of Parliament for their questions. And I will now immediately proceed with starting to answer the questions of MP Otley. Question 1. In general, what are the procedures for malpractice at the St. Maarten Medical Center? If you're initially only dealing with a complaint, I would like to direct the members of Parliament to the screen. And this is a diagram of the process. And before I start explaining the diagram, let me also add and say that at any point in time during the process, the client is always able to seek legal assistance if needed. Complaint process. Step 1. Speak directly with the staff member involved. This can be a doctor or nurse. If that does not lead to a satisfactory result, you move to step 2. Request a meeting with the department supervisor or manager. If still this is also unsatisfactory or unsuccessful, we proceed to step 3, sorry. Fill out the online complaint form or use paper form and send an email to complaint@smmc.sx. If the outcome is still unsatisfactory, we move on to the process of step 4. Write to the board of directors and request a formal decision. Those are the process. Now, when making complaints, you can claim, there are 2 types of claims: medical injury or material damage. Medical injury, example, complication. If you believe there was a negligence, submit a complaint describing what happened and the damage suffered. The legal department will investigate and may involve the hospital's insurer. Material damage, personal belongings. You can fill out the material damage claim form. The legal department will assess liability. Then there is the incidents and calamities. For an incident, minor or near-missed event, you can report it to the FONA committee, fault or near accident, hospital safety committee. They will investigate and provide recommendations to improve care. For calamity, serious harm, or death, you can report it to the board of directors. Your complaint will be investigated by the respective committee. The report is discussed with you and, if needed or requested, your family. The final report is then submitted to the Inspectorate of Public Health. In general, question 2, in general, what are the procedures for people that are faced with malpractice to receive money? So after what was stated before, and you went through the hospital procedure, you can take the legal route. Persons with claim have two options, which can be submitted simultaneously or independent of each other. Option 1, submit a claim to the Medical Disciplinary Board through the court of first instance, or option 2, submit a claim for damage based on Article 6.162 of the Civil Code. Question 3. For those tuning in, I'm still on the questions of MP Hartley. Question 3. How do we distinguish who is responsible? St. Maarten Medical Center or SZV? In St. Maarten, liability for medical damage generally falls on the St. Maarten Medical Center. When the harm results from medical negligence or a breach of the treatment agreement by healthcare providers, such as doctors or nurses, working under the hospital's responsibility. In contrast, the SZV may be held liable when administrative errors, such as unjustified delays in unauthorized medical care, In contrast, the SZV may be held liable when administrative errors, such as unjustified delays in unauthorized medical care or overseas referrals, lead to harm. While St. Maarten Medical Center liability arises from clinical malpractice, SZV liability is based on failure in managing access to insured healthcare service. In some cases, both institutions may share liability. Question 4. Regarding questions that address the various budget posts. Firstly, Madam Chair Lady, let me reassure the MP that the discrepancies, excuse me? No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Question 4. Regarding the questions that address the various budget posts. Firstly, Madam Chair Lady, let me reassure the Member of Parliament that the discrepancy outlined do not affect the budget negatively. They are related to mainly to missing budget lines or difference in classifications. However, I will thoroughly investigate and address accordingly. Question 5. When is the bidding going out for the TOR drafted agreement with the French side regarding the water agreement? Madam Chair Lady, through you, now that I have been made aware of the agreement signed in 2023, I will pick up that conversation. Prior to this question being posed in Parliament, I was unaware of such agreement. Question 6. What is the update with the HAP? A draft policy have been drafted and was shared and discussed in detail with the working group consisting of representatives of the Family Physician Associations, the St. Maarten Medical Center, Pharmacists Association, Social and Health Insurance, and the Inspectorate of Public Health, Social Development and Labor. Communication with the various stakeholders is still ongoing. The timeline has been as follows. In August 2024, a meeting was held with key stakeholders, including representatives from the Family Physician Association, the St. Maarten Medical Center, the Pharmacist Association, SZV, Inspectorate of VSA, the Department, and the Department of Public Health to discuss and evaluate the former HAP. Following this, from December 2024 through to February 2025, the Department of Public Health took the lead in developing a draft framework policy for the new HAP. In March 2025, the draft policy was submitted to the Social and Health Insurance for review and feedback. By May 2025, sorry. Yeah. Okay. In March? Okay. Sorry about that. By May 2025, it was circulated to the designated work group in preparation for a scheduled meeting in June. During the June 2025 meeting, the work group reviewed the draft policy, after which the Department of Public Health, again, revising the document based on the inputs received. The updated version will be returned to the work group before the end of this month for feedback. The final draft is expected to be completed by mid-July and will be submitted for my approval and review. Question 7. Has the matter regarding the pediatrician not rotating but permanently been solved? With regard to the matter of permanent placement of pediatrician at the St. Maarten Medical Center, St. Maarten Medical Center has informed me that this has not yet been fully resolved. The medical center has identified a candidate who they deem suitable. As this candidate is not BIG registered and the application has not yet been received, they are required to undergo the standard review and approval process established by the Ministry of VSA, as well as the relevant labor and immigration processes or procedures. I remain committed to supporting the St. Maarten Medical Center in finalizing these procedures in a timely manner, while upholding the regulatory framework designated to protect both the patient and the practitioners. Question 8. I asked you about the master schedule of the Mental Health Foundation. I was told by the Honorable Prime Minister that you were copied in an email in January, that you received the master schedule. Madam Chair, through you, on January 30th, 2025, upon the request of my cabinet to receive the master schedule, NRPB sent an email to my person, the Prime Minister, and other key members with the email entitled Draft Annual Work Plan MHP. NRPB considered the attached Draft Annual Work Plan MHP document to be the draft master schedule. While I confirm receipt of that email and attachment, my person nor the ministry considered the submitted draft annual work plan to be the master schedule. Madam Chair Lady, those are all the questions for the Honourable Member of Parliament Otley. I will now proceed with the question posed by the Honourable Member La Cruz. Question 1. Was the study financing priority list consulted with Labour? In general, the study financing list is established by engagement with various stakeholders. The Division of Labour Affairs was involved about 5 years ago in answering a questionnaire about priority areas, which was also based on the positions being filled by non-nationals. A meeting has been scheduled, initiated by the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, and is planned for July 2025. The Division of Labour Affairs has been invited to attend this meeting, with the sole agenda point being study finance priority listing. Additionally, the advice to repopulate or reestablish the Council of Education and Labor of the Dutch Caribbean, a necessary committee that provides advice on this list, is being circulated through the organization for approval. Yeah. Okay. Following question. Do supermarkets that sell cooked foods have permits to do so? This question, I believe, was already answered by the Honorable Minister of TIAT. Third question. Is there any control on what is actually cooked in these supermarkets that it is not expired? While routine and unannounced inspections are indeed carried out, it must be acknowledged that with the limited number of available food safety inspectors, it is practically impossible to monitor every business permitted by TIAT to sell food on a daily basis. Following question, do they all have food handler certificate? While I cannot give you the total numbers of persons working in the food service industry, I can confirm that on average, a total of 1,700 persons are certified yearly. Please note that their certificates are valid for 2 years. Following question. Products with labels not authorized to be sold. Correction. Yeah, to be sold. Yeah, I have a typo here. Products with labels not authorized to be sold on St. Maarten. The National Decree on Food Labeling mandates specific details on pre-packaged foods and beverages. This must be communicated in English, Dutch, or Spanish. This is one of the requirements that will be enforced as of January 1st, 2026. A campaign or information sessions are scheduled to commence in July, as this gives the suppliers time to adjust their order. Question 6. What are the plans for special needs children? I have seen people with Down syndrome with jobs. What are we doing for our people with special needs / Down syndrome? I want to see a plan. Madam Chair Lady, this question was basically answered on the floor of Parliament by the Honourable Member Waiver. At the Sister Basilia Center, there is the guided living program where people with special needs live practically on their own, and a number of them do have jobs. As it relates to our labor law, I must admit, like many of our other laws, they are outdated. Though they grant some level of protection to our vulnerable groups, there is nothing specific for our citizens in the community with Down syndrome. Question 7. Concerning French side companies working on the Dutch side. Madam Chair Lady, let me start by indicating that I fully understand the concern of Member of Parliament La Cruz, as my cabinet and I have been brainstorming on ways to tackle this matter. In principle, French companies that operate across borders would be a matter for TIAT. However, workers that are not Dutch nationals, treated as Dutch nationals, or permanent residents require an employment permit to work on the Dutch side. The entity also needs to be established on Dutch St. Maarten. As stated previously, I am aware of the phenomenon that you mentioned, but for this to be dealt with properly, there are 3 options. Option 1 would be to close the border and require everyone that passes to be controlled, which I don't think any member of parliament wants this to occur. Option 2, utilizing the limited number of labor inspectors that try to inspect every business on a daily basis operating on Land Sint Maarten, which brings us back to the capacity issue. And option 3, which I think should be the best option, the residents and businesses on Land Sint Maarten should ensure they only utilize Dutch registered businesses that are in compliance. Following question. How can we seriously address unemployment while allowing large-scale foreign contractors to take on considerable work without any obligation to hiring locals and contribute for economic infrastructure? Madam Chair Lady, through you, this was also a question posed by MP Kutai. I'm asking permission to allow me to address that question, that answer one time. Yeah. See your indication, yes, so I will continue. Thank you very much. Since becoming minister, I have taken different actions to ensure that. As minister, we publicize our own vacancies and our TWO projects on a more regular basis. As Minister of Labor, I have had several meetings with NRPB and World Bank, reiterating my position to allow more possibilities for local employment. I even went as far as officially suggesting how the project awarding contract NRPB uses should be read to guarantee a percentage of local subcontracting. This discussion is still ongoing on the World Bank level. So far, all parties agree that moving forward, it is important to see how we can increase the number of local employment. I must also note that based on a press release put out 2 weeks ago by the director of NRPB, I expect that changes will come as it relates to additional consideration for local employment possibilities. Madam Chair, as it relates to the ministry's own mental health project NRPB is executing, I made it abundantly clear that the preference will be to use subcontracting to only locals. Next question. For those tuning in, I'm still on the questions of MP La Cruz. Minister, have you ever been in the KB area? How did you breathe there? Through you, Madam Chair Lady. Yes, I've been in the KB area. I agree. The order is not pleasant. I must also note that the efforts, I must also note that the effects of the order are not limited to KB. Depending on the wind direction, it can also be experienced in the surrounding areas such as Coal Bay and Indigo Bay. Recently, I had a general meeting with the management of GBE to discuss the vision of GBE moving forward. Part of that discussion focused on transitioning towards green and sustainable energy solutions. GBE expressed commitment to implementing green solutions. Those were all the questions from MP La Cruz. Madam Chair Lady, I will now continue with the question posed by MP Roseberg. What is the procedure for seeing a psychological What is the procedure for seeing a psychologist? Is this covered by SZV? There are two ways to seek help from a psychologist. One, if a person is paying cash, the person can reach out directly to the psychologist. Or two, if it's done through medical insurance, the person has to first go through the general practitioner, which is the doctor. The doctor will then give them a referral letter to a psychologist. SZV covers these sessions once the proper referral process is followed. The numbers of sessions will be determined based on the nature of the issues and the diagnosis. Following question. Just like the legal help desk, can this initiative of a one-on-one consultant be done with a psychologist through the help desk? Madam Chair, in principle, this is a wonderful idea brought forward by the Member of Parliament, Roseberg. However, the success of such an initiative is dependent on the willingness and availability of registered psychologists to participate. The ministry will send a request to the psychologists, registered psychologists on the island, and see what their response would be. As they say in Dutch, nee heb je, ja kan je krijgen. Following question. In regard to the breakfast program, is there anything in the pipeline? Madam Chair, I would like to thank the Member of Parliament for posing this question. Meal programs for the vulnerable groups within our community is extremely dear to me. Currently, the ministry has 2 pilot programs running, of which providing meals is part of. 1, the homelessness program that is currently ongoing. 2, the reduced prices for groceries through the Vegan Food Foundation for Seniors is another one. Still to come, a soup kitchen and food pantry pilot program is set to start in the second half of 2025. This program will be executed by the faith-based organizations within our community. Specifically, as it relates to the meal programs for school, I must indicate that by law, this responsibility falls under the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sport. However, the ministry particularly through CPS, is currently looking into the possibility to structurally assist with school meal programs. Those were all the questions posed by the Honourable Member of Parliament, MP Roseberg. I will now continue with question posed by the Honourable Member of Parliament, Lebega. Madam Chair, Lady, the following question is also a question that was posed by the Honourable Member of Parliament, Ms. Westcott Williams. I'm asking for permission that I can give one answer for both MPs. Thank you. MPs, while the survey results are alarming, with regard to the STEP survey, while the survey results are alarming, they are not surprising to the ministry. The result confirmed the urgent need for actionable strategies, such as the ministry 10-year multi-sectorial action plan for prevention and control of NCDs, 2021 to 2030. This plan addresses the well-known contributors to NCDs, such as poor diets, lack of physical activities, and substance use. However, the findings also highlight that public health measures alone are not enough. It requires, like you rightfully stated, a comprehensive St. Maarten hands-on plan that tackles matters such as cost of living, physical activities, lifestyle, and mindset change, just to name a few. As it relates to VSI, preventative health remains a top priority for the ministry. Key recent and ongoing activities include child monitoring and block tests, launched with support from Stickton EGO and the Department of Sports. This program collects lifestyle and physical development data in children ages 4 to 12, guiding future school-based health interventions. We are also busy with community campaigns such as Less Salt, More Health, anti-vaping awareness in secondary schools, mental health campaigns such as Are You Okay? Or It's Okay Not to Be Okay, awareness drive for lupus, cervical cancer, and STIs. In addition, public events such as yoga meditation, healthy cooking demos, continued outreach with partners such as AUC, Heart and Stroke Foundation, Diabetes Foundation, are just some to name a few. So MPs, in conclusion, this question, by reiterating and agreeing with your concerns, a healthy St. Maarten requires all stakeholders to come aboard to do their part. Madam Chair Lady, that was the only question posed by MP Lebega. I will now continue with the question posed by MP Peterson. Update concerning food testing. Testing local food needs to be prioritized. Do you have any update? Honorable Member of Parliament Peterson, as mentioned in January, no food testing is being done. I still agree that food sampling and testing plays an important role in safeguarding our community. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I think it is important to make it clear that I have several plans to improve public health. However, one of the first steps in doing so is to structurally deal with the chronic shortage of capacity and resources. In addition, through the assistance of the TWO, the ministry has secured funds to hire an interim inspector general who, once elected, will be tasked, among other things, with following up on the previous discussion with SLS to carry out food testing. Madam Chair Lady, I will now continue with the question posed by MP Irian. Why is there no clear update in the 2025 budget regarding financial agreement and obligation with SZV, such as the audit recovery plan or settlement agreements? Madam Chair Lady, considering the detailed financial question posed on the matter, I have made an arrangement with the Minister of Finance who will elaborate and answer this question posed by the Honourable Member of Parliament. However, MP Irian specifically asked whether I had conversations with the Minister of Finance and SZV regarding the financial situation of SZV and the need to increase the payment to SZV. The answer, Madam Chair Lady, yes. We've had a number of discussions on the matter. SZV have requested an increase from 5.2 million to 6 million monthly. The government have committed to the increase of the monthly amount paid to SZV as of May 2025. Madam Chair Lady, I will now continue with the question posed by the Honourable Member of Parliament, Myers. What is the current state of the hospital? I see the construction is going on. I want to know if it is still on schedule. Madam Chair, when I came in office last year, it was indicated that the project was delayed with about 200 days. Last update received suggests a continued delay of some 200 plus days. The latest schedule indicates that the main building is now set for completion in November 2026, after which the process of moving the existing St. Maarten Medical Center to the new St. Maarten General Hospital will commence. This is planned to be completed by March 31st, 2027. Thereafter comes the demolition, the parking, helicopter platform, and the office building. I will now go over to the questions posed by the Honourable Member of Parliament, MP Westcott Williams. I answered the first question when I answered MP Lubega. I'll go directly into the second question. 1 meal a day. In terms of senior program, vegan food, what are the specifics of that program? The vegan food pilot program is run from June 1st through September. During June, 60 senior citizen households will be integrated into the Vegan Food Foundation food program. The foundation and the ministry will use the month of June to gather data regarding the need of these seniors. In July, August, and September, the program will expand to serve 100 senior citizen households. Based on the data gathered throughout the completed pilot, stakeholders will evaluate whether there is a need to continue collaboration in its current form through a structural subsidy or in partnership with other foundations alongside the Vegan Food Foundation. With regard to the following question, labor statistics, Madam Chair Lady, these statistics were sent to Parliament this afternoon. If Madam Chair Lady can confirm that you received? Yes? Okay, thank you very much.
We did, Minister. You can proceed.
Thank you. I will then continue to the following question. Vaping. Are we making any progress in attacking the problem? The ministry is aware of the increased use of vapes, which has recently become a significant public health concern, especially among youths globally and here on St. Maarten. Last year, the department launched an anti-vaping poster campaign which targeted secondary schools with the slogan, "Be smart, don't start." The health promotion team distributed these posters in secondary schools all over the island. In addition to this targeted campaign, the department published an annual article to commemorate World No Tobacco Day. Following question by the Honourable Member of Parliament. The cannabis white paper that was promised. Don't remember getting it. Can we please receive it? We have agreed as ministers to come together to present a single white paper. I have already conducted my research and I trust that the same applies to my fellow ministers. We will convene shortly to produce a consensus-based document with the relevant supporting material. Once finalized, it will be presented to the Honourable Member of Parliament. Madam Chair Lady, I have now come to the end of the answers to the questions posed from the honorable members of Parliament, and I now await any clarification if needed.
Thank you, Minister Brugge, for your questions from the first round. I look to the members of Parliament to see if there are any members of Parliament wishing to clarify or have clarifications based on the answers received. I see none. I will adjourn this meeting for 5 minutes while the Prime Minister comes in. To replace you, Minister, thank you very much. Meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. again. Welcome back to Public Meeting 20 for the Budget 2025 debate. And next up, we have the Prime Minister here to answer the questions from the first round. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
President of Parliament, Secretary General, members of Parliament, those following through social media, my support staff, those in the Tribune, and the people of Sint Maarten, good night. I will start immediately with your permission, President, to start giving answer to the question posed yesterday to my person as Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs. The first question is from MP Otley. His first question is, how feasible is the advice from the BTP that was presented to GEBE? The answer for this is the RAC/BTP report has finally provided an answer to an issue that has never been actually resolved and has been affecting the people of Sint Maarten for quite some time. I expect from NVGB to take these recommendations into consideration for the benefit, of course, of the people of Sint Maarten. As we have communicated, we intend to have an official follow-up from NVGB in regard to this communication and recommendation by the first week of August. Question number 2. It was read in a post that GEBE stands to lose 20 to 25 million if the recommendations of BTP are taken up. Is this accurate? Is this true? The answer to this question is, I'm not aware of these amounts. I have not been informed by NVGB about these amounts. Third question of MP Otley is, if the PM spoke with GEBE to be able to answer the previous question, how was the conversation and is GB in favor of such recommendations? What can they and what can't they take up from the recommendations? As mentioned previously in the Central Committee meeting, an official correspondence was sent as shareholder representative on May the 22nd, 2025, providing a copy of the report and requesting that the Managing Board be instructed to lower the fuel class component of the electricity bills. We are currently awaiting NVGB's response on the recommendations provided in the RAC-BTP report, and as we intend to have an official follow-up from NVGB, as I just said, by the first week of August. Question number 4 from MP Otley. Arm's length approaches with government-owned companies, but yet during the urgency before elections and after elections, the Prime Minister stood and did what he had to do to acquire generators. Where are those generators? What is the process of those generators? It was stated before that the MP would like the process to be sent to Parliament as it goes along. Have the generators been placed on bid? And who was the company that won? When can the generators be expected to be in Sint Maarten and fully functionable? Answer to this question of MP Otley is the generators have not yet been placed on bid. This is pending finalization of the necessary processes, criteria, and evaluation aspects related to procurement to be executed by GEBE. GB has made a substantiated request for direct selection. The government is in support of this request in order to expedite the process. It should be noted that this will also require a decree for deviation of the compatibility ordinance in order to proceed with direct selection. Direct selection does still require having criteria such as requests for proposal and approval processes. As mentioned, the generators have not yet been ordered by NVGEBE as the process is ongoing. When the generators have been ordered, it should take approximately 18 to 24 months before arrival on Sint Maarten. Question number 5. What is the government's next step if GEBE says they cannot implement such recommendations to provide relief? At some point, the government has to take the oaths. As previously stated, as we have communicated, we intend to have an official follow-up from GEBE in regard to these recommendations. I remain optimistic that GEBE will follow up with this recommendation outlined in the report with the intended outcome of a positive impact on the high energy bills. Question number 6. The fuel breakdown list was shown by the Member of Parliament, showing the double taxation where companies should not pass on turnover tax to the customers. This needs to be stopped. This statement of the MP is noted, of course. It was a statement. The Minister of Finance is looking also at this moment at this matter. The next MP with questions is MP Lacruz. Question number 1 is, why do we continue to burn heavy fuel oil on expensive, outdated, and polluting energy source while and when NLG offers a cleaner, cheaper, and more sustainable alternative? Pila Cruz, we are, and actually I did my best to get this answer for you. It's a technical answer that deserves a technical question that deserves a technical answer. Why is that the case? I tried today to get the information from GEBE why that is the case, but unfortunately they were not on time with delivering this answer. So I will surely provide it to you, and I would propose for us to send it in writing for you. The next MP is MP Kotai. MP has many points to bring forward. The disparity between private and public sector is mind-blowing. The private sector prioritizes efficiency, profitability, and sustainability. Actually, the MP has a few statements that he made in this statement, but at the end, MP repeats his question, what are we doing to guarantee our local contractors work in all our projects? The government wants all its projects to be implemented successfully to start with. Projects should support and not undermine our local economy. This is part of our definition of success. Local contractors, vendors, suppliers, and professionals should benefit from government's projects, irrespective of whether they are financed by our own national budget, by the Netherlands, or by the World Bank. Over the past months, concerns have come up about foreign contractors winning multiple tenders of the trust fund. These concerns have been escalated by my office to the government of the Netherlands and to the World Bank. I understand that these concerns are being taken very seriously and align with concerns in many other countries in the world. Earlier this week, the World Bank's procurement practice manager for Latin America and the Caribbean, Mr. Jean-Jacques Verdeau, visited Sint Maarten. He met with the Council of Ministers and spoke at the NRPB's procurement engagement event, which was organized to provide practical guidance for local companies and on participating in trust fund financed projects. On behalf of the World Bank, Mr. Verdeau informed the participants in the procurement event, as well as the Council of Ministers, that the World Bank is updating its procurement regulations to require foreign contractors to work with local contractors. This is an important step, I think, in the right direction. Once more information about these new regulations is available, I will inform Parliament accordingly. A second question of MP Kotai. As the authority responsible for VKS, MP would like to in some way ensure that the VKS is properly insured and fairly compensated for their work. More importantly, MP would like Prime Minister to consider expanding the VKS role in national security. Why not transform the VKS into a government security agency, more visible in tourist areas, helping to reduce street crime and allowing the police to focus on community policing. This approach could create jobs, generate revenue, and enhance safety across the island. MP emphasizes not to just shut down such ideas off the bat, but to explore how we can actually make these things happen. We know crime continues to rise. Both residents and tourists are increasingly fearful nowadays. Per capita in Sint Maarten, we rank amongst the highest in the region for crime, a trend that is damaging our reputation and threatening our economic stability. MP's opinion is that we must act and that we must act bold. For the first time under this administration, the VKS has been insured as of August the 24th. I can also confirm that the VKS insurance policy for the year 2025 has been paid as of today. As such, medical insurance for the VKS was purchased by the Ministry of General Affairs. This marked an important initial step in the recognizing and safeguarding the contribution of our VKS officers. Furthermore, we are currently engaged in discussions with the VKS board to explore how best to support and enhance their operations moving forward. An increased budget for the VKS has been submitted as part of the 2026 budget proposal. This reflects our government's acknowledgement of their value and our intent to strengthen their capacity. Regarding the proposal to expand the VKS role, particularly in the area of national security, visibility in tourist zones, and crime prevention, we welcome this idea and view it as an opportunity worth exploring. This government is committed to assessing their visibility and working collaboratively to determine how the VKS can be further utilized. Now we're going to Member of Parliament Roosburg, VKS officers uninsured. MP, remember that this has already taken place, the insurance of the VKS. Can that be clarified? Has this been done? When was it done? Was it done for the first time? As mentioned in the previous question posed by MP Kotai, it is for the first time under this administration, that as of August 2024, that the VKS has been insured. I can confirm that the VKS insurance policy for the year 2025 has been paid as of today. As such, medical insurance for VKS was purchased by the Ministry of General Affairs. This marks the initial step toward ensuring that members of VKS are provided with basic medical coverage as part of our commitment to supporting their services for the country. To which, as of July 1st, the compensation of VKS will be done through loon en salarissen, and therefore they will be covered by ZV. That is something great also to announce, that as of the 1st of July, we're going to control the payment of VKS through our loon en salarissen. And by doing that, there is the opportunity that VKS officers can be insured through VKS. I think that is something great. The second question, have seen a lot of media abuse happening online. Does not seem to be in control. Is there currently a media policy in order other than the media accreditation policy of 2022 that the Council of Ministers is using? A media accreditation policy has been in place indeed since 2022, to which finalization of the media law has been pending actually since 2010. with the legislation pending since 10/10/10. This matter is on the scope for sure to be addressed. Question number 3, mold issue. MP repeats the answers provided by the Prime Minister, reference the comprehensive action plan. MP would also like to receive the reports. Note that it is an internal report and has been shared to the members of Parliament today via the confidential route. Going now to MP Peterson. The productivity of some of the departments that fall within the scope of the Ministry of General Affairs. These issues were there since the MP was still a civil servant. Over the years, these problems have become structural issues within these departments. What is the amount of pending cases per ministry the Department of Personnel and Organization currently has pending? There are many positions that need to be filled within government. The sentiment that the MP is receiving from the civil servant is that in many of these cases where, for example, vacancies have went out and when it reaches P&O, it gets stuck there. MP wants an overview of how many cases per ministry P&O currently has pending. This information can also be sent in writing, which is more comprehensively for the MPs to peruse. I can mention some figures if you want. Ministry of Finance, you question about the amounts. We have still pending 7. The Ministry of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, still 14. Ministry of General Affairs, 19. Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, 9. Ministry of Public Housing, Spatial Planning, Environment and Infrastructure, VROMI, 9. And the Ministry of TIAT, 7. An updated list has been provided to Parliament. Question number 2. What agreement does government have with SLS concerning the checking of mold in the government building? MP is not aware of any existing agreement. MP is aware that there has been mold in the building for quite some time, but MP is not aware that SLS checks molds every 6 months. When was the last inspection done, and what was the result said before, and what was done after receiving the report? Concerning the status of agreement with the SLS, there has never been and is currently no formal agreement in place between the government and SLS for mold testing services. Nonetheless, SLS has been contacted directly and has expressed its readiness to conduct testing once the ongoing remediation is completed. Question and statement 2, inspection and testing history and future plan. The most recent mold testing was conducted in the previous year, 2024, and again in January 2025 by another entity than SLS. A mold remediation plan has been put in place. This remediation takes place every 3 months along with deep cleaning. Upon completion of the current remediation schedule for July, SLS will be engaged to perform post-remediation testing to verify the effectiveness of the cleanup. If mold is still detected, the remediation contractor will initiate monthly inspection and monitoring as part of a continued mold management strategy. Point 3 is next steps further. Finalize the current mold remediation process. Engage SLS for post-remediation verification testing. And thirdly, if required, activate monthly monitoring by the remediation contractor to manage and mitigate any further mold presence. Coming now to MP Doran, can you please clarify the status of the land situation across from the Little League Stadium, particularly regarding the citizen who was reportedly disadvantaged in the MP's opinion during the settlement process and not compensated? This question was asked 4 times in 4 different meetings according to the Member of Parliament. Indeed, a complaint was submitted under the previous administration and handled accordingly by the NRPB. The outcome of this complaint was made known to the respective person as well as government since April the 8th, 2024. The NRPB has informed government on multiple occasions that there are no outstanding complaints on cash compensation of projects affected persons under the Reestablishment Action Plan for neighborhood next to the landfill. Question number 2. Can I please get the request from NVGP, GEBE, be it the board, the supervisory board, or the management board requesting assistance from government to acquire generators? So not a statement. I would like documentations, albeit through the confidential route, if that can be provided. And I would like to know, has GB formally submitted such a request? And the answer is yes, GEBE has officially, on paper, documented, requested assistance for, to move forward. And the relevant documentations to prove this has been provided through the confidential route as requested by MP Dorang and further for all the members of Parliament. Question number 3. There are growing concerns about inflation under the NRPB funded programs, particularly regarding vehicle purchases, equipment procurement, and also contracted works. We have seen certain prices gone from, I believe it was 4 to 5 million estimated, to above the 10 million in certain instances during the course of the years. Going to recent times during the CC, clarity was requested on the vehicle that were purchased for the fire and ambulance department. There was a unit price given for a Toyota Prado for approximately $111,000, and 7 were purchased and at a price of almost $114, and also $114 was also paid for a Toyota Hilux. Yet the MP asked for the highest sport version price, and it did not even reach the US $61,000. Where did the NRPB get these numbers from? These are indeed very high numbers. For this answer, let me be clear. The purchasing and all process surrounding these vehicles funded from NRPB took place prior to my tenure in office, which started the 3rd of May 2024. Notable to mention, the shipping date was in January 2024, to which I did not take office until the 3rd of May 2024. Therefore, I was not in the Council of Ministers when these figures were discussed. Question number 4 from MP Doran. A company name was mentioned and it did not sound like Real Auto Sint Maarten. The Toyota, costing $61,000 for one, was purchased there. Can we please be provided a price comparison for what these vehicles cost at Real Auto and what was paid for by the NRPB? During the Central Committee meeting, the name of the company I mentioned was General Auto Repairs. This is the local company used for the maintenance schedule. Real Auto did not submit a bid, and such a price comparison is therefore not possible, as these are not regular vehicles as mentioned previously. Question number 5. For the 10 vehicles, we reached to almost 1.1 million for simple Toyota vehicles. Can some clarity please be provided on this? Can the Prime Minister confirm the accuracy of these prices and also explain the procurement process and how the value for money was assessed by all these consultants that were brought in? To reiterate, the shipping date was in January 2024, to which I did not take office until May, as I said. Therefore, I was not in the Council of Ministers and privy to the handling and decision-making of this project. Question number 6. Has there been an audit or external review conducted to determine whether the NRPB procurement practices are delivering value for money? Do you intend to do so, especially after giving these astronomical prizes? Trust fund projects have oversight from the World Bank. Also, annual financial audits take place by an independent auditor. To date, all audit reports are unqualified or, in other words, clean. Agenda point, question number 7. With the central bank warning about inflation and rising operational costs, can the Prime Minister share the cost-saving measure or expenditure controls that are currently being enforced across all ministry lines under his leadership? Some ministers choose not to travel, but the MP would like to know if there are any other ways and means to cut costs. Since taking office in 2024, several cost-saving measures were invoked, such as 1, streamlining limiting the random renting of buildings, stopping of rental cars, limiting of vendor purchases and services, stopping of external security services, stopping of random services and purchase of goods items, disconnection of unaccounted for water and utility meters, limitations on gas cards allowance, revised vehicle policy, limit the purchase of handset mobile phones, limiting open phone subscriptions. Question number 8. A recent video circulating where during an interview in Curaçao on a Curaçao platform, the Prime Minister mentioned that there are a lot of uneducated people on Sint Maarten. Can you share the statistics based for that statement? Additionally, what government policies and or initiatives are in place to address the educational gaps and improve access to training where it comes to skills development? In the Jacobs II cabinet, there was Learn Smart for the community to follow courses which could be used to get jobs. Can the Prime Minister please explain what policies he has introduced to curb that gap he spoke about? The answer on this. Firstly, the statement made was that government of country Sint Maarten have neglected education for the people of this country. You have to listen carefully and don't just cut a piece of that video and then think then that that is the reality. If you listen to the whole interview, you're going to understand that the statement is that governments of country Sint Maarten have neglected education for the people of Sint Maarten. Because of this, there is a disconnect between education and the necessities of the labor market. That is a fact that we are encountering at this particular moment for country Sint Maarten. This disconnect has a real effect on the opportunities for the people of Sint Maarten. Based on data from UNESCO Global Education Monitoring Report, only 43% of adults in Sint Maarten have completed secondary education. This indicates that more than half of the adult population has not reached this basic educational milestone, which is a key benchmark for workforce readiness and social development. In making the statement that the population has a low level of education, this figure serves as a clear indicator. It suggests that a significant portion of residents may face challenges in accessing higher paying jobs, understanding complex civic matters, or fully participate in the knowledge economy. This warrants the need for targeted educational reform, adult learning programs, and stronger foundational support in every education. Let me be clear. I stand 100% behind the people of this country and will work hand in hand to support my colleague Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport to ensure if there are any reforms needed in education or to support our labor market. Be rest assured this government will do its utmost, and we look forward to the support of Parliament also. We are going now to MP Irion. The former administration was looking into the process of the legal entity of the government going through an official procedure. Are there any plans for the current administration to do a tender for the lawyer of the government? What we see is we have a lawyer for government that's basically our retainer, but every single ministry has their own lawyer. Then every minister's cabinet, again, has their own lawyer. The current administration can look into the possibility of issuing a public tender for the legal services of government. However, note that currently a service level agreement, een dienstverleningsovereenkomst for legal services, has been in place with a specific legal firm since 2013. In addition to this, each ministry retains legal counsel based on their specific area of expertise and operational needs. This approach has allowed for specialized support, but the administration acknowledges the importance of reviewing the current structure, including the potential benefits of a centralized legal service tender. Question number 2 from MP Irion. I see that you paid out some court fees. How much money have you spent currently on paying out any sort of court-related fees? How many court cases is the government currently in, or how many court cases have been in since the start of the term? How much do we have to potentially pay out, and how much has been paid out? In January 2024, a total of 124 new cases were registered and 166 court documents were booked. For the year 2025, to date, 89 new cases have been registered and 210 court documents have been booked. In 2024, the Ministry of General Affairs incurred a total of 79,756 Caribbean guilders and 34 cents. For the year 2025, up to the present date, the Ministry has paid 55,165 Caribbean guilders and 62 cents in legal fees. These amounts exclude any retainer fee paid to legal counsel. Going now to MP York, GB relief. In a recent press briefing release, the minister stated something of 6-7 cents relief as a result of the GEBE relief motion brought by MP Otley in 2024. MP missed the conclusion in how that number was really achieved, what the exact advice was from Curaçao. A report was received consisting of 35 pages, of which but only 25 pages were received, available to be viewed, but to today we just received only 25. The full report was resubmitted yesterday, ensuring that not 35 but 40 pages report. You mentioned 35, but the total report consists of 40 pages. This was again reviewed, and indeed we realized that something went wrong. Thank God to the communication with the Secretary General, we realized that in the sending of this report, you received only 25 pages, but it's in total 40 pages, and these pages have been resubmitted to Parliament this morning. This was, of course, submitted through the confidential route. Therefore, the exact advice and recommendation and conclusions of the RAC-BTP is known now to Parliament. It should be noted that upon taking office and encountering the enormous challenges being faced by NVGB, including the lack of a completed C-level managerial board, the ongoing recovery from the hack, the energy crisis, aging infrastructure, generators, and the rising cost of energy bills, finding solution for NVGB was one of the first urgent actions that this government tackled and continues to tackle in order to bring lasting solutions to stabilize and make sure that we have sustainable energy for Sint Maarten. Coming now to question number 2 from MP York. Is there a decision somewhere that allows the harbor to change the original assignment for the fuel clause, which was originally for the pier to be able to get involved into bridges? So is there a document somewhere that was signed that changed assignment from piers to bridges? So does the harbor ask permission from Country Sint Maarten to do such? For purpose of clarity, the throughput fee is levied on fluid bulk throughput, what we call the fuels, based on the concession agreement the port has with Country Sint Maarten. To my knowledge, there is no specific assignment by the port to bridges and piers. Question number 3. MP believes that it's time for to abolish the throughput fee, seeing it has lived his life. It has served his purpose, and that will be able to give Sint Maarten a much-needed space to breathe. I think the MP statement is noted. The last MP that had questions was MP Sarah Westcott-Williams. The MP wants to know what the priorities are and also wants to know the progress on matters pertaining to our carried out under the umbrella of TWO. The MP would like to know about the evaluation that should have taken place already on the integrity chamber. The priority of the country reform package are being discussed in the SG platform. The priorities will be determined based on the remaining timeline to which the country reform package is scheduled to end in 2027. Progress is tracked by means of the implementation agenda, to which progress is reported by means of the progress monitoring report done between the temporary work organization, the TWO, and the government of Sint Maarten. This is now done on a 6-month basis and no longer on a quarterly basis. Currently, an evaluation is being planned between the Netherlands, Aruba, Curaçao, and Sint Maarten. At the moment, the evaluation is at the stage of discussion. For discussion, we will inform Parliament. Currently, the evaluation is on schedule and will be finalized in early 2026. The third question is, has the government instituted the task force? As the MP was told by the Prime Minister in response to a question, it would have been established. Is it established and up and running is the question. There have been 2 meetings held thus far to start the basic framework for the task force and the relevant stakeholders that will be part of it. Present in these meetings have been representatives of the Ministries of Finance, TIAT, and General Affairs. Going forward, other external stakeholders will be required to join. This is an ongoing process. This is a collaborative effort to which the government is committed to addressing these challenges. Question number 4. The BTP proposal regarding energy. What is government's intention in terms of going forward now that it has proposed to GBE the proposals presented? Are we to sit back and wait the response from the company, or are we going to try and move with a response in a feasible way of GB? As previously stated, as we have communicated, we intend to have an official follow-up from NVGB in regard to these recommendations by the first week of August. Personally, I remain optimistic that GB will follow up with the recommendations outlined in the report with the intended outcome of a positive impact on the high energy bills. Question 5, where would we say we stand with alternative energy plans, proposals, and projects? As I have stated publicly, I'm a proponent of the transition to renewable energy for Sint Maarten, being a small island development state, as they call it, the SITS. As it pertains to the government of Sint Maarten's position, internal discussions are at this particular moment ongoing in regard to energy in its totality to determine long-term sustainable development. Question number 6. We know that the results are for the survey with civil servants, but what has been done with the results of this survey? A letter was sent to Parliament in March 2025 providing an update on the steps taken since the survey. As in addition, a training was held for the Employee Engagement Council over 3 days on June the 4th, 5th, and 6th, 2025, to ensure that they are equipped to take on their new role within the government organization by enhancing their presentation, negotiation, and communication skills. In addition to the work of the Employee Engagement Council, an internal events committee was established. The committee has worked on 2 social events thus far. The social events that have been hosted were done in order to promote appreciation, team building, and foster closer cohesion amongst fellow civil servants. Question number 7. At the conference, the members of Parliament were privy to a letter from the Ombudsman in 2016 to then Prime Minister Martin, and it gave so many issues that civil servants indicated that they were facing at that time. Was anything done with those conclusions by the Ombudsman? Member of Parliament, if possible, can we get more explanation on the correspondence of 2016. We did really our best to get hold of this correspondence, but unfortunately we were not lucky enough to put our hands on. So I will appreciate if you can give me some more guidelines in the question statement that you made. In this way, President of Parliament, I thought that I came to the end of answering the questions. If there are any clarifications necessary, of course, I'm willing to give it to the members of Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for your answers to questions in the first round posed. I see for clarifications, the first member of Parliament to speak is MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to the Prime Minister and his support staff and the viewing public. Prime Minister, I thank you for the answers, but for some reason I believe, I don't know if the questions were butchered or maybe I posed them wrong. So I'll repose them for clarifications. Initially, the first question was more about not that I didn't understand how you got to the number of 6 to 7 cents. I understood that. It was more, I realized that in the calculation, it still had 8.5% net losses, right? So in my contribution, I was explaining, according to my understanding, how we can go from 8.5 down to 5.5%, right? Because being that net losses are summed up by overhead cables and heat and et cetera, just not to take too long with that. The majority of our cables are now on the ground, right? So the environment that we're now operating in, living in, is different than when the net losses number was initially calculated. So I was wondering, hence my question, to lower that percentage in order to add more sense to the possible potential relief, right? And in that, I mentioned the throughput fee being also an additional measure in order to get to a higher number of relief. And I understood the Prime Minister explained that the throughput fee was part of the concession agreement with the harbour. I understand all of that. Maybe if the Prime Minister can clarify what was the origin of the throughput fee. So not how it was calculated, but what caused St. Martin to implement the throughput fee, in particular on the concession agreement from the harbour. So if the Minister can clarify that. And in the beginning, the Minister explained when he was answering questions from another MP, the measures he took, he is taking through you, Madam Chair, as it pertains to local contractors, right? And the NRPB, getting work from the NRPB and the World Bank. The Prime Minister knows as well, we've had some good discussions here on the floor of Parliament, dating back to October, December, January, discussing this very same topic, right? And recently, I have a colleague MP that finally woke up to join me in that fight. Thank you for that. But Prime Minister, in the prior discussions that we had on this topic, well, I was elated, so I was happy to hear the answer that you gave to the MP, but I also was immediately a bit confused because in the prior conversations that we had, January, December, October, the tone was different. The tone was, it's an NRPB thing, it's a World Bank thing, and because St. Martin does not have its own procurement law, there's little to nothing that we can do as it pertains to local labor where World Bank money is spent. Now, in the answer that I just understood, I just heard, a complaint was sent to the World Bank, something of the sort. Don't quote me on that. And it would seem as if something can be done now. So maybe I misunderstood the Prime Minister through you, Madam Chair, but the tone and the answer now is totally different to the answer that was given back in January. Now, I know time changes, so I would like to understand what changed in that period of time, because we still don't have a procurement law, right? So if the Minister, through you, Madam Chair, can explain that and clarify that. And that would be it for my clarifications, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York, for your clarification points. I see that MP Omar Otley has a clarification. MP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd just like to clarify the answer given to my question as it pertains to the GB generators and the bids. I heard that the Prime Minister said the bidding process has not started, but yet the intention is to do a direct selection. Please help me with that. A direct selection is giving it to a company, because the agreement in Parliament, or the sentiment in Parliament, was that we would be updated on the bidding process, and we were told that the pricing would have to be, we would have to approve Budget 2024 amendment in order for the bidding process to continue. And we're dealing with government funds of 75 million. So I would like to ensure that it's handled properly and that a bidding process is indeed underway and not given to a specific company. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Otley. The next minister up is MP Labega. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to ask the Prime Minister what will happen in the event that NVGEB says that they're not able, because of their financial situation, to grant the relief that you're asking. And from my understanding, they can have this right. So I proposed a couple of months ago that COM, the shareholder, tells the supervisory board, a request from the supervisory board, to request from the management board, which is the proper procedures, for them to come up with two options. Two options that they can give now or in the future based on their financial position, and a timeline. Because if they respond to your request by saying, no, sorry, at this time we can't do anything, now we're back to square one. But if the instruction is to provide us, the government, with two options have to come back. And based on these two options, now the government can say, okay, we're going to take option one or option two. Therefore, we're not back to square one by them just saying, with all due respect, due to our financial position, there's nothing we can do. So thank you, Madam Chair, for that.
Thank you, MP Labega. MP York, you had an addition to add to your clarification. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I literally forgot one thing. Was the very first question that I posed during the first round, and that had to do with the fuel clause, right? The fact, and a bit for the lack of a better word, because I know this is a very sensitive word, Madam Chair, but I'm not trying to insinuate anything by using it, but by reading the article from a former MP, I think the Prime Minister knows which article I'm talking about, that was on the Tribune maybe a week or two back, made me think on the legalities of the fuel clause, right? Being that the fuel clause stems from in the 70s, back when GB subsidized electricity for Sabre and Statia and St. Martin. So basically, it fully subsidized Sabre and Statia, and it was the SSS Islands, seeing that GB is de gemeenschappelijke elektriciteitsbedrijf boven zijn eilanden. So basically, GEBE was not solely a St. Martin company, right? It was from the fuel clause was instated in the Netherlands Antilles days. And as of 10-10-10, as of all other laws, etc., a lot of the things were taken over from the Netherlands Antilles over to country Sint Maarten. And as you know, there were some laws that were taken over that worked in the Netherlands Antilles but didn't directly work in the best interest of country Sint Maarten. And potentially, this could be one of them, right? So I was wondering, and hence the question, has that ever been evaluated? Is that something that was from the Netherlands Antilles days that was not fit for purpose moving over to country Sint Maarten? And if that is the case, then already there should be some wiggle room to be able to make it fit for purpose for Sint Maarten. Because I don't know if you've heard the rumblings, through you, Madam Chair, the Prime Minister, but there's a group of people out there that are considering a class action. There's rumors, right, against GEBE, right? And we can be steadfast and say, hey, it doesn't matter, we don't care, or whatever. But it would be a bit naive if we were to not take it seriously, end up in a potential lawsuit, and then you hear at the last minute, oh, well, it wasn't legally 100% grounded, right? And at the end of the day, we could say, okay, that's a GB problem, but the government of St. Maarten is a stakeholder, and at the end of the day, the buck stops with the government, right? So for exploration purposes, has that ever been, maybe not, and to no fault of anyone, because, like I said, it's something old, but has that ever been evaluated, or is it on the to-do list to be evaluated? And that would be it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. MP Duran is the next with clarification questions or points. MP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good evening to my colleagues, Prime Minister, and a special shout out to the people of St. Maarten that are still tuned in. Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to thank the Prime Minister for the responses given, and I also really appreciate the fact that the Prime Minister is, however, contrary to his colleagues, providing documents through the confidential route as it should be. So I will review that document from GB that you mentioned. I would like to move to clarification on the point with regards to the vehicles from the NRPB, Prime Minister. I'm not here to point fingers and mention when you came into office, because that is definitely not the case. I know the facts of the situation. However, government is continuous, and a lot of things happen after we left office. So when I ask, through you, Madam Chair, for a price comparison of Real Auto. I did not ask if Real Auto took part in the bid. I asked for a price comparison for the simple fact that Real Auto is our Toyota dealer on the island, and I wanted to paint the picture of understanding the idea of paying $114,000 for a Hilux pickup, for example, in comparison to what it costs here locally. And that's why I would like, and I still would like, that price comparison for the Prada, the Hilux, and also the Hiace, so that we can draw this reference, so that it can be clear to the people of St. Martin. Because at the end of the day, the trust fund project was to rebuild the economy of St. Martin, or contribute in one way, and I believe that we have to do a cost-benefit analysis where that is concerned. So I still would like that for clarification purposes, which was one of my questions. Also, Prime Minister, I requested if you can provide the bidding information then, because you mentioned that Real Auto didn't bid. Then can you provide the bidding information to do the price comparisons as well, albeit through the confidential route, which I will, of course, respect. The next point I have, through you, Madam Chair, is when the Prime Minister mentioned that 43% of our population have a high school diploma. And indeed, I hear you when you say that education has been denied. Today we had a very good speech by one of the longest serving parties in the country, St. Martin, where I believe that that is where the education was neglected, in my personal opinion. I mean, my scholarship was denied. Fortunately, I have a fighting mother, so to speak, and we fought that process. So through you, Madam Chair, to the Prime Minister, can you please provide an action plan? Because I also asked for the idea behind of your government in order to bridge that gap with this whole uneducated situation that you're speaking of. And I would like to know, through you, what are your views on how we can right these wrongs of the past 40 years? Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Prime Minister, for the responses thus far.
Thank you, MP Duran. The next MP for clarification is MP Waver. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For clarification, we're not in the second round yet, right? Okay, just checking, because I'm hearing some new questions there as well. Honorable Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, for clarification, I think for the public as well, is NVGB board obligated to follow the instructions of this shareholder or the recommendations of the shareholder? So just for clarification for the public. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Waver. The next MP with clarification is MP Arian. You have the floor.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Prime Minister, for the answers. The question, you mentioned a report based on the education. I didn't hear the entity that provided the report or the date. Or can the report just be sent to Parliament based on the educational levels on the island? And also, I believe we had one done a couple of years ago in the government, or maybe can that one also be sent to us? I also would like to say, Prime Minister, I appreciate, again, similar to MP Duran, it seems to be a USM thing that ministers actually presented us with the documents we require, so I want to show my appreciation for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Arian. There is an additional MP with clarifications. MP Lacruz, you have the floor.
A blessed evening, Madam Chair Lady, Griffier, Prime Minister, and your support staff, my fellow colleagues, and those watching on social media. Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Prime Minister, I truly appreciate the response on the first question that I asked, and I'll explain quickly why. Because you could have sat or came and gave me a answer that was, out of the air, that made absolutely no sense, but you took your time and requested that information that is extremely important to my person. Madam Chair Lady, again, through you, through the Prime Minister, I did ask some other questions. I understood that that the minister, the Prime Minister, will answer those questions. What I would suggest is if he could bring back the answers to those questions in the second round with any additional questions that I have. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz, for the clarification. I see that there are no more MPs with clarification, so I am going to deliberate with the Prime Minister to see how much time he would need before he can come back. And because of that, we're going to take a 5-minute adjournment 10-minute adjournment. So the meeting adjourned for 10 minutes. Welcome back to the clarification round, which ended, and Prime Minister has returned with us to answer those questions. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I see now that the microphone is working. First, the questions of MP York that stated about the 8% net loss by the distribution of current to the client. That's, of course, a very technical statement to actually be accurate in the distribution of current, to see from the production side to getting the energy to the houses, for example, to the client, what is actually the net loss. And until now, they have been using the formula of 8%. There has been some suggestions, perhaps, that the 8% is not accurate enough. And for example, you suggested the 5%. And of course, if you suggest that there should be some space there, I'm not an engineer, but of course, if that is the case, if we all have great ideas to help the people of Sint Maarten, of course, I will take this proposal in discussion with NVGB. As I told you, we have in August a meeting with NVGB. And if there is an idea that we can shrink this 8% to 5.5%, that should, of course, contribute to the relief for the clients. You had a second question. The second question was the throughput fee. What is actually the purpose of this throughput fee? What is the intention of this throughput fee? And this throughput fee is actually to financially assist the harbor in investments. And that is the reason that this throughput fee was introduced. There is actually a third question about the throughput fee. I recall that you asked about in the 70s, in the time that they were actually, no, that was for the fuel class, yes. But for the throughput fee, you asked me what was the intention of this throughput fee? The origin. Yeah. Madam Chair, can you ask the MP to give me some clarification on his question?
Sure, Prime Minister. Out of the norm, but for the sake of clarity and full understanding, so we don't have to do it back and forth, I will give the floor to MP York to ensure that the question is 100% understood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, I meant the origin of the throughput fee. So what caused the throughput fee to be created and thus then implemented from the very beginning? Yes. What caused it?
Thank you, MP. The original intention of this throughput fee was for the harbor to get additional assistance for their development and investments. As you know, there was, if you look back to the history of the development of this harbor, we have to give acknowledgement to this great development on the level we have our harbor nowadays. But it is, of course, true. It costs money to get there, and the original intention of this with the throughput fee was actually to assist the harbor in future investments. Then you had another question about the contractors. We realized since the beginning, and that is, I try every time again to explain that, the whole intention of the choice of contractors, it's due to the procurement of the World Bank. And I said it in the past, I'm going to repeat it, the NRPB is just executing the orders of the World Bank. So they are not the one making the choices between foreign contractors or local. The NRPB comes with procurements. Due to the procurements, as we know, local contractors could not pass that filter moment, and the choice is felt on foreign contractors. That's one. I have myself sent letters to the World Bank through the NRPB to ask them please to reconsider, because I think that we were falling short on our obligation to local contractors. And I got as answer that I do not have a saying in their procurement, and they actually did not consider my concerns and actually my request to make a change to give some chance to the local contractors, so they proceeded. After having their stance with their foreign contractors that they selected, they realized that there were a lot of challenges to get those foreign contractors going on the island. And at a certain moment, they realized with letters that I sent to the NRPB or to the World Bank through NRPB, pressure from members of parliament, and also the pressure being focused on the World Bank, that they think that local contractors should also get a chance, made that recently we got information that the World Bank is again re-evaluating their procurement to see if we get the opportunity to select also local contractors. So they themselves realize, although we told them in the beginning it's not going to work, because it's the mandate that they got from the Netherlands, they decided that they are going to call the shots, but at the end they realized that it doesn't work that way, and now they are reconsidering, what I'm very thankful for, that although it took some time, they realized that they could not continue in the way that they thought they could realize all the projects for the people of Sint Maarten. MP Otley said to me about the bidding process. Yes, originally MP Otley is right. If we are going to invest such amounts of capital for investment for country Sint Maarten, I think it's legitimate for us to have a bidding process for the sake of accountability, for the sake of transparency. I think that's very correct what Mr. Otley is stating. And that is also our position in this. Until shortly, the GEBE sent government a letter in which they said that they are historically a long time already working with one certain brand, that they have a good connection with actually the fabric that is producing these generators. Their personnel is completely trained with this brand. They are very known with the parts necessary with this specific brand, and because of how they have educated their personnel with this brand, they are very accustomed to that brand. They ask us if there is a possibility that they can actually bypass a bidding to go straight forward to that brand. What I can understand, by the way, but for us to do that, we still have to stay very transparent. We have to stay accountable. And that means if we get so far in agreement, we will have to, of course, make sure that we bypass in a legitimate way the compatibiliteitslandsverordening for us to please GB in actually the comfort zone that they are functioning with this specific brand, what I understand, by the way. But I will keep the members of parliament informed about that. That is Mr. Otley, MP Otley. And then we're going to MP Labega. MP Labega said, yes, he understands how it works. It's about shareholders communicating to the supervisory board of directors. So it's the supervisory board is our first counterpartner in negotiations and in discussions. And then he said, how should it proceed? Shouldn't we, for example, ask the managerial board to come with proposals, at least two, if they have other ways to tackle this fuel price, if they have other suggestions than what we proposed on the basis of what we have received from the RAC BTP. And I think that is a wise statement of MP Labega, that of course, if we see that it's going to be a tense discussion, we can, of course, as shareholders, request them to, okay, what are other alternatives in case you are standing on your point that it will be difficult to please actually the suggestions and recommendations from that report. The MP York had a third statement that we have to come back to. is the fuel clause, actually considering the history of this fuel clause, serving actually the Bovenwinden, as you said, Stebe, Statia, and Sint Maarten, and then keeping the concept of the fuel clause as it was until now, while a lot constitutionally has changed, but we maintain the formula of the fuel clause if any research has been done with the transition phase from the Bovenwinden to Sint Maarten. My answer is there has been no reconsideration or transition analysis of the value of the fuel clause to where we have it today. That did not happen, if that is your question. Further, Mr. York had been evaluated, 70s, yes. But of course, that is a good suggestion, MP York, that we should look again to that whole concept of the fuel clause. But I'm convinced that the RACBTP, of course, getting the request from government to see what they can do to mitigate the price of energy, that was a topic as such already to look and see what is the validity, what is the contribution of this fuel clause, what does it add to the price, what is its significancy, and I think the BTP RAC did their homework on that. But the transition from Bovenwinden to Sint Maarten, for sure, that has never taken place. Continue to MP Doran, clarification on the vehicles. MP Doran, the following: there has been no bidding in which Real Auto had participated in a bidding process. So your question to me is, do we have comparison between that business that got the opportunity to order these cars compared to real estate? I do not have comparison because real estate has never been considered or did not participate in this bidding. But of course, notice taken of your concern, and I will follow up to see, instead of Real Auto, how did that procedure went in those days? And if you would like the prices of the vehicles once more, I will ask NRPB to look in those documents concerning the cars. But Real Auto was never part of the bidding process. That is Mr. Doran. Concerning a statement of MP Doran concerning the 43% and the level of technical education of the community, concerning his request for a plan, how can we actually cover the gap to get this 43% or that 60-something% smaller to get more people that can benefit from technical education in Sint Maarten. What we can do is that I'm going to send you in writing the action plan that we have with the Ministry of Education to see how we can do that. Concerning Mr. Wever, MP Wever is asking, what are you going to do are they obliged actually to follow your recommendations? My answer to this is that we have in all negotiations with the GEBE, being a government-owned company, we will have to respect in all our instructions, we will have to respect the corporate governance regulations. We cannot just like this walk in on the executive floor of the company and instruct them to do what we think as shareholders should happen. So we will have to respect the corporate governance regulations. That is MP Wever. MP Irion. MP Irion asked me to send the reports that I based my conclusion about, for example, the 43%. I commit to send to the MP via the Parliament's President. I will send the documents that actually explains the percentages that I have used. Yes. MP report, yes. And then we have MP La Cruz in the meantime sent some questions, and I will make sure that before the second round, I will send you in writing answers to your questions. I think these were the answers, and I want to thank you for your attention. Thank you. I think that's it.
Thank you, Prime Minister. MP Duran, I am so tempted to give you the floor, but we passed clarifications rounds, so that's why you could have used the interruption for it. Then I would say that we could use the round two to do it then. I'm trying to be fair, but at this point, I can't really give the floor back after clarification answers have been given by the Prime Minister. And with that, I would like to thank the Prime Minister for those answers, and I will adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes, a strict 5 minutes to allow the Minister of Rami to come in. Meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. Welcome back to our public meeting 20 for the 2025 budget. I would like to welcome Minister Vrami to give his answers for all of the questions from the first round. Minister, you have the floor.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of Parliament, those listening on any means available to them. Allow me first to begin with the questions of MP Darrell York. On the zoning issues presented earlier, why hasn't the Vrami minister accomplished 8 out of 9 planned zoning steps that were due before June? Madam Chair, through you, please note that in Parliament Green Zoning Plan presentation, we mentioned that the making of this zoning plan would heavily depend on available human and financial capacity. Even though we have these constraints, following the presentation in Parliament, the ministry undertook several key actions. We initiated discussions to explore potential external technical and financial support in this project. 2, we engaged with the International Panel for Deltas and Coastal Areas, IPDC, funded by the Dutch Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management, where we presented our green zoning plan vision. The panel has agreed to partially support the initiative. With the IPDC, we are currently in the process of finalizing a comprehensive green zoning work plan, which includes 1, developing a framework for zoning plan, 2, scoping a coastal erosion study and geotechnical study, the results of which will directly inform the zoning framework. 3, identifying climate change adaptation measures to be integrated into the zoning plan. And 4, the work plan to be executed within the coming 6 to 8 months. Once these foundational steps are complete, we will initiate stakeholder consultations for the mentioned sub-studies. Stakeholder consultations will, of course, will be held. Additionally, we are now in a discussion with a potential legal expert to help us with the legislative process that the zoning plan will need to go through. The MP's second question: why hasn't the Vrami minister conducted new stakeholder analysis or public consultation for zoning, instead referencing outdated studies and analyses from 10 years ago? As mentioned before, we are busy preparing the green zoning plan framework, and therefore we will hold stakeholder sessions. Also note that not all previous studies are completely outdated. Some may still be of relevance today. Additionally, new studies have been done as well as the project has been done as well. Within the project Corina, Coastal and Terrestrial Biodiversity, social economic valuation of our marine and coastal areas and coastal risk and vulnerability studies were presented to Parliament as well. The MP's third question: if Domain Affairs has 22 million guilders outstanding as long lease payments, where are the actions from the Vrami minister to collect these arrears from major landholders as previously promised? The question regarding the collection of long lease canon is an important one. However, it is essential to clarify that collection of long lease canon fees falls under the responsibility of the receiver's office. Having said that, I agree a stronger alignment between Vrami and Finance on this is necessary. Regarding new garbage collection contracts up for bidding in September, has the minister implemented a new, better policy that corrects the process that he personally criticized when he was in opposition? MP, through you, Madam Chair, I was never in any official capacity as a member of opposition to criticize the garbage contracts. My referral to the garbage contracts came as minister when reviewing the Ombudsman's report regarding the manner in which there was interference in the bidding process. In terms of changes, we are looking at external assistance to make the bidding process more transparent and more timely. Why has Vrami chosen to pay for new research and add retention ponds when there's already an existing study and full solution action plans for South Reward, Mary's Fancy flooding area and erosion issues? Madam Chair, the studies that were carried out in the past, more than 10 years ago, were executed by UNESCO IHE. The ministry needs to further update these studies with execution of hydrological studies in order to connect the different water bodies and propose those proposed in the UNESCO report. Moving on to the questions of the MP, Egbert Duran. Can you confirm specifically which current road projects were executed based on the previously approved capital projects under the previous administration, Jacobs 2, and which road projects were newly initiated under your administration? The road resurfacing and hard surfacing projects are both part of the CapEx secured by the previous administration. Temporary fixes falls within the operational expenses of the ministry. For hard surfacing, this project was signed off in December 2023, and the list of roads was approved by the former administration. In July 2024, the current administration signed off the list of roads and designs for the resurfacing project. These include L.B. Scott Road, Long Wall Road, Walter Nisbeth Road, Yontra Esquin Boulevard, Welfare Road, K-Bay Road intersection, Arch Road sections and upgrades, ATLH Road, roundabout, and improvements to Huldah Butcherson Bishop Hill intersection. Ongoing and planned projects include improvements to ATLH Road, upgrades to Garden Road, and implementation of a new one-way system on Canagita Street and related street development improvements. What is the long-term vision for areas like housing? Have agreements been signed, land allocated, purchase, or financing secured for public affordable housing developments? As stated in Central Committee, we are finalizing the housing policy. The goal of the policy is to provide adequate housing for all St. Martiners in all stages of their lives. Everyone that is a resident of St. Maarten should have access to good housing and a good living environment. Regarding the housing shortage of affordable housing for low and middle income group, the policy sets a list of goals and actions for the following target groups: young professionals, vulnerable, low income people, and elderly people. The policy will outline, among other things, the amount of housing, the form of housing, such as new homes, repurposing, and densification. Necessary legal changes, financing options, and which stakeholders should be involved in the realization of housing for these groups. With your indulgence, MP Duran, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to request that a more holistic presentation be made to Parliament once the policy is finalized. Since taking office, I have met the Housing Foundation 4 times. The discussion focused on the role of the foundation, current and proposed housing projects, and the relationship between the Housing Foundation and the government. Vrami has the following priorities to address some of these discussions. 1, a clear communication of the responsibilities of the foundation versus government versus tenant. 2, discussions with stakeholders on issues with access in some proposed sites. This is regarding land, of course. 3, the performance agreement. Finally, we have initiated meetings every other month, starting last month, to support stronger alignment, especially as we reach the date for delivery of the housing policy. On the matter of financing for residents, a scheduled meeting with the Curacao Mortgage Guarantee Fund for today was scheduled due to the budget deliberations. On the aspect of financing for housing projects, we are exploring both local and international refinance opportunities. Can the option be explored of selling homes managed by St. Maarten Housing Development Foundation that are not tied up in loans to people in certain areas such as South Ward? Stated during Central Committee, the Ministry has indeed discussed this with Housing Foundation and will look further into this matter based on the information shared. By MP Waiver, who asked a similar question. What is the latest status on implementing the building code? The current status of the building code is pending implementation. Following the building code training in May 2023, it was discovered that some things needed to change and or added to the legislation, which needed to be done by an amendment decree. The decree needs to be finalized based on advice received from YZ&V. Additionally, a ministerial decree on structural third-party safety assessments needs to be drafted, that will enable effective execution of Article 1.12 of the Building Code, which requires persons to include a third-party assessment on structural safety for building categories 1, 2A, 2B, and 3. Lastly, the building permit application evaluation forms need to be adjusted as well on the new building code regulations. The Ministry will be hiring external legal assistance within short to assist us with effective implementation of the building code. The MP's following question: provide an update on the status of the initiative to implement a seniors and differently abled pathway in Great Bay. Madam Chair, through you, this is a project still in its implementation phase and has been proposed for funding in CapEx 2026. Does the name ATCO NV ring a bell? What are they executing for the government or NRPB? Also explain Matrice NV's assignment or what they are working on. Before this question was posed, we did not know of the existence of ATCO NV or Mattress NV. However, after some research, we discovered that we did have a tour in Aruba with one of their sister companies, Equitech. To the best of my knowledge, neither ATCO NV nor Mattress NV holds any assignment with the government or NRPB. Who won the tire removal tender at the landfill? As stated during the Central Committee meeting and during Wednesday's press briefing, there's an ongoing tender process for the current tires as part of the emergency debris management project. Therefore, no bidder has won the tire removal tender at the landfill. Once the ongoing tender process is concluded, I will inform the public accordingly of the next steps. Can you send to, can you send to Parliament the latest submitted to the Central Bank regarding recent building permits? MP Duran, through you, Madam Chair's information will be shared with you, and allow me to confirm if this has been done. Not yet, so we're doing it at the very moment. Provide a okay, so this is the question that we moved on, perfect. Regarding Rainforest Adventures RFA, clarify fully, was there ever a write-off request submitted for long lease, tax, etc., to the Council of Ministers? Was this approved? A request for tax holiday and canon write-off was indeed submitted to the COM. This was not approved. Clarify why RFA Rainforest Adventures was charged residential rates $1.20 instead of the commercial long lease rate of $4.80, 4 guilders, 80 cents. As stated during the Central Committee, the date for the issuance of the leasehold right to Rainforest Adventures Sint Maarten NV, hereafter RFA, was executed on January 8, 2016, for a land area of 357,910 square meters, with certificate of management 265/2014, with an annual long lease canon of 1 guilder 20 cents per square meter. The purpose was to have and maintain an eco-adventure and attraction park. The maximum allowable building percentage is 5%. The canon per square meter in the relevant area ranges between 1 guilder 20 residential and 4 guilders 80 commercial. The big difference is that in most of the surrounding cases, the maximum allowable building percentage is significantly higher, averaging 40%. This means that, that given the allowed building percentage of only 5% against the regular building of 40%, the canon of 1 guilder 20 per square meter was and is fully justified and deemed reasonable. Why are ordinary citizens who mistakenly built houses on adjacent plots being forced to reapply, while Maho can get an extension transferred easily? Correct described case of discrimination, in the MP's opinion. This question from Parliament raises an important point about fairness and equal treatment under the law. All applicants, whether individuals or companies, must follow the same legal procedures when it comes to land use, title transfers, and extensions. In situations where citizens have mistakenly built on adjacent plots, a reapplication may be necessary to legally correct the error and align with cadastral records. Similarly, any transfer and extension must comply with established rules and is subject to the same administrative and legal scrutiny. There is no preferential treatment being given. Each case is reviewed based on its own merits, and decisions are made according to the law and existing policies. Clarify the delay, source of the holdup, and reason for not signing Building Permit 254 of 2023. Madam Chair, I cannot sign this permit because it's still currently in its evaluation phase. Provide requested court pleadings, I won't attempt to say this word again, that the minister called confidential for completed ongoing building permit cases. Through you, Madam Chair, I reiterate my statement made during Central Committee. I fully respect Parliament's oversight role and share its commitment to transparency. However, I must also be clear. The documents being requested, such as legal defenses and pleadings, are part of the confidential legal proceedings. They include internal legal strategies and privileged communication between the Ministry and its legal counsel. Disclosing such material could seriously compromise the government's legal position, especially in ongoing and future cases. It is important to make clear that the ministry's positions are already fully reflected in the official court documents, court rulings. These are public and provide a complete and objective, transparent and authoritative summary of the arguments made by all parties, including the government. Provide the estimated construction value from the building permits issued in 2024. Allow me, for the record, Madam Chair, the MP Duran, as well as the MP La Cruz, requested the totals for all permits submitted, to which I stated that this information is not possible, and because they have not been vetted and thus cannot be considered as part of any economic impact. In his follow-up to this question was changed correctly to the estimated value once issued. The estimated construction cost for approved 2024 permits currently stands at $155,252,707 Caribbean guilders. Explain why out of 25 civil work permits requested, only 3 were approved, and you explicitly stated that they were granted only due to the court-related cases. Yes, the 3 permits were approved and expedited in connection with a court case. These were granted expeditiously since there was a deadline for the court case where the judge ordered a decision be made by the ministry as soon as possible. Regarding if it is shameful, as stated by the MP, Madam Chair, through you, I think not. Civil works permits were reinstated in 2021, and an article dated June 2022 underscored that a year later, a number of permits were issued without mention of civil works permits. In an earlier held meeting, I indicated the ministry was not fully aware of the implications of civil works permits because outside of reinstating the law, there was no clear process for assessing the application of civil works. Since taking office, we have made this a priority, underscoring it is not about quantity, but quality. It's about building a sustainable, clear, and transparent system to avoid what happened in 2022 and 2024 from happening again. While civil works permits may be experiencing a delay, the overall number of process building permits remains high, and discussions around drop in productivity, while there are of course challenges, are therefore unfounded. The policy is currently under review, and as requested, it will be shared with Parliament. From 2021 to 2025, how many permits have been signed, both issued and refused? While reviewing the responses just before arriving to Parliament, we realized that we may have misinterpreted the question. We have prepared an answer indicating how many of the permits issued in that year have been approved. However, upon further reflection, we believe that the Member of Parliament is actually seeking information on the number of permits that were signed per year. With the indulgence of the MP, through you, Madam Chair, we will revise our response accordingly to ensure it aligns with the intent of the question. So, Madam Chair, again, the following answer is indicating how many of the permits issued in that year have been approved, i.e., if a permit was requested in 2022 but signed in 2024, it has been recorded by the Permits Department in this response as being a signed permit of 2022 and not 2024. And I go on to say, in 2025, there were 58 permits signed. In 2024, 189 were signed. In 2023, 136 were signed. In 2022, 183 were signed. And in 2021, 218 were signed. Once again, the Permits Department registered this information based on the issuance in the process year and not actually in the year that it was signed. Therefore, the information has to be readjusted. With your indulgence, MP Duran, through you, Madam Chair, we will submit that revision within, hopefully in time for round 2. Has the Minister secured additional CapEx funding for road projects in your long-term infrastructure planning? Madam Chair, through you, the long-term vision of the Ministry is to request CapEx for these projects on a yearly basis. As you can see in the CapEx 2025, an amount of approximately 5 million Caribbean guilders was already reserved for the servicing of the main roads, while an amount of approximately 1.8 million for hard servicing projects was allocated. Furthermore, for 2026, an amount of 6 million will be requested for the servicing of the main roads, while 4 million will be requested for the hard servicing road project. Provide how many building permits have left the permits department and have been awaiting your signature from January to May 2025. From January 2025 to May 2025, there have been 71 permits. 71 permits have left the permits department, which includes, of course, both denials and approvals, and only 13 are still awaiting final signature by my person. Moving on to the questions of MP Lyndon Lewis. Considering that we have over 500 outstanding building permit applications and the backlog continues to worsen under the minister's leadership, interesting statement, creating delays and inefficiencies that hinder economic growth and social progress, why is this happening? The backlog has been an ongoing issue for many years within the department. As stated, the volume, the evaluation methodology, including the lack of technology and digitalization, and the understaffing contribute to this delay. What steps has the minister taken to actively remedy these issues? This will be addressed through potential collaboration with VNGI. In interim, and as stated in the Central Committee, we are moving away from the first in, first out methodology to a more efficient division of tasks based on the type of request. Complaints about unfair and unprofessional treatment of local residents in the processing of building permits and applications are continuously presenting themselves, reflecting poorly on the ministry. What has the minister done to correct the failure to properly serve people of St. Maarten who are taking the necessary steps to build and rebuild in accordance with the laws? The permits department treats each application fairly and equally. Transparency and professionalism are core to this, and we strive for this in all of our interactions. Internally, we have bi-weekly meetings to ensure alignment with the aim to enhance processes. Critical in all discussions is the need to regularly communicate with clients on the status of their requests. Has the minister considered that this unprofessional conduct has resulted in him being improperly informed, ultimately causing him to sign incorrect building permits, or is there a correlation between the two in the minister's opinion? MP, allow me to assure you, through you, Madam Chair, all permits are properly vetted for legal and technical certainty. The minister publicly alleged that employees within the Browning Ministry are accepting bribes without providing a shred of evidence, of concrete evidence, thereby potentially slandering dedicated public servants who operate with integrity. So why didn't the minister do anything about this alleged claim? As stated during Central Committee, we have identified patterns, among other things, and will be undergoing a holistic review of the ministry with the aim of creating an environment that diminishes opportunities for bribery. Part of creating this environment is speaking about it. Yes, we are on a small island, but unfortunately, not saying or doing anything that doesn't solve the issue. It only facilitates it and demotivates the same public servants that the MP is speaking about, who come to work each day and do the right thing. Can the minister confirm whether any formal investigations and allegations are being conducted? I think we've missed that question. Yep, let's come back to that question. When it comes to our country being ready for hurricane season, the insurances have been paid, but the country will flood as most clean trenches lead to the ponds and the water is then trapped. Are the stormwater pumps operational to pump that water out, or is there any other method for that besides opening the Great Bape mouth and to prevent the serious floods around the fresh pond and the salt pond? As stated during Central Committee, the Ministry of Brummies currently has 2 stormwater pumps, one located on Garden Road, which has been deemed irreparable, so cannot be fixed. The second at the Brummie Yard is undergoing maintenance, typically involving work on the pump site grounds. A complete water management system funded via a subsidy from BZK will be implemented in the coming months. At present, there is no alternative methods available to remove the water from the salt pond and other than mechanical pumping. However, in the case of the fresh pond, water, of course, can be released through the Great Bay Channel when tide conditions are favorable. Are the VROMI employees responsible for operating the stormwater pumps sufficiently equipped to safely do so? Yes, the employees are sufficiently equipped. Since taking office, a focus has been on employee satisfaction. While salaries remain a concern, focus has been on finding ways to address overall costs, with the reintroduction of remuneration benefits, including overtime food vouchers. In addition, we have improved working conditions, including walking areas and conditions in and around the VROMI yard, and of course in and around the pumping station. And we are looking at enhancing lighting in the near future. Has any progress been made on the landfill other than more consultants filling their pockets, writing reports? What concrete action has been taken? Through you, Madam Chair, quite a lot. Allow me to give you just an overview of the last few months. Within the Trust Fund project, EDMP is currently in the final stages of delivering the long-anticipated feasibility study for the landfill. This deliverable has faced numerous challenges over the past few years. But thanks to the dedicated commitment and hard work of all parties involved, we are now on the verge of completing this critical study. The study will provide key insights including the environmental risk associated with the landfill and potential solutions to mitigate it, the estimated remaining lifespan of the landfill, the technical alternatives required to safely cap the landfill. Cap the landfill. In parallel, we are actively exploring alternative approaches for waste management on country Sint Maarten. This effort includes seeking regional and international collaborations to ensure a more sustainable and resilient waste management system for the future. Moreover, the cleaning up of the resettlement area took place in February, and plans for this is being proposed to be presented to Parliament in a VROMI committee meeting regarding the project EDMP. Does the country have any plans as to where to put hurricane debris, or will we fill up recently cleared off locations besides the landfill and create another dump there? Madam Chair, through you, the ministry is also in the process of developing a policy and operational manual for managing disaster or emergency waste. A key component of this plan is the establishment of a dedicated temporary debris storage and reduction site, commonly known as TDSR. Something that is structurally required in Sint Maarten because of how prone we are to strong tropical storms and hurricanes. As part of the EDMP project, discussions are also ongoing for possible collaboration with other countries and third-party organizations for long-term waste management solutions outside of Sint Maarten where needed. Following my last meeting, I will be proposing a meeting, of course, as stated, of the VROMI committee to apprise Parliament of the proposed solutions. Why has the minister allowed all the persons that are removed from the so-called unlivable zone by the landfill, 14 million was used to resettle them, to just set up camp and squat just a few hundred meters further behind the area of Clean Sint Maarten on the Swaliga Drive? Madam Chair, all but one of the official relocation cases handled by NRPB have been formally closed. At this time, we are not aware of the specific squatters referenced. However, if the MP could share with us the information he may have, we will look into this. Many haulers aren't complying with their contracts. Nobody seems to care or have the authority while the country continues to get dirtier by the day. Why is that when our main economic pillar is tourism? The ministry takes the issues of hauler non-compliance very seriously. Each month, several notices are issued to contractors, which results in penalties and deductions from their monthly payments. These enforcement actions are part of the ongoing efforts to improve the consistency and quality of waste collection services. Garbage collection accumulation from the side of the contractors has to do with several things, including broken down collection trucks, staff shortages, and inconsistent pickup schedules, among other factors. Other contributing factors, and what I've mentioned several times in the past, is the improper disposal by us, the residents. Items such as mattresses, refrigerators, and stoves often are left next to collection bins, creating further strain on the system. It's also clear that a broader shift in the mindset is needed when it comes to waste. Cleanliness is a collective responsibility. If we are to protect our environment and maintain our reputation as a tourism destination, everyone must play their part, government, contractors, and residents alike. Without shared commitment, no system will truly be effective. How many department heads within VROMI are now permanently filled by appointed department heads? Madam Chair, there are currently 2 departments with acting heads assigned. The Ministry of VROMI is in total disarray and not functioning optimally. Many functions are not filled, leading to such. Does the minister agree with this? The department seems to be very demotivated. The ministry seems to be very demotivated. And you hear many civil servants talk about this. Is the minister aware of this factor? And if yes, what have you done or will be doing to address this? One of the first matters we addressed upon taking office was the 2023 Employee Satisfaction Survey. The results clearly indicated a low level of satisfaction within the ministry. To provide such context, VROMI is a ministry with a very high workload, far exceeding the available manpower currently hired. This imbalance has led to significant stress across all departments, including the staff bureau. Despite these challenges, I also see a ministry filled with people of talent who still display dedication and still have a sense of pride serving at VROMI. I am very grateful for all of them for this. This year, department heads are being guided to actively monitor and report on the overall sentiment within their teams. By doing so, you will be better positioned to develop strategic, operational, and cultural solutions tailored to the specific needs of each department. Management is strongly promoting a culture of open, transparent, and honest dialogue, whether the feedback is positive or negative. I think that's very critical. Recognizing achievements and positive contributions is a key part of this approach, but equally important is the need to address and correct negative behaviors constructively. In some departments, there is a clear need to focus on competence development to better equip civil servants to perform their duties effectively. Department heads are encouraged to be more mindful of their team dynamic and to actively contribute to fostering a more positive and supportive workplace culture. Leadership plays a crucial role in setting this tone, and change must begin at the top to be truly effective. One of the ongoing challenges, however, is addressing compensation, a topic that continues to generate much discussion. While there may not be a single solution, there are likely multiple approaches or a combination of them that can be explored to make meaningful progress. Rebuilding satisfaction and trust within the ministry will take time. We are operating under tight budget constraints while still needing to fulfill a wide range of essential operational responsibilities. Nonetheless, we are committed to making steady progress, guided by strength and resilience of our teams. Is it true that we have over 22 million in outstanding monies for domain ground fees? Yes, the amount of approximately 22 Caribbean guilders is the total amount outstanding for the long lease canon over the years 2020 to 2025. Of this 22 million, it's important to note 11.4 million is outstanding fees for 2025. This will go down because the collection for the full year has not been processed as yet. On average, a yearly amount of 1.5 to 3 million guilders remains outstanding. $2 million fine was issued to Windward Roads regarding the Larimar case. This fine was seemingly paid in kind by working to repair the sewage lines in Dutch Quarter. Can Minister confirm whether this is the case? If yes, who approved this? Who is or how the sewage line now properly working in Dutch Quarter, as there appears to be regular leaks on the new pump house, causing the residents in the area to be once more plagued by unsanitary and oversaturated grounds? Apologies. If no, how much of this fine has already been paid to government, and what is the expectation for payment of the balance, if any? Madam Chair, through you to the good MP, the fine that was issued to Windward Roads was settled with executing the works to the tune of $2 million. The works have recently been completed, and the project was delivered to the Ministry of VROMI. This agreement was realized between the Ministry of VROMI and Public Prosecutor in July of 2023. Upon completion of the work, there were indeed some defects with the mechanical systems. This is being remedied by Railway Roads in consultation with the Ministry of Rummy. How many sewage house connections have you materialized during your term as minister? Madam Chair, as relates to the Dutch Quarter project, no house connections has been implemented thus far, as the project is still in the awarding phase. As it relates to the island-wide household connections, the ministry will ask your indulgence to provide Parliament with its later date, as the ministry needs to compile this information and will provide, of course, in writing. Many contracts are ending in their lifespan in the ministry when it comes to landfill, garbage collection, roadside cleaning, etc. Has anything been done to ensure a proper transition? The team of the contract managers at the Ministry of Rummy is actively working to ensure a smooth transition, as several key contracts near the end of their terms. Preparations are underway to have all necessary documentation ready so that the new contracts can be tendered and awarded in a timely manner. This will help prevent service disruptions and allow for an orderly handover. As part of the process, the ministry is also incorporating lessons learned from the previous contract period to improve terms and deliverables. Legal vetting is being conducted, and third-party consultations, as stated before, will be engaged to provide additional advice and enhance the overall quality of the upcoming contracts. Sargassum is a very serious threat to our country's livelihood, but the MP has not read or seen anything or plan of action to combat it. Why is that? Is there any collaboration with the Ministry of TEAT regarding such, or must TEAT take the lead? The Ministry of Rummy responded to the recent surge of sargassum over the weekend of May 24th, and this response was quickly reported. Within the next few days, the operation successfully restored access to Simpson Bay Beach and the Beacon Hill area. Cleanup efforts began other impacted areas, including Point Blanche, Guana Bay, and Oyster Bay, located along the island's eastern coastlines. However, due to the continued influx of sargassum, cleanup in these areas has been paused to properly assess the situation and determine the best way forward for long-term management. In addition to immediate response efforts, the ministry is also exploring the long-term structural solutions to combat the recurring sargassum problem. While Rummy is responsible for managing inland and coastal waters, there has been no formal collaboration with the Ministry of TEAT on this issue to date. So the questions now of MP Omar Otley. Budget post 9021, project and activities is budgeted for 2,995,000 guilders, but the MP does not see it in explanatory note, does not see in the note what it is for. And additionally, it was not included in the number book of the budget submitted in January 2025, nor was it part of the amendments submitted by government. Please clarify if the MP stands to be corrected. Madam Chair, through you, the 2,695,000 Caribbean guilders was indeed for the Rummy Capacity Building Program, for which the funding was secured in early 2025. Thus, not part of the submitted budget in January 2025. However, this was requested by MP Peterson to be added on the 2025 budget via budget amendment during the same budget debate in January. The official documents requesting this amendment will be provided to the MP. Now, concerning the non-inclusion of the amendment in this explanatory note, the MP is correct. This should have been included and will be rectified. In the Central Committee meeting, the Minister mentioned the landfill fee will be a pilot project, but the MP believes that it stands to be corrected that government cannot collect a fee on a pilot project. Since when did this change? So why not go and start it if it's changed? For Minister of Finance and Minister Vesela to start collecting health, this is his suggestion based on what I referenced. And I'll move to the answer, albeit the entrance fee being a pilot project. As I stated in my previous response, the entrance fee was not based on the National Ordinance on Waste Disposal, but the principle of private law. That is, persons are allowed to charge for use of their land. Therefore, to be clear, there is a legal basis. As further stated, questions arose regarding the validity of such as it relates to government and the provision of public services. As such, discussions evolved into amending the current waste ordinance to facilitate this change, with a further view to amend the full ordinance as part of the larger waste reforms. Both options are being discussed still with the assistance of NRPB and the St. Maarten Development Fund, SMDF. CFC stated that the CapEx is not being used efficiently and quickly enough. What is your thoughts on this? What is the hold-up? It was not received for the last 12, 13 years, but was received by the previous administration. There's a road paving project. Is this from the CapEx? What are the other plans? Madam Chair, through you, all the CapEx funds, the projects that have been allotted to the Ministry of Romy have been assigned thus far. Indeed, some sentiments have been expressed about the rate of implementation, which has to do with a number of things, including capacity, sometimes both within the various ministries and with implementing partners. The public bidding took place in June 2024. As stated here before, the implementation of the Dutch Quarter Sewage Connection Project is currently in the awarding phase. Funeral plots. In 2024 budget, there was 18 million Caribbean guineas in CapEx for this, and it was taken out. It's something that is needs to seriously be looked into, as we're running out of space. Not everybody wants to be cremated. Madam Chair, the MP is correct. 18 million Caribbean guineas in 2024 was removed. It has been moved to CapEx 2025. I want to add the ministry is also working to regulate burials, because having new land alone won't solve the issue of space. The issue really is management and regulations. Without policies, we'll only copy-paste the problem to a new area of land. In this case, I wish to remind the community of the calls from the KB community to come out and to find plots within the KB cemetery as part of our partnership to enhance the manner in which we rest our loved ones. To the questions now of MP Sarah Westcott-Williams. Has any progress been made with the presentation that has been made to government and Parliament by the Nature Foundation? Through you, Madam Chair, the reports presented by the Nature Foundation were handed over to Romy, namely the Marine and Terrestrial Biodiversity Studies. Additionally, we received a socio-economic valuation of our marine and coastal zones and a coastal risk and vulnerability assessment study done by Grant Thornton. These studies will inform our policies and plans moving forward, specifically our zoning efforts along the coast. The Nature Foundation will use these studies further as well in their work to support the protection and conservation of our natural resources moving forward. Is the minister willing to consider having someone capable to do so develop for at least one district in St. Maarten a so-called smart city concept as a pilot? The MP would like a rough idea from the minister if he thinks that's also possible or worth considering, and we can look at the money to have that commissioned. Madam Chair, through you, I am very open to meeting with qualified individuals who can guide us on this pilot project, as I believe it's a valuable initiative. After making initial contact, you can better assess options for financing this endeavor. Moving to the questions of MP Archibald Irian. Is it true that high-ranking staff at Romy filed a complaint against Secretary General and the Minister for being forced to sign documents? Madam Chair, indeed a complaint was filed via the confidential route of government. Important to note that such a document is submitted by the person making the complaint to DIV, the Document and Records Management File, and hand-delivered to me, the Minister. As such, how it managed to get to the MP and then find itself on the floor of Parliament is deeply concerning. Important to note is that the subject of the complaint, as mentioned by the MP, is incorrect. What is the government doing to collect the large backlog of long lease fees as long lease fees? As stated earlier, we do need to enhance collaboration with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that requests are sent out, and there needs to be more follow-up from the side of Romy. In addition, we are, like with permits, seeking long-term solutions to, alongside addressing the backlog, a more structured way in collecting fees. This is being addressed via the TWO. What is the current status of CapEx investments for the Dutch Quarter Road and Sewage Network? Madam Chair, this project is presently in its awarding phase. It's the intention of the Ministry of Romy to have this project awarded within the coming 2 months to a contractor. Provide an update on the stormwater pump tender and situations. Madam Chair, the public tender took place, and we are presently in the phase of negotiating with a responsive contractor in order for the works to be awarded. What is the update on digitizing the building permit process? Madam Chair, over the past few months, the ministry has been actively pursuing a solution in this specific direction. Our objective is to leverage technology to create a more efficient and transparent automated process that benefits both our clients and the department. By automating as many steps as possible, we aim to not only accelerate the overall process, but also to achieve quick wins in terms of quality and addressing long-standing transparency concerns. During this effort, it came to our attention that a few years ago, a local company developed a digital platform designed to improve the permit process flow. About a month ago, the ministry, in collaboration with the IT department, met with the company to review what had already been implemented. As a result of that meeting, several follow-up actions were identified for all three parties for the ministry. These include compiling a list of the department's functional and non-functional requirements, taking into account the current situation. 2, sharing the ministry's expectations for roles in adoption plan. And 3, proposing input for maintenance contract. These discussions are ongoing and are expected to lead to meaningful improvements, ultimately resulting in more streamlined, efficient, and transparent automated processes. How will the ministry increase domain affairs revenue collection? Madam Chair, the multiple actions linked to this, as has been shared before, there is a project defined with the Lands E7, which has been a component to create a land pricing policy. This policy intends to formulate a sound basis where land is priced using consistent, transparent, and defensible methods. This also includes methods for aligning prices with market value and intended use. Additionally, the department has been tasked with a target this year to develop a project plan that will result in the department having an accurate, real-time view of the status of all lease and rental payments. This is to enable the department to tackle outstanding payments more quickly and swiftly. There are also other targets that have been defined, which we hope to share more about in the coming months to a year. Madam Chair, with your indulgence, could I please ask for a 5-minute pause?
Absolutely, Minister. A meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. Robbie there? Yeah. And MPs, we are back to finish off the minister's answers to questions from the round one. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move now to the questions of MP Christopher Waver, who look at the safety concern of the prison and residents there. There have been an alternative route in and out of the prison. MP believes that Merlin Road is one of those roads that can be provided as an alternative route once paved. Madam Chair, with the expansion project of the prison project, this option has been discussed. The Ministry of Romy will be looking into this matter in consultation with the principal of the project, who is the Ministry of Justice. To the questions now of the MP, Viren Kutai. MP understands that there's a staffing issue within the ministry, but his opinion, the timeline for receiving permits is becoming unacceptably long. If staffing is the main challenge, as mentioned earlier in the CC, why aren't we exploring options to bring in additional support? As stated in the Central Committee, the ministry is currently engaged in active discussions with VNGI, the organization that assisted in clearing the permits backlog 2018 to 2019. The NGI is now in the process of developing a new proposal and in parallel identifying personnel with appropriate competencies to successfully execute this assignment once again. This time, however, our ambition goes beyond simply addressing backlog. We aim to design solutions that not only resolve current backlogs, but also ensure the ministry is equipped to manage the modern-day volume of requests efficiently and sustainably. Currently, what is the time frame to receive a permit from the time of submission? And I think this is a very important question, Madam Chair. Based on the building code, 1 month is the legal time for response to building permits. As stated on several occasions, this does not align with the reality of volume of permits or the very obvious difference in building styles from 1935 compared to now. The volume, the evaluation methodology, including the lack of technology in digitalization, and the understaffing contribute to this delay. After 6 months of submission, can an individual start building without the permit? Contrary to commonly held belief and practices, individuals cannot start building their building. If the individual starts, the inspection department will issue a stop order to cease a building until the permit has received a decision. Why is this? Because a permit can, of course, be denied or asked for some changes. How are we planning to expedite these processes? As the MP mentioned in his opening remarks, are we looking to digitalize the process? Exactly, so the option for the movement of the permit. The ministry and the permits department is currently in the process of working on the digitalization process along with ICT and an outsourced local company. The final steps are being taken for the preparation and planning of the process and will, of course, be shared once ready. Moving on now to the final 2 questions. They're from the MP Peterson. MP, with your indulgence, I will summarize your question as it was quite lengthy. Long lease transfers, selling of properties transfers, one of the most important cases the Department of Domain Affairs is tasked with, because this involves people wanting to either buy or sell property, meaning economic growth and continuity. The MP's question, let me try and find it. If an agreement can be made with all notaries that as long as the old canon is paid and the purpose of the land has not changed throughout the years before settling, that in theory the minister can already give permission for these transfers. Through you, Madam Chair, I want to thank the MP for this question regarding the process of transferring long lease rights and whether a ministerial decree is always required. Based on a preliminary assessment, the interpretation is legally plausible. The National Ordinance on Long Lease does not explicitly regulate transfers. Instead, these are governed by a civil code. This provides the minister some discretion in how permission is granted, potentially through a letter instead of a formal decree. However, these are important considerations to make. Permission remains required in all cases, regardless of the formal decree or letter. The transfer must still be executed at the notary by the minister or authorized representative of the minister. Requests must be reviewed by the department. Unfortunately, we cannot rely solely on notaries' declarations, nor the request from the client themselves, to determine whether a transfer is pure, that is, with no change in land use or canon. Past experience has shown that relying on such external assessments has led to errors. Therefore, it is essential that the Department of Domain Affairs assesses each case to confirm that it involves no changes beyond the ownership transfer. Only after this review can a recommendation be made and the appropriate permission, whether by letter or decree, be issued. While we understand the need to accelerate the process, especially in the interest of economic activity, we must also ensure legal certainty and proper oversight. We are open to exploring whether simplified procedures can be applied to straightforward cases, provided all legal and policy safeguards are maintained. And finally, the MP's last question, and the last for this evening. Yes, indeed. What permits have been signed for the building of the marketplace in general? A building permit was passed back in 2023, but plans have changed, as was understood via the media. And that also a new permit request has to be made in place of the Department of Permits in order for this new permit rendering to be going through. Has this been done since the new plans and rendering have been announced? Has a new request, etc., has been placed? I'll move to my response. Yes, a new request was submitted in December 2024 to the Department for the Market with the adjustments. The Permits Department is waiting for the safety drawings from the contractor. This is being handled by TEAT as principal of this project, not VROMI. These are needed in order to submit to the fire department for the evaluation in order to complete the permit. As such, completing this permit is on hold until all drawings are submitted. This is not, of course, as stated, the responsibility of VROMI. And with that, Madam Chair, we come to the end of the responses and look forward to the clarifications from the floor.
Thank you, Minister Gums, for your answers. I already see that we have several MPs that have questions in the clarification round, and I hand the floor to MP York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, good night to yourself, the griffier, the minister, and the support staff, and the viewing public that are still with us. Minister, I'll keep it short. I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clarifications. Minister, just to clarify one thing in the beginning, upon, as it concerns my question about the tender policy, where you said, of course, that you were never in opposition. I wasn't an elected official before that. I'm well aware that was not also, that's also not what I stated. I stated basically the party in which you hail from made those statements when they were in opposition. So I was not referring to your person in particular, just to clear that up. Following up, the minister referred to the UNESCO report. As it pertains to flooding, etc., and basically that the report is up for review and updating. Did I understand that properly? Okay. What I was referring to, especially as it pertains to, not to get too technical, rainfall density, and then needed upgrades to the potential drains. Minister, yes, it's up to be is to be updated given climate change, etc. But even once updated, the order in which the drains would need to be updated remains the same. So instead of maybe 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, the years will decrease. So maybe 2 years, 8 years, or whatever, but the order remains the same. So basically the attack plan on which one comes first, it remains the same no matter which update follows. Because basically due to climate change, all numbers go up. So my question was, what is the plan knowing this already? So are you updating everything without reviewing what you already have and what is still executable from the current report? or it's just, okay, this report is old, we're going to update everything, we're not going to look at this report? That was my question. The EDMP study that you referred to, I heard a lot of things that are to be expected within that study. But what I didn't hear, maybe I missed it, was the feasibility study. So the feasibility of all things that it will be presenting in the report, is that part of the report as well, or is that a separate report? Then, lastly, it's a touchy subject, but I didn't know about it until I didn't even hear the question until you answered it, pertaining to the complaint that was made. Now, I understand the sensitivity of the topic, so I'm not going to delve too much into it. But my question would be, what is being done about it? How is it being handled? Is it being handled? And the minister referenced that the subject matter that was alleged, is not the proper subject, is not the right subject matter, it's not a correct one. So I don't know what all, if the minister can disclose anything, of course not on the floor of Parliament, so if it's possible to disclose that in writing, confidentially, I would very much appreciate that. And if the minister says that's something that is so super sensitive and he can't share anything yet until something is investigated or sought out, that's also an answer, but I would just like to know what is the answer on that topic. So the minister doesn't have to answer that on the floor of Parliament for my sake, but for me, you could give it to me in writing confidentially, if that's possible. If not, I'll understand as well, but just let me know what the update is concerning that. And for now, that would be it for my clarifications, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. The next minister up for clarifications is MP Utley. Sorry, the member of Parliament is MP Utley. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's a late evening, but the Minister of Romy just woke me up. I specifically asked a clear question and interrupted the Minister of TEAT for the answer of this question. Where does the issue within the marketplace lies? And it lied with, and I would say under the auspice of the Minister of Romy. That was the answer in my clarification. I posed the same question to the Minister of Romy, and the Minister of Romy, so this is my clarification, I need to make sure I have it correct. You are saying, through you, Madam Chair, that the delay in the marketplace is due to Romy awaiting specific information from the Ministry of TEAT. So the delay is under the auspice of the Minister of TEAT. Is that what I'm understanding? Because if it is so, we need a clear answer, and I can't wait for the second round because we're playing ping pong with the marketplace. And I specifically asked the same question to two ministers, and two ministers are saying, pointing the finger at each other. So please, can you clarify that I'm understanding correctly? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Utley. The next member of Parliament is MP Duran for clarification. MP, you have the floor.
Good evening, one and all. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a few clarifications based on the responses that I received to the Minister through you. Madam Chair, just for clarity's sake, so the report from the Central Bank will be issued or will be shared with members of Parliament before the second round. Secondly, with regards to Rainforest Adventure and the special pricing that they received, which is also confirmed in the minister's response, whereas commercial rates in that area go for 480, but they got it for 120, and the reference made to the 5% building density. I would like to just maybe highlight, in case the minister isn't aware, through you, Madam Chair, that there are areas in Sultry Ward, Sanders, and St. Peter's where the hillside policy becomes applicable and someone is only allowed to build sometimes on 10 or 15% of the property. So those same considerations are not given to private citizens, yet it is the case with this case. So I would just like some clarity in that, because again, I spoke very clear and keen with preferential treatment in certain instances, and I hope that this could be addressed with regard to such. Madam Chair, in another clear case, in my humble opinion, of preferential treatment, which I would now allow the minister to maybe clarify through you, when it comes to extension and or new issuance, can the minister elaborate on the point where Maho was given an extension, but when somebody requests a land that is issued adjacent to the land that they already have in long lease, isn't that considered an extension? Because similarly, in cases where people have waterfront property, they ask for the water rights, which is land rights, because there's no such thing as water rights, it's just domain. That is also considered an extension. So can some clarity be given there? Because again, Madam Chair, as I referenced, for Maho, this was done with open arms. We get a couple cases where people are trying to rebuild their homes. The ministry is giving them a hard time and indicating about the deed arrest and not issuing the land to them, as was the case with Maho. Madam Chair, with regards to the building permit that I requested clarification on, I know that this is a very kind of old building permit, I would say. Is it now in the evaluation stage by the junior or the senior evaluators? Is it by the head of department? Is it by the SG? Can I get some clarity on that, please? And I'm glad the estimated construction cost was shared, Madam Chair, because it points to the fact that all of a sudden, from 2023, we dropped from 247 million guilders in estimated construction costs based on approved building permits to now 155 million in 2024, which is a clear indicator that there is a slowdown process taking place. The minister also indicated that persons who were assisting the ministry were not performing to par. I also requested clarity if a point could be given in respect to their performance. How was their performance measured? I did not get a response to that question. With regards to the civil works, Madam Chair, just to make it clear, which was clearly given here, if there was no court case, 0 of 25 civil works permit would have been approved, while the minister clearly advocated the fact that every single building permit would require a civil works permit. Madam Chair, I'm saying all these things that might sound a bit repetitive, but I'm just being clear that there's a serious slowdown within the ministry, and I would like to know what is the reason for that. For the point with CapEx, Madam Chair, the minister mentioned that I believe 5 million guilders is in a rollover for 2025. Is that a rollover? Is that new CapEx? Is that additional to the 10 million that was already there for roadworks, or is that new CapEx? If that could be clarified. And also if the one for 2026 intended rollover, or is that a new request? Madam Chair, I requested for clarification month-by-month breakdown for January, February, March, April, and May with respect to how many permits left the permit department. I got a holistic number. I would like to know if a breakdown can be given, as was similarly done in the presentation where month was given how much permits that the minister signed. Lastly, with regards to the same permits and the overview, I also requested a div printout, which is the Department of Information, where that would clearly indicate how much permits were given off from the permits department to the minister in that trajectory, and I did not receive that as well. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I look forward to the responses. Appreciate it.
Thank you, MP Duran, for your clarification. I see that we have a switch of orders, so MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was done for the evening until MP Otley spoke and he woke me up. Basically, well, before I start on that, there's one question preceding that, Madam Chair, through you. Minister, can you clarify one thing? In one of your answers, you mentioned, the minister mentioned, Madam Chair, that upon applying for a building permit, it takes 1 month or 4 weeks. I would like the minister to clarify if it's 4 weeks or 6 weeks, Minister. All right, because she said 4, according to me is 6. We don't want the people outside to get the wrong idea. So can the minister clarify, and if so, correct that statement? And in closing, Madam Chair, the marketplace saga, right, Minister? I'm going to ask for some clarifications, and if the minister finds that it's something that is a new question and it has to wait the second round, then so be it. But just know the question will be posed. Madam Chair, the minister submitted, and I would like to thank the minister for that. The minister submitted a couple email threads detailing the conversations between VROMI and TEAT. In these email threads, Minister, it's clear where VROMI is asking for particular documents, the similar documents that that my person has asked for here on the floor of Parliament, but I'm not an internal worker of the ministries, and they are. They requested these documents since January. In the email thread, I didn't see any continuation in the email thread where these documents were given, or where a reply to that email. And in an earlier email, last year, July to be exact, 2024, where the whole explanation on the structural calculations and the soil test and all those things were requested, and why. So my confusion, and maybe it falls back on the clarification of the good MP Otley, where did this, can you clarify where it went wrong in the communication? Because TEAT said today specifically that it was, the holdup is in New Works. But in the email, New Works made their request months ago, and we're still here today, and there's still no building permit. So can you clarify exactly what went wrong, where it went wrong? Is it that TEAT never submitted the documents that were requested, and thus the building permit could not be granted? Or basically, VROMI is in possession of all the needed necessary documents for a while now, and VROMI didn't do its job? So can the minister clarify that flow of works? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York. In listening to your clarification, it does sound like there's a new question in there, even though you used the word clarify. And you already gave us a preview of saying maybe it's a new question when you started your second clarification. So I'm just making a note of that it is a new question. So you already also said that you would ask it in the second round. I'm just trying to stick to the rules of the fact that you did even give us a preview that it was a new question. But it's a new one. Nevertheless, we do have a second round to go over the questions, and I will. We can discuss it. I will discuss it on the side with the Griffier as soon as I give MP Irian the floor. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Good evening, all. Good evening, Honourable Minister, support staff. Minister, in answering one of the questions posed by MP Viren Kotai regarding the building permit process, you mentioned, I believe, the building permit process is about 60 days, and persons are not allowed to build within that period of time, right? But then there's also, just to clarify, because after the building permit phase, let's say it's approved, you still have the time of the National Gazette, right, which I think is about 6 weeks. So just, can you clarify the total wait time for persons before they can actually build? You also mentioned that there, if a person does build, a building stop can be issued. Can you explain to the public what does that mean? So, and a building stop is issued, then they continue to build, and what next? What are the consequences of this? Thank you.
Thank you, MPs, for your clarification. I am going to look to the minister and take a 10-minute adjournment. I will give the floor to Minister to let us know how much time he will need to answer the clarification. Unless you are ready to go, Minister.
No, not at all. Through you, Madam Chair. Some of the clarifications do require a bit of work. We have 16, some of which we have to check back. It does require some background work. I would like to request a very comfortable half an hour for this. And then if we come back earlier, we can request to reconvene the meeting.
So in the meantime, we are actually waiting, thank you, Minister. In the meantime, we are waiting for the last two ministries to go, which is the next one up would be the Minister of Justice. And then after that, to finalize the round one, would be the Minister of Finance. So while we are awaiting the arrival of the Minister of Finance, I will go ahead and adjourn this meeting for 15 minutes. Meeting adjourned for 15 minutes. Welcome back to our public meeting number 20 for the budget 2025. We had adjourned because the Minister of Rami needed some time to answer clarification questions. And as such, we have moved on to the following minister, which is the Minister of Justice, being represented by Minister Marinka Gums, who is Ward Nament. And Minister, I give you the floor.
Good evening, Madam Chair, honorable members of Parliament, my support staff, persons still listening on radio and social media, and to the people of St. Maarten, good evening. I am here to answer questions on behalf of my colleague Minister, Minister of Justice, Ms. Natalie Tackling. Questions posed by MP Otley in the first round are as follows. The situation at the Court of Guardianship is being brought to your attention. People have been working there for years just to find out that they do not fall under the LEOL. Some of them cannot even move to different positions, and some are stuck because it won't count as they are not under the government apparatus. What is your plans for such? Additionally, a follow-up question was also reading the legislation in Curacao. It states that they work under the Minister of Justice. Reading the legislation for St. Maarten, it says they work on behalf of the Minister of Justice. Is it your intention to change the law? Have they been in discussions like making it a private entity and such, but the law can just simply be changed? Is it the intention? What is the intention for these men and women in the Court of Guardianship? Madam Chair, through you, already in 2018, inter alia, the Court of Guardianship and its personnel were formally informed by the then Minister of Justice to cancel all plans to place the Court of Guardianship in a new government service or bring them under the LEOL. See also the ministerial decision of January 12, 2018, number 12-18 MB/Jus. Published in National Gazette, Landsverordening of 19th of January 2018, number 2. An attempt was made by then Minister Richardson. However, the Council of Advice raised fundamental concerns and issued critical remarks regarding the manner in which the proposals were drafted. Minister Tackling has agreed to work with the COG and relevant departments, including the Ministry of General Affairs and the Department of Personnel and Organization, to explore feasible legal and organizational options to regularize the status of the COG and its employees. An initial start notice has already been drafted, preliminary outlining 2 possible scenarios, one in which the COG becomes a formal government department and another in which it is structured into a foundation, similar to the organizational form of the Probation Justice, SJIS. This week, feedback and input on the document was received from the COG. The process of refining and developing the proposal will continue in close collaboration. The aim is to find a solution that balances the proper functioning of the institution and its legally mandated responsibilities. On the one hand, with the concerns raised by staff members regarding legal certainty on the other. It is the Minister's responsibility to carefully weigh all input and interest in order to determine a sustainable and workable way forward. Next question. What specific activities are planned for execution in 2025 under Budget Post 5202 for prison and jail projects and activities? The amount is 118,882 guilders. Please provide a breakdown of how these funds were spent in 2024. Madam Chair, through you, for the year 2024, an amount of 108,207 guilders and 36 cents solely to fulfill the contractual agreement for electronic monitoring. Next question. What is causing the delay of the implementation of the prison administration system? Madam Chair, through you, The prisoner administration system is operational. Currently, the basic programs of the application is being utilized. An additional upgrade is scheduled for the very near future. Next question. Please provide a copy of the latest action plan report submitted to the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. Madam Chair, through you, this has been included. Next question. The MP saw that the Minister of Justice took a trip to France to discuss the case of Mr. Corralo. It updated the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe regarding the measures St. Maarten has taken to remedy the inhumane situation at the Point Blanche prison and detention. In Minister Justice's response, it was echoed for the need for promotion of wider alternatives to pretrial detention and imprisonment, including the adopting of conditional release policy and the setup of a conditional release work group and the amendment to the criminal code. And you were encouraged to continue such efforts. However, on the floor of Parliament, you stated that the suggestion of ankle bracelets would not solve the cell capacity. This is clearly and utterly not true, according to the MP. The current policy being used is based on a personal feeling and can create discrimination based on who a person is, their function, their last name, whatever it may be, since left up to the choice of the prosecutor and the Minister of Justice. It is being asked for a clear, direct narrative whereby, one for all, if you qualify with rehabilitation and good behavior, which are all already in the process for you to qualify or be subject for early release. Madam Chair, through you, the suggestion that electronic monitoring, such as ankle bracelets, will single-handedly resolve the cell capacity crisis oversimplifies the complex challenges we face. What was stated in Parliament is not that the electronic monitoring has no value, but rather that it cannot be viewed as a silver bullet for structural issues such as overcrowding, aging infrastructure, and underinvestment across the justice system. Electronic monitoring is already being used as a condition under early conditional release in accordance with Article 137, JO 132 of the Penal Code, which explicitly provides for early release in the context of limited cell capacity. However, this is a special condition, not a default entitlement. It is critical to emphasize that we are already releasing individuals before the 2/3 mark of their sentence, in some cases as early as 60% time served, based on a prioritization framework that is guided by time served, not personal preferences or arbitrary conditions or considerations. Claims that the current system opens the door to discrimination are not only unfounded, but also ignore the procedural safeguards in place. Decisions on early conditional release are not made solely by the minister. They are based on mandatory advice from the Central Probation Board, which itself is informed by advices of both the prison director and the Prison Services, SJIS. These mechanisms are in place precisely to ensure fairness, consistency, and legal compliance. Moreover, while the electronic monitoring is a useful tool, it comes with additional operational and financial costs. I say additional because even with the electronic monitoring, the existing spaces in the prison will remain full, given the reality of the amount of individuals awaiting execution of their sentences. Each bracelet costs $254 per month, and this does not include the 24-hour, 7 days a week monitoring personnel, police resources to respond to violations, or the additional strain placed on SJIS for supervision of more clients. Without these supporting systems in place, widespread electronic monitoring becomes not only ineffective, but legally risky. Finally, the ministry is actively pursuing a comprehensive reform agenda, including updates to the criminal code, alternatives to sentencing, construction of the new facility, rehabilitation and reintegration, and relaunching the Conditional Release Working Group, just to name a few. All of this is being done in full view of our regional and kingdom partners, and once acknowledged by the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe during my recent mission to Strasbourg. To be clear, ankle bracelets are part of the solution, but not the solution. This ministry remains committed to implementing a transparent and consistent early release policy grounded in law, capacity, and fairness, and not in political noise or oversimplified narratives. Next question. The MP had discussions with 3 law firms, and based on such policy that was instated in 2005 and removed in 2015, if that was implemented today, 18 clients would be released immediately. One law firm had 8 in their counting, another had 6, and another had 4. An example is given on an inmate that would be released right now if the policy was in place, but his release is set for September 25. What are we doing about this? The 2005 policy was revoked in 2015 when the new criminal code came into effect. That old policy allowed for informal sentence reductions through electronic monitoring, mainly due to the urgent lack of cell space at the time. What we're doing now is working within the current law, which already allows for early conditional release under specific conditions, including the use of the electronic monitoring system. See Articles 137 and 132, paragraph 3 of the Criminal Code. The difference is that today we must apply the law fairly and based on objective criteria such as sentence length, behavior in prison, legal status, and home situation. To say we are not using ankle bracelets nor applying an early release policy is pertinently incorrect.
Thank you, Minister, for the nice ending, as we have an interruption from MP Utley. MP Utley, sorry, just as a notice, this is your last interruption.
Madam Chair, through you, I wasn't going to use my last interruption, seeing that this is the acting Minister of Justice, and I'm pretty sure that the responses was now written by the current minister standing in front. But when I hear stuff like political rhetoric and those type of things, I have no choice. And we speak on the current system policy, and of course I'm familiar with the current policy that was produced by Anna Richardson. But however, when I say it's not objective, I move to the point of the same examples that I give. It takes bringing it to the floor of Parliament, I find, so all of a sudden, some of the same persons that I mentioned are today only now being analyzed for electronic monitoring. Today. This is why I say, Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair, I think it's subjective. Because the person was nowhere in consideration for release until we brought the matter up. And this is why I say we need a clear across the board. I'm not saying that nothing is being done. I would never say that. But what is being done, we need an objective manner across the board. And that cannot be denied.
Thank you, MP Utley. Minister, you have the floor. If there's any comments based on the interruption, but I believe it was more of a commentary. You have the floor, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will continue with the questions posed. The new prison is set for 2028, but what will we do till then? Will we keep being faced with court case after court case? Madam Chair, through you, we are currently under the strictest possible international oversight. Since 2018, Sint Maarten has been under the supervision of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe with respect to the implementation of the Corallo judgment. This is not a formality. The ministry must file regular detailed progress reports which are publicly examined by 46 member states. The committee has, during the minister's recent trip, recognized the concrete steps now underway and the difficult circumstances in which we must take them. To imply we are operating without scrutiny or that we need still more court cases to compel action simply ignores this ongoing, very real supervisory process. 2, short-term actions are in place. Essential repairs after the recent riot and fire are being executed immediately. Early conditional release, including where appropriate electronic monitoring is already being used to manage capacity within the limits of Article 137 of the Criminal Code. 3, major capital works in the old prison would be fiscally irresponsible. For years, there have been no structural budget for a full renovation. With groundbreaking for the new facility scheduled to start this year and phase 1 capacity coming online in 2026-2027, pouring millions into the obsolete building would waste public funds. 4, the new facility is a structural solution. Phase 1 will raise capacity from 80 to 120 beds by December 2026, Q1 27. Full completion is slated for 2028. This is the product of Kingdom Financing, CapEx, UNOPS, project management, and the rehabilitation design, and UNODC implementation, precisely the effective measures the European Court of Human Rights jurisprudence calls for. The ministry will, of course, review any motion tabled, but let us be clear, international supervision is already active. Short-term mitigation is ongoing, and long-term replacement is fully funded and underway. Relitigating established facts or suggesting that nothing is being done does a disservice to the seriousness of the process and to the genuine progress being made. Next question. Examples are given of international law situations where it was used for inhuman detention, superseding local laws. Minister of Justice is urged to take leadership of her ministry and do not allow the advisory bodies to steer her in a direction that the MP is confident that the minister knows better. Madam Chair, through you, let me address this suggestion that there is a lack of leadership within the Ministry of Justice. Exercising leadership does not mean ignoring legal frameworks or bypassing the structures put in place to uphold good governance. On the contrary, true leadership means making difficult, often unpopular decisions while respecting the rule of law and ensuring that all relevant interests are carefully weighed. The ministry is not being steered by any advisory body. Advice is sought as required, but decisions are made by the minister, as is her responsibility under the law. It is important to acknowledge that we are working in a highly complex environment under very real legal, financial, and institutional constraints. That does not mean we are inactive. It means we are being deliberate, strategic, and responsible. Criticism is a part of this process, and we welcome debate. But suggesting that decisive leadership is lacking simply because one does not agree with the decisions being made, that is not a fair reflection of reality. The ministry remains committed to steady, principled leadership, focused on structural improvement, not quick fixes or political gestures. I now move on to questions posed by MP La Cruz. What measures will prevent another fire at the Point Blanche House of Detention? Madam Chair, through you, additional security measures have been implemented, such as 1, new fire alarm was installed along with fire alarm system is fully operational. 2, annunciators. 3, smoke detectors and heat detectors, top and bottom floors. 4, pull stations. 5, interior and exterior horn probe. 6, fire hoses and protective cases are currently being replaced. 7, damaged alley cameras are currently being replaced. 8 walls will be repainted with fire retardant paint. 9, emergency response training, BHV, prison personnel. 10, additional frequent cell searches. And 11, enhanced protocol with the fire department in case of threat of fire. Next question. Given the clear failure to maintain the safety and security of our correctional facilities, what concrete actions are being taken to ensure accountability and to restore these institutions as places of true rehabilitation, especially when basic safety is currently compromised? Madam Chair, through you, the ministry is engaged with the implementation partner for the soft components. Rehabilitation is a big part of the soft components. The ministry will be requesting UNODC to commence the implementation and work on rehabilitation programs as soon as possible. Next to rehabilitation, sufficient staffing is an important factor in safety and security. Next question. How will the backlog in residency permit applications be addressed? Madam Chair, through you, addressing the residency permit backlog is a priority, and the team will continue to expedite processing. The team is prioritizing applications based on urgency with a triage system dividing cases into high, medium, and low priority. High priority means overdue cases submitted before January 8th, 2025, humanitarian cases, and locally born children of PR parents. Medium priority, treaty-based applications, American and Dutch renewals, and employee applications with complete documentation. And low priority, applications pending documentation, complex cases, and naturalization appeals. The IBPS team is processing cases in waves with staff currently working weekends and overtime to meet targets. This process will reduce the backlog. The aim is to bring down the backlog under 500 cases within 4 months. Next question. Why is the budget silent on addressing the efficiency of the immigration process, which affects so many of our residents and potential citizens? The 2025 budget preparation, Madam Chair, through you, the ministry had very few options to deviate from the 2024 budget. However, with the recent identification of the backlog and the development of a targeted plan, steps are now being taken to improve the processing times and establish a more efficient workflow. Going forward, the IBPS department will ensure that such issues are more thoroughly considered in future budget planning. Next question. What concrete plan is being implemented to resolve the legal and emotional consequences of the dilemmas faced by employees of the Court of Guardianship with their LBs, and how will it ensure reliable care for minors and vulnerable individuals? Madam Chair, through you, the Minister has agreed to work with the Court of Guardianship and relevant departments, including the Ministry of General Affairs and the Department of P&O, to explore feasible legal and organizational options to regularize the status of the Court of Guardian and its employees. Next question. Will stipends for foster parents be increased? Madam Chair, through you, an increase of the stipends was not budgeted for 2025. Given budgetary realities and now the crisis at the Point Blanche prison, however, the ministry is ensuring that in 2026, an increase is budgeted. Next question. What is the strategy to address rising crime and robberies? Madam Chair, through you, there is a plan of approach by KPSM that entails hot spot, hot shot, and hot times approach based on intelligence, targeted actions, and arrests on gun-related crimes, increased surveillance and traffic controls, and preventative weapon controls. Also, police will never be able to be everywhere where crime takes place. Prevention and repression will not stop crime totally either. With intelligence-based policing, KPSM works diligently to be able to either prevent crime or arrest suspects in the act. Community police officers are also very important in KPSM's strategy of community-based policing. Communities know best what is happening in their surroundings, can give valuable information, and assist in investigations. By being near to the public where CPOs are approachable and reachable, trust in law enforcement will rise and the public will be more invested in taking their part in a safe community, which also increases feelings of safety in the community. CPOs are working on different approaches in every neighborhood based on intelligence. Additionally, every year, KPSM makes a plan of approach specifically for the high season. This plan focuses on prevention and repressive actions to ensure the safety of everyone on the island. KPSM is also working to gain insight into criminal youth and criminal youth groups and make a plan of action to combat them. 5 school resource officers were trained to be better able to ensure safety at the schools in cooperation with the teachers and parents. In the new academic year, the first set of programs are scheduled to be rolled out. As soon as juveniles are arrested, the best approach is discussed in the so-called youth case consultation. This is done in consultation with the public prosecutor and the juvenile probation department. The justice chain will never be able to fully tackle crime and the reasons for crime by itself. An interministerial approach is necessary. Next question. What is being done to address this growing public safety threat? Madam Chair, there is a plan of approach by KPSM that entails hot spot, hot shot, and hot times approach based on intelligence, targeted actions, and arrests on gun-related crimes, increased surveillance and traffic controls, and preventive weapon controls. Also, police will never be able to be everywhere where crime takes place. Prevention and repression will not stop crime totally either. With intelligence-based policing, KPSM works diligently to be able to either prevent crime or arrest suspects in the act. Reiterating, the justice chain will never be able to fully tackle crime and the reasons for crime by itself. An interministerial approach is necessary. What is being done to reduce deaths from uninsured and undocumented motorcycles? Madam Chair, scooters and motorcycles are a difficult form of traffic nuisance to combat. There are many of which are scattered throughout the island. Given the capacity and many other activities of the patrols, there are insufficient personnel to invest more in this than is currently being done. Of course, traffic controls are conducted, but they are easily bypassed by the maneuvering scooters. Pursuing in heavy traffic is additionally life-threatening, both for the officers and other traffic. The roads are congested and in deplorable condition, and maneuvering through them at high speed is not responsible. The approach regarding scooters from enforcement should be addressed in cooperation with French colleagues. Some of the problems are caused by residents of Sint Maarten. This makes a joint approach inescapable. There is currently no place to store motor vehicles. In general, once confiscated, there has to be a storage location. Otherwise, it is not possible to deal with this topic properly. Recently, KPSM has destroyed a large number of scooters, and we are now in the process of having more scooters valued and destroyed. This is a recurrent, ongoing process. Next question, how will the justice system's efficiency and safety be improved? Madam Chair, this is a very broad question, and improving the efficiency and safety of the justice system involves many different actors, including the police, courts, prison, probation, and immigration services. Improving both efficiency and safety means strengthening each link in this chain. That includes better coordination between agencies, investing in infrastructure and digitalization, addressing staffing gaps and enhancing legal frameworks. While each entity has its own mandate, the ministry is focused on driving system-wide reform by setting clear priorities, removing bottlenecks, and ensuring that public safety remains central to all efforts. The current challenges are real, but they are being met with concrete steps, improved planning, and a commitment to long-term results. Next question. Can you provide a comprehensive public safety strategy that includes not only more resources for law enforcement, but also crime prevention programs, community policing initiatives, and public education on safety? While, Madam Chair, we fully recognize the importance of comprehensive public safety strategy, we must also be realistic about our current constraints. The budget is extremely limited, and we are not in a position to hire additional personnel. And all aspects of public safety are seen as a priority. Despite these challenges, through external financial support, we have been able to provide essential training and make basic yet impactful improvements in our operations. That said, it is important to underscore that the justice sector urgently needs more funding, not further cuts. Continued underinvestment risk undermining both safety and stability. There is, however, a promising development. A regional public safety program is currently being finalized under the BPZ framework. This program outlines exactly the kind of integrated approach you're asking about, covering law enforcement capacity, crime prevention, community policing, and public education. Additionally, as previously mentioned, there should be a more holistic interministerial approach where funding is pooled to address societal issues, which can contribute to a better means of living, which in turn reduces crime. I now move on to questions posed by MP Kotai. Madam Chair, if I could have a brief pause. 2 minutes.
No problem, Minister. Meeting adjourned for 3 minutes. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll move on to questions posed by MP Kotai. Many countries around the world offer residency and in some cases even citizenship in exchange for investment. Why can't we do the same? Madam Chair, through you, this requires a legislative change to which we are reviewing. Next question. What is the current cost for inmate, which should include all expenses, personnel, medical care, food, housing, security, and general maintenance? Okay. Madam Chair, through you, this cost breakdown will be attached. Next question. How can it be justified that ankle monitor costs more than housing an inmate? To the MP, that seems highly unlikely. Can the minister provide a breakdown and comparison of these costs? Madam Chair, it was never stated that ankle monitoring costs more than incarceration. However, these costs are also in addition to the cost of incarceration. You would be keeping two regimes in place. The one will not replace the other. Next question. Why is there resistance to implementing a structural ankle monitoring program when it has proven successful in many other countries? The former minister reportedly had a policy in place, but now we are told it is not legal. If that is the case, what needs to be done to make it legal? MP already mentioned that the focus should be on solutions rather than obstacles. Madam Chair, through you, there is no resistance to using ankle monitors, electronic monitoring. In fact, we are already using electronic monitoring, but only as a special condition for early release based on the Criminal Code, Article 132. What is not allowed, however, is to use electronic monitoring as a general alternative to detention without a proper legal framework. The ministry supports solutions, but they must be legally sound and structurally executable. Next question. What is the status of the November 2023 policy advice concerning weekend relief, work relief, and rehabilitation programs? Why has this not been implemented? Madam Chair, the ministry, as far as I was informed, has not received or reviewed the mentioned policy advice. As such, no decision has been made on its implementation. Next question, why has the early release program been discontinued, especially when overcrowding remains of serious issue? Madam Chair, this was not discontinued and is applied under the framework of Article 137 of the Criminal Code. Next question. How many convicted individuals are currently awaiting admission to Point Blanche facility? Can the minister provide the actual number of people, not the years nor the cases, but on the current backlog? When can these individuals realistically expect to serve their time? Madam Chair, through you, unfortunately, this information cannot be provided at this time. Next question. What is the process for admitting and releasing inmates? Specifically, who is responsible for providing advice and how long the process typically takes? Madam Chair, through you, when someone is sentenced to prison, the prosecutor's office sends the sentencing documents to the prison and house of detention, which then handles the intake and custody. For early conditional release, VI, the process starts when an inmate becomes eligible based on time served and behavior. When an inmate becomes eligible for early release, the process begins with an intake by the prison's social worker. The prison director gives advice, followed by the probation officer, J&IS, which also checks the home situation and recommends conditions like electronic monitoring. The Central Parole Board, CCR, gives the advice or the final advice on the basis of aforementioned advices and, if so necessary, by hearing the inmate. The full disclosure is then sent to the Minister of Justice, who makes the final decision. The whole process usually takes 4 to 6 weeks. The goal is to ensure early release decisions are made fairly and responsibly. Next question. What is the current staffing level at the prison compared to the recommended level for safe operation? Madam Chair, at Point Blanche Prison, there are currently 22 guards, whereas recommended 48 FTEs. At MLC, there are currently 10 guards, whereas recommended 18 FTEs. Next question. Is there a formal staffing crisis? If so, what is contributing to it? Madam Chair, yes, due to extended medical leave and staff who have left the organization. How many guards are currently on medical or extended leave, and how long have they been on leave? Madam Chair, there are currently 6 guards on extended medical leave, 4 guards who are on long-term sick leave, and 2 are on extended medical leave almost 1 year. Next question. For those that cannot return to prison duty, can they be reassigned to other departments within the Ministry of Justice? Madam Chair, this is handled on a case-by-case basis following the process regulated in the LMA. Next question. Are there any individuals registered as prison guards who are currently working in other departments? If so, how many, and what is the plan of those positions? Madam Chair, yes, there are 8 working for different departments within the Ministry of Justice. These persons still hold a formal FTE within the prison structure and will formally be removed once they receive their LBAs for their new placement in their new organization. Next question. In terms of funding and resources, is there funding allocated in the 2025 budget for the hiring of additional prison guards? If so, where is it reflected? Madam Chair, at this time, there's none. However, with the transition of the staff holding a formal FTE of the prison structure, this can take place. Next question. Why is an outside security company being hired for the front section instead of using those funds to hire and train additional prison guards? Madam Chair, this was an emergency measure taken after the fire to provide relief to staff and manage the increased security needs, including coordination with guards from Aruba and Curacao. There is currently no formation at HVB to hire additional permanent staff. Next question. Can the VKS be trained and deployed for internal operations? If not, what training is required and how long will it take and what will be the costs? Madam Chair, through you, at this moment, the VKS cannot work with inmates. Our working agreement does not include provisions for them to do so. The VKS organization would have to agree for their members to carry out that duty. Anyone wanting to work with inmates would have to undergo prison guard training. The current staff is trained by DJI NL. The cost associated estimated $35,000 to $40,000 per group of 12 to 15 trainees. In terms of, next question, in terms of inmate management and capacity, what are the short-term measures in the ministry exploring to reduce overcrowding and restoring order? Madam Chair, the application of Article 137 remains a tool being used for cell capacity issues. Also, the ministry is in talks with Aruba and Curacao to see if temporary cell capacity can be arranged there. How many ankle bracelets, next question, are currently active and how many are not in use? Madam Chair, there are currently 9, 8 adults and 1 youth out of 25 devices in use. Who is responsible, next question, for monitoring those ankle bracelets and are the systems functioning effectively? Madam Chair, the Probation Office, J&IS, handles installation and technical checks of the electronic monitoring devices and oversees daily compliance. They receive alerts for breaches like crossing boundaries or tampering and coordinate responses. The public prosecutor's office steps in if violations occur and advise the minister or possible revocation of early conditional release. Next question. How many inmates are awaiting placement? And of those, how many are low risk and eligible for early release? Madam Chair, if an inmate is awaiting placement, they can never be eligible for early release because they have not sat any portion of their sentence as yet. Next question. In terms of policy and oversight, is the parole board currently operational? Madam Chair, yes. The Central College for the reclassing CCR is operational. Next question. What is the criteria used to determine early release or reduced sentences? The procedure for early conditional release calls for the assessment of the inmate's behavior while in detention, as well as advice from the probation office. This information is compiled and provided to the Central Parole Board, CCR, who makes its own advice on whether the inmate should receive conditional release or if the conditional release should be postponed, and length of postponement or denied. If the conditional release is advised, the CCR also provide an advice and recommendations on what conditions should be given to the inmate. This advice is then sent to the Minister of Justice, who then makes the final decision on whether or not conditional release will be granted. The CCR reviews the inmate's files and gives advice based on the law, Article 135 of the Criminal Code. They look at three main areas and interpret these according to case law. A, behavior and effort change. Has the inmate followed the prison rules? Did the inmate use violence towards prison staff and other inmates? Has the inmate shown understanding, regret, and taken responsibility for the crime? B, risk to society. Is there a risk the inmate will commit another crime? Could the inmate be a danger to others? Has the inmate behaved badly in prison, for example, threatened or attacked staff or others, had drugs or other forbidden items, tried to escape, caused major disturbances? And C, willingness to follow rules after release. Is the inmate willing and able to follow rules if released, like checking in with the probation officers, staying away from certain people or places, taking drug tests or getting treatment, living at an approved address, wearing an ankle monitor if needed? If the inmates cannot or will not follow such rules, or if there's still too much risk, the CCR may advise that the release may be postponed or not allowed at all. Next question. Is there active policy in place for assessing good behavior, and who manages that process? Madam Chair, in the context of early conditional release, or in the context, my apologies, of early conditional release, an inmate's behavior is assessed by the CCR. Behavioral reports and assessments are issued by the prison where the inmate is detained, reviewed at JNIS, and included in the file that is provided to the CCR. Next question. If an inmate is recommended to transfer to a facility elsewhere within the kingdom, what is the approval process and who makes the final detention or decision? My apologies. Madam Chair, the request is submitted by the prosecutor's office through the PAHE to the Minister of Justice of the country being asked to receive the inmate. The Minister of Justice of the receiving country makes the final decision based on legal and safety criteria outlined in the 2014 Kingdom Arrangement on Shared Detention Capacity, AB 2014, number 20. I now move on to a question posed by MP Myers. When will the construction begin for the new prison? Madam Chair, construction of the new prison, i.e. Phase 2, comprising the actual build, is scheduled to begin in October/November 2025. The first operational segment, 120 cell capacity, is expected by end of 2026, Q1 2027, and the entire facility, 196 cell capacity, should be completed by late 2028. I now move on to questions posed by MP Roseberg. Crime Fund, MP reminds the minister that she has proposed before her tenure a project in how the Crime Fund can be brought out on St. Maarten and how we can involve local people out of the community to assist with that project. The project can, for example, be executed through the newly established RISE Foundation. MP would like to know if the ministry already had a meeting with the foundation so that this plan can be implemented. Madam Chair, through you, to date, the ministry has not formally met with the RISE Foundation. Next question. MP would like to know in regards the building of the new prison, if there will also be structural works done at the police cells in Phillipsburg where you can stay longer than the 10 days. Madam Chair, through you, the renovation of the police holding cells in Phillipsburg is a critical component of the broader efforts to enhance detention conditions in St. Maarten. The National Recovery Program Bureau, NRPB, has allocated over $500,000 for repairs, addressing recommendations from the European Committee for the Prevention of Torture, CPT. While initial interventions have been made, further work is necessary to achieve lasting improvements. Next question, what is the cost for a prisoner per day? An estimate of 495 guilders per day, which includes MLC. A cost breakdown is provided and attached. Next question. Ms. Lally Commercial Center, is there currently a structured daily program taking place, and if so, what kind of program? Are the Miss Lally Center children going to school, or is there a teacher that comes to them? Madam Chair, there is a structured daily program in place which consists of religious studies, life skills, sessions, sports, airtime visits, and the GED educational program. There is one individual who is under the age of 17 who did not attend school at MLC, however, attends the GED classes. Next question, Point Blank Prison, is there a daily structure program currently taking place? If so, what does this program consist of? If not, when will this program start? Madam Chair, yes, there is a day program in place. Execution depends on staffing. Due to the fire, the day program is not in full operation yet. The day program normally contains airtime, visits, sports, education, labor, library, canteen, church, phone calls, music, workshops, and JNIS, etc. Next question. Electronic monitoring. What is the reason that there currently, especially with the capacity issue, only 8 of the 25 electronic monitoring is in effect? Madam Chair, the electronic monitoring limits fundamental rights, so it must be used carefully with safeguards and legal backing. While it may seem like electronic monitoring is an easy fix to the overcrowded prison problem, its use comes with serious legal and human rights considerations. An ankle bracelet has significant restrictions on someone's freedom and privacy. That's why electronic monitoring is not something the ministry can apply freely or automatically. Electronic monitoring is only allowed if there is a legal basis, specifically as part of a court sentence, a conditional release decision, or in limited cases during pretrial detention, always within the boundaries of the law. Using it without that basis would violate both the principle of legality and the right to privacy. Next question, what kind of legislation needs to be amended? Madam Chair, to allow electronic monitoring as a standalone sentence, such as house arrest with ankle bracelet, electronic detention, the criminal code needs to be amended. The amendment should introduce electronic detention as a separate main sanction, alongside imprisonment, fines, and community service. Also, clearly define the scope and limits, including the types of offenses it applies to, for example, nonviolent crimes, the maximum duration of electronic detention, and the conditions and safeguards for its use. This is necessary to comply with the principle of legality, which requires that a person may only be punished with a sanction that is clearly defined in law, and only a judge, not a minister, may impose such a sanction. This also ensures judicial oversight and protects fundamental rights such as liberty and privacy under both the Constitution and the European Convention on Human Rights. Next question. What kind of legislation needs to be amended? Is it MBA or LBHAM in regards to be able to release based on capacity? No, Madam Chair, no new legislation is needed. Article 137 of the Criminal Code already provides a legal basis for the Minister of Justice to grant early release when there is an urgent shortage of prison cells. The provision allows the minister to prioritize inmates who are closest to completing their sentence. Next question. Why does the legislation need to be amended when it comes to release based on ankle bracelets? Madam Chair, it does not need to be amended. See the answer under question B. It only needs to be amended for electronic monitoring as an alternative to detention and sentences mechanism. Next question. Why can this currently not happen, seeing especially Article 132 and 137, which are currently in place? Madam Chair, it can currently happen. Article 137 of the Criminal Code already provides a legal basis for the Minister of Justice to grant early release when there is an urgent shortage of prison cells. This provision allows the minister to prioritize inmates who are closest to completing their sentence. I now move on to questions posed by MP Peterson. Is it the intention of the minister to ultimately turn the Court of Guardianship into a foundation? And if so, what is the timeline for this? Madam Chair, a decision on this has not been taken yet. We are in the developmental phase and proper research is being done, comparing both options. Example, government department versus foundation. I now move on to questions posed by MP Labega. The MP asks the Minister of Justice how many persons are awaiting execution of their jail sentences and how many are between the ages of 18 to 25. The response was that the information is not readily available. MP understands that the information is not present due to the current crisis at the prison. But MP would still like this information. Madam Chair, through you, this will be provided once information is known. Next question. The MP would like to know, how does the minister feel about harsher sentences, or is it even possible, given her legal background, to impose harsher crimes for crimes against the economy? Madam Chair, gun violence is an increasingly serious concern, and I fully share the Member of Parliament's alarm, particularly with the rising use of firearms among our youth. This matter was addressed extensively on June 18 and 19 during both formal and informal sessions of the YVO in Aruba, where I engaged with my counterparts from Curacao and Aruba, Ministers Hato and Dowers. It is clear that this is not an isolated issue, but broader regional challenge that requires a coordinated and decisive response. St. Martin's Criminal Code already provides mechanisms for courts to consider aggravating factors, such as the use of firearms, targeting of tourists, or crimes with significant societal impact, while raising penalties remains legally possible, particularly in cases that harm our economy and security. It is ultimately the court that determines sentences on a case-by-case basis, taking into account all relevant facts and the individual circumstances. I now move on to questions posed by MP York. How much is being spent on an inmate per day? This was not available. Madam Chair, through you, an estimate of 495 guilders per day, which includes MLC. A cost breakdown is provided and attached. Next question. How much is the government expected to spend on the new prison when it comes to operations? Madam Chair, UNOPS made a first calculation of the expected operational cost per year. The initial calculations made by UNOPS amounts to 18 million guilders. Next question. Can Sint Maarten carry the cost of the new prison if a study was carried out? Madam Chair, the planned new facility is projected to accommodate 196 inmates. The ministry is taking a phased and responsible approach, one that includes exploring alternative funding mechanisms, operational efficiencies, and potential partnerships to ensure this major investment remains viable. How much money will be made available once the new prison is completed for the rehabilitation of inmates? Madam Chair, the final cost structure will depend on a number of key factors, including how and when the additional detention capacity is phased in, the staffing model and level of in-house services, the types of partnerships or outsourcing we engage in for facility operations, the rehabilitation and reintegration programs we choose to implement, and what financial space exists within the national budget. These choices will not only influence long-term costs, but also the effectiveness and sustainability of the prison system. The ministry is working with both UNOPS and UNODC to develop realistic operational scenarios and cost estimates, and remains in active discussion with the Ministry of Finance to align these projections with full budget cycles. What are the priorities of the ministry if we can assess the above questions and budget for such? Madam Chair, these choices have not been yet made. The discussion with UNOPS and UNODC related to the implementation of the soft components of the project will identify the priorities. Next question. If we are spending 30 million guilders on the prison per year on inmates, how much are we spending on rehabilitation and prevention? Madam Chair, an estimated 200,000 guilders on the local budget, GD programs, sewing programs, restorative justice practitioner. Next question. How much is budgeted for prevention and rehabilitation? Madam Chair, this is still to be determined based on the discussions with UNODC, as this is funded through a subsidy agreement by BZK. There is a plan to conduct a baseline assessment, null mating, to identify the current population's needs and offer targeted, often group-based interventions such as aggression regulation and stress management. To support this, a reserved amount of $55,000 from the extended 2022 prison development subsidy will be used. Next question. Is the ministry far enough to provide an overview to the justice workers regarding the LBAs and include timelines when they are going to be released? Madam Chair, the remaining justice staff from KPSM, IPBS, including all 95 staff members of the prison, have been sent for validation, which requires meticulous calculations. The Ministry of Justice is optimistic about meeting its projected timeline for the completion of all national decrees and financial transactions, with expectations set for finalization by the conclusion of the fourth quarter of 2025. The ministry is committed to maintaining transparency and efficiency throughout this process to achieve its goals within the specified time frame. Madam Chair, that brings me to the end of the answers in the first round. On behalf of the Minister of Justice, Ms. Natalie Tackling.
Thank you very much, Minister Gums. I already see that we have some clarifications by MPs. The first one on the list is MP Roseberg. You have the floor.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, colleague. Appreciate it. I don't know this. That was confusing. No. No, it's not like this. It's late. Yes. Good morning. It's after 12:30. We continue. Thank you, MP. Appreciate it. Good morning, Chair Lady, Acting Minister of Justice and support staff, and my dear colleagues still here during the morning hours, and of course, the public in the Tribune, and the ones still tuned in. I will just hold it in my hand. It's better for me. I have a few clarification questions. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, Acting Minister, I didn't make use of my interruptions because I wouldn't want to put the Acting Minister on the spot, not knowing if the Minister would have the answers, because I still had my three interruptions. But I'm using the clarification round for it because I'm a little bit confused. A lot was said, so I would like to get some clarity, mainly in regards to Article 132 and 137. That article, those two articles were mentioned several times, and I just would like to get some clarity on it. Article 132, which is about conditional release, states that conditional release is granted under the general condition that the convicted person does not commit a criminal offense during the probation period, of which electronic monitoring is one of the options. And of course, as mentioned, through you, prohibiting of having contact with certain individuals or having being in certain areas. That's Article 132. Article 137 is referring to early release due to overcrowding. So that's the other article, which mentions, contrary to the normal procedure, the Ministry of Justice may decide to grant early conditional release if there is a shortage of prison space. The reason why I'm bringing those two articles is because based on the answering, and again, it's not to be difficult or to create confusion, but I really would like to have clarity. It seems like the two articles are being mixed up, and there is where the confusion is currently arising, and that's why I'm asking for clarification. So, based on what was brought forward or on the answers that I have heard the Minister giving to my dear colleagues as well as to myself, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to know, currently, based on Article 132, which policy is being used? I'm aware of the policy of the predecessor, I think it was Ms. Anna Elaine Richardson, that came with a policy. Is that the policy that is being used for Article 132? And then my question is in regards to 137, which gives the opportunity to also grant early release, which policy of which beleid is being used, and how is this calculated? So basically, the clarification question is based on what and which article is the Minister coming to the conclusion that electronic monitoring only can be used based on Article 132, and for example, not based on Article 137, and for it to be used under Article 137, you need to amend the law. Because based on 137, how I'm reading it, and that's why I'm seeking the clarification, the minister has the authority, the bevoegdheid. So I'm not understanding it. And therefore, I said I was coming with a motion, but if there is already a policy in place and we can get a copy of that policy, and then I'm not referring to the policy of the one that Anna Richardson brought forward, that policy, I know it. I'm talking about the policy in regards to 137, based on what 137 is being used and what criteria and how is that being evaluated, because that is up to now not clear to me. So if that can be clarified, seeing especially that the minister mentioned, and then I'm paraphrasing a bit, electronic monitoring is already being used as a condition under early conditional release in accordance with Article 137 of the Penal Code, which provides for early release in the context of limited cell capacity. However, this is a special condition, not a default entitlement. So by that being mentioned, how is that special condition monitored? Based on what do you come to that special condition? Because how I'm reading Article 137, I'm not seeing that. So if that clarity can be given, according to me, 132 is a special condition. So just to understand where the ministry is basing that on and which policy is being used for that, especially seeing that also was said that it is critical to emphasize that we're already releasing individuals before the 2/3 mark, in some cases as early as 60% time served. I understand that that's needed based on the current crisis that we're in. But based on, again, I'm using the word policy a lot, based on what is that being calculated, what do you need to look for? The law is mentioning it, but how are you coming to the individuals? What criterias, policies are in place? I also understood that the ministry mentioned, because I mentioned the fact of similarities in Curacao, where 137 is already being used, and electronic monitoring for a maximum of 18 months. But then I understood that that's currently also happening on Sint Maarten already. If that's the case, through you, Madam Chair, clarification, on what basis is that being done? Is it a case-to-case basis? Again, please provide that piece of paper, how that is calculated, policy. Again, I already mentioned in regards to a policy that was referred to, and my colleague MP Utley mentioned to a policy in regards to the ankle bracelet policy. Is that the policy of the previous Minister of Justice, Anna Richardson, or is this other policy? So I believe that those will be my clarification questions for now, and if needed, I will continue in the second round. I thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. MP Utley is next for clarifications. MP Utley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll try to be short and concise. As it speaks, as my colleague before me spoke, I would like to refer to Article 132, because in the answers I'm hearing that the judge have to grant the permission for electronic monitoring. In Article 132, as my colleague stated, conditional release subject to general conditions, convicted persons. Point 2, the minister may attach special conditions for release concerning the process with advice for the Central Board of Probation. And I move to 3, number J, well, letter J, where it says other conditions concerning the conduct of convicted persons, electronic monitoring, which is in our criminal code. It is in our criminal code. Article 137 refers back. Let's not even look at 137, but look at the tooling thing, the explanatory notes. By the way of derogation of 131, paragraph 1 and 2, Minister of Justice may determine the conditional release takes place at an earlier time. In the same tooling thing, it says the minister has the authority to grant specific discounts, be it what we are speaking about. So 132 gives the ability to use anchor monitoring. The tooling thing, the explanatory notes for 137 grants the minister the permission to give specific discounts, which is allowing you to give a discount on top of the 2/3 and then use 132 for electronic monitoring. Then it's also spoken that the human right violation of privacy, unlike a wiretap of anything of the sort, when it pertains to ankle bracelet, through you, Madam Chair, you have one, the intake from social services, advice from prison director, interview with probation officer with the prison, then family house visit with the prisoner. So the prisoner is in agreement or is in the process of saying, do you agree with the process of being monitored? It is a decision process. So you can't tell me I am going to ankle bracelet without consulting me. So the process is there to help deal with the violation of human rights. So by me agreeing to be monitored and agreeing to the process, disregards the violation of my rights being invaded. I just wanted to make that point, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Utley. The next MP for clarification is MP York. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, good morning to the Minister and her support staff and the listening. And the view in public. Minister, just one question, clarification. You alluded, the Minister alluded to you, Madam Chair, to a sum of $435 per day per inmate. No? So can the Minister clarify what the exact number is? Is it dollars, guilders, and what exactly does this number comprise of? Right, so what all is taken into account in that number? And can she clarify what number that is again for me, please? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York. The next MP is MP Kutai. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to all. It's after 12:30, so I think it's still time to grind. Just for a clarification, in regards to my question on how many people have to go up to Point Blanche still, I want to know if that information will still be divulged to us in the next round, and why wasn't that information found right now? But yeah, that's it for me. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Kotai. The next MP is MP La Cruz. You have the floor.
A blessed morning, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Minister of Justice. The answer that I received concerning all the beautiful things that are going to take place when it comes to fire safety, is the minister telling me that these things are already in place, or are they going to be placed? If they are already in place, then Madam Chair Lady, through you, I would like some pictures just for my own personal comfort that these things are actually there. And if not, when will they be there? Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. We have come to the end of the clarification round. Minister, as mentioned earlier on, I would like to invite Minister Gums, Minister Patrice Gums of Rami, to come in to answer his questions from clarification, and then allow you a break to compile all of your answers for this clarification round. So we will do a 3-minute adjournment for the change around. Thank you. Meeting adjourned for 3 minutes. Welcome back to public meeting number 20. We are here to get the clarification answers from Minister of Rami Patrice Gums, after which we will proceed on to the clarification from Minister Justice and then do the final answers from round 1 with the Minister of Finance, Marinka Gums. Minister Gums, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of Parliament, those listening, good morning. Moving on to the clarifications of MP Darrell York. He asked about UNESCO report. Could you clarify whether engineering designs will need to be adjusted in response to the battery is low? In response to the apologies. Yes. In response to the updated rainfall projections, or if the current solutions are still considered adequate. The MP is largely correct in assuming that the fundamental design principles may not change drastically. However, the new data allows us to assess the scale, the timing, and urgency of specific measures. It also helps to ensure our infrastructure remains resilient under evolving climate conditions. In short, the engineering approach remains valid, but the updated projections enhance our ability to make informed, forward-looking decisions. EDMP, the feasibility study part of the report. Madam Chair, through US, the feasibility study of the landfill is in the scope as well. The study will provide key insights, including the environmental risks associated. I think this we drew from the previous answer, but long story short, Madam Chair, yes, the feasibility study is part of the landfill scope. We can answer the other 3 things were mentioned in the responses. The MP's third clarification complaint that was made, what is being done about it, is it being handled, how it's being handled, etc. MP, this letter, through you, Madam Chair, was received by me on Wednesday evening, June 18th, that's this Wednesday gone. And before having a chance to discuss it myself, I was asked about it by MP Arian on Thursday afternoon, June 19th. Hence, my concern regarding how confidential information is being handled. With your indulgence, I ask for time to best address the complaint and its claims. Processing for a building permit, is it 4 or 6 weeks? I refer to Article 21, Sub 1 of the Building Ordinance, which states 1 month to be precise. And I do recall if I made a mistake in the past in saying 6 weeks, which I do believe I did, my apologies. Marketplace, the minister submitted a couple email threads. And allow me, Madam Chair, indeed, that was a new question, but what I will do, in the question that MP York asked, in clarifying the request of MP Otley, this question will be answered. So I'll just formally respond to MP Otley. We need some bush tea, man. Okay. Yes, then moving on to the clarifications of MP Duran. Provide more clarity about rainforests concerning adjacent lots also having small building percentages. As mentioned before, the adjacent lots have building percentages varying from 15 to 40.